This session brought to you by Odyssey Games for pre-orders and sealed product, CCG Prime for tons of singles and supplies, Cardo Doko for international rulers looking for products, and fowlibrary.com for articles and wonderful deck lists, as well as our guest lecturer members King Pearlshine, Vite Ramen, Mognite, and Darren Noblock. Class is in session.
Hey there, rulers. I pressed the wrong button too soon, so we're going to go ahead and start talking already. Woo! Off to a strong day. How's everybody doing today? Good to be here. Paul, how are you doing?
Full of veggie delight.
There you go. Cool. We are ready to be streaming here for you guys today at the Games and Geek Discord GP. Looks like we have 68 players today, which is going to be awesome. It's going to be at least 6 rounds.
Almost nice.
Yeah. Almost nice. If Mike was here, he could have been the 69th, and then it would have been nice.
Mike. Why?
We told him to play Prego TK. We told him to play that, right? We told him he's got to play it.
That would have been disturbingly on brand.
Yep, for sure. So it's gonna be a fun day. Looking forward to some good things here. A lot of variety. I'm anticipating single rulers, double rulers, order rulers, non-order rulers, tag rulers, bond rulers. I'm expecting all kinds of stuff because I think there's a lot more variety in this environment than people are even giving it credit for. And even before with the ban list, we were already like, it's going to be a variety of decks here today. So I'm very excited to see kind of what comes out on top. I am going to start a poll because I think this will be a fun poll here. Let's do this. Let's start a poll. Let's see here. Bond ruler. Let's see. Tag. Let's see. Order. Let's see. Single. Tell us in the chat what kind of ruler you think is going to make top 8 today. Bond, tag, order, or single. I think all of them are very possible. Unironically, Dark Tree. Bond automatically starting with Bond at 100%. Cool. Getting stuff set up here. It does look like our players are getting started here, getting ready.
From Ruby.
So we are going to go talk to them real quick to kind of get them set up. Just look like our staff is getting started here. I don't know what it looks like we have a Killua on one side. And some other bonds. So we got a bond show off to start out today. It's going to be exciting. Paul, what ruler are you most cheering for as we go into this?
Hyde. I want to see more Hyde.
Okay. We didn't see any of Hyde out of the Converging Wills event, so that was kind of unsurprising. Or kind of surprising.
I want Ninja Lady.
You want Ninja Lady. Okay. That sounds good to me. All in on single rulers.
Are you watching the recent season of that?
I think Reflect and Refrain.
I'm just trying to get caught up right now.
I also think
I haven't
Funf
seen any of the new season.
is the deck that I'm very excited about as well.
Yeah.
So that's me personally.
I'd say second place would be if anyone is gutsy enough to bring a Veer combo.
So it's just her.
Gutsy enough to bring up Veer combo.
Is Veer combo going to be here? Who knows?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, we're going to go get everybody set up for round 1 here, and then when we come back, we'll be jumping into round 1. So give us just 1 second, and we'll go into that. Where is my button for that? There it is. Right back. flip around Sam real quick. Da-da-da. Just camera angle wise, because of the way you're rotate. So we have it facing the same way. Okay, welcome to round. Let me make sure that things are good, but you're good. Okay. You guys have 60 minutes on the round. You may begin. Okay, Paul. You ready?
Ready, Freddy.
Let's do it. Let's see what happens here. Obviously, not Age of Famine is the card that we're going to be looking for. The biggest question I have is, are we going to see a Zeus Alice from Killua? That's my biggest question.
Oh, you think it's going to be Diversity Killua?
I think it is going to be Diversity Killua. Yeah, I think that's a very real opportunity for. I think it's probably the best version of the deck personally. I think there is a Dinosaur Rush. I think Control Killua is probably the way to go for her, just in general. Like end of your opponent's turn Predator feels really, really nice. So that's me personally. So I also know that Will's been practicing Killua for quite a bit. And then Sam, I haven't seen Sam play Asuka before. He typically tends to be more of the aggressive player, but he's very clearly playing an aggressive list because those Moon Children are Red Child and Untapped Child. So that's curious to me. As we are, for those of you who are in the chat, as we are commentating, we do have the players' audio, but if they are too loud versus us, let us know and we can adjust their volume as well. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and jump in. Rogue Spectator, beginning of the game. Paramita, okay.
Very interesting. Okay, so Rogue and Paramita.
Both of them have rogues, yep.
Okay.
It's not particularly surprising.
Moonshade for Sam. So we're definitely looking at a potential control turn one here. But also we might be seeing a lot of different kinds of cards coming out from Sam because of that one Moonshade, right? But I imagine Will, as the control player, is like really excited to see that Will coin.
Yeah, the advantage here is that there's no. The biggest thing for Will, I think, is that there's no Wind Moonchild, which means Predator Contract is just immediately live in this matchup, which is gigantic, right?
Okay.
Oh man, and we're just popping that addition right off the gate. Makes absolute sense to me. This card is so good. Getting rid of the Paramita in the Asuka matchup, that's huge. Okay, 2 life from Sam.
2 life is down. And so we are going to sack the Paramita, draw another card.
Get some Dark Alice Rabbit Princess here. Get some value there. Just gotta be a little bit slower on the button pushes.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, if you press too fast on the app, it sometimes doesn't catch up.
Okay, so no response to the Dark Alice.
This is at least a way to make, losing the Paramita not feel as bad, and replacing it with another graveyard protection, right? We go from from Paramita's graveyard to Dark House. Is that a Satan? I'm sorry, was that Satan that he just discarded?
I don't know. I didn't see. And there's a little bit of a shading issue on that side.
That certainly looks like the card that has the most
okay.
The most card text of any forceable card in its history.
Oh, look, 2 Omni Stones.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, like I was saying before, the fact that Predator Contract is live immediately is kind of huge for William here. Just being able to tell Asuka, like, no, you can't contract, especially since Night of the Living Vampire is not quick cast. Like, that's pretty huge.
Yeah, that feels pretty bad. So maybe, does Sam then pivot to potentially using a Death Scythe? Rebooted on Will's turn, so that way he's sort of baiting out the Divine Lightning, but doing so at almost at a discount. That's one potential play line I see here for Sam to get around that issue.
Yeah, Rebooted is a very good card for what is the Rebuilding the Death Scythe? Rebuilding the Death Scythe is a very good card for Asuka just in general to try to help ramp stones. Going for a Phantasmal Ascendant at the end of the turn. Pretty typical Asuka line here. This makes me feel like if we're playing the Satan in the main board, is he playing Invitation to Purgatory?
So the Ascendant resolves, getting him a Knowledge Stone, making another Ascendant.
Oh, goodness gracious. We're going pretty heavily in these notes. But, like, this is the same reason for, like, Will getting these stones doesn't feel super bad. Hold on, I'm going to...
You might want to turn Sam down a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, we'll mute that
Go,
temporarily.
Dad, go. Go, Dad, go.
Whoever's barking, we'll get rid of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, I mean, like, this feels good for Knight of the Legendary Vampire, but again, Divine Lightning just says you're not contracting, right? So, if I'm Will in this perspective, I might Predator Divine Lightning here before he draws. Just to say, like, you have all these stones, but you can't contract with it this turn, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that feels probably like the play I would have gone with. But again, that's feeling pretty overly committal when you don't necessarily need to.
Yeah, that seems reactive to a non-play line.
Yeah.
So we have a little bit of a break and a small doggo on screen. Enjoy.
Just
and back.
Getting the doggo to not be freaking out.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Chris.
Yeah, there we go.
We all need more doggos in this game.
Okay.
Okay. So that
Sam's
is
at 5 stones.
5 stones. 4 of them are Omni Stones.
We have a filter. We can filter for red, black, or green, red. So red, black, green is what we can get off of that white. So that white red stone is hitting us 4 colors, technically. Anything but blue, but I doubt Sam's playing any blue in the list right now anyway. I'm just really curious what you do with this. Yeah, going for combat makes a lot of sense.
We're going to get in some quick damage here. So 4 damage coming in, seeing if Will is going to react in any way. It doesn't appear that he is.
I'm very curious as to if we're going to see a Megiddo at the end of this turn, maybe. That feels like it could be really... Like, if Sam doesn't commit this turn, a Megiddo could be huge.
Yeah.
Or even after Sam commits this turn, a Megiddo could be huge, right?
So Megiddo is definitely going to do some damage to Sam, but at the same time, if I were Will, like, would I want to take the damage in the control matchup, or would I just Megiddo as they enter into battle, right? Because then you still get the +2.
Not a legendary vampire. We're using one of the filters to get to green. He's targeting his 2 Phantasmal Ascendants. I really hope we see a Predator contract here. White Child Godsart in response. That's really smart here, because it just means Sam, like, if we're going to... Oh, there's no Predator contract.
So there's no Predator contract.
Oh, man. Okay.
We're going to pop.
3,
We're going to mill.
4, 5, 6. Why did he... Oh, it was 5. I can't count. It's 5 cards.
Yeah, it was 5
And then he does get to contract, and then that end of night's not going to do anything. He can choose not to contract if he wants to, as it's resolving. Chooses not to contract.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to get stuck. I mean, but it doesn't matter. You're not getting stuck in an end of night. It does. There's a world where you don't want to contract here because you can't get any cards off of it, so that you can still use Curse of Tsukiyomi or Lore, right? For mastery. Like, there's a world where you can do that.
Asuka is playing Child of the Fire Moon and Child of the Crimson Moon. So Will's going to respond to Sam going into end of turn.
He's just going to let it resolve.
He's going to let it resolve. So
Yeah.
it makes me wonder what Will was thinking here with a fistful of cards.
Before recovery. Ooh, okay. There's Grand Leon. We're going to remove that graveyard. Are we going to remove that graveyard?
I think you should.
We don't have a way to remove it. Institute would be a great way to remove it. Oh, we tapped the Predator. Why did he tap the Predator for the contract? For stone. No. That means we don't have... No. Divine Lightning. Oh, now. Okay.
So it's pretty clear, I think, that Will doesn't have Divine Lightning. And if he does, it's now way more inaccessible to him.
Yeah, tapping
So
that.
I think if I'm Sam, I'm like, all right, I've already gotten 6 damage. I've already gotten 8 damage in.
Is there a Death Scythe rebooted in William's hand? So that's why he tapped Killua instead?
I mean, maybe.
That would be an interesting play line.
Sam is in a very good position, though. I mean, his graveyard is loaded up. He's going to be able to get a lot of really good things off of here. I mean, he's even just looking through his graveyard now because he's like, wow, I just have so much gas in my hand. He doesn't likely have the Divine Lightning in hand, and if he does, I'm going to punish him for having it and casting it at the wrong time, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a misdirect here. He is sitting on 4 will, right? So Will's at a spot where he can still kind of respond to stuff pretty well if he wants to get into a fight. Because also keeping in mind here that Sam is only at 4 stones, right? So he's already committing half of his will to go into a Knight of the Legendary Vampire. Oh, just summoning a zombie? What is this? What are these hands?
Oh my gosh.
Hit another zombie. But like that, these zombies don't mean anything to Killua. Right? Like we're milling a bunch, but these zombies don't mean anything to Killua.
Well, that's certainly helpful. We're gonna
the Elixir's Love is certainly helpful.
We're gonna mill the Elixir's Love. We have the Killua cancel card in grave now too, so we can fetch that back.
Do you see the ability to reanimate a sealed one-eyed dragon because he's got Moonshade? There's the lore of Tsukiyomi coming down. I think you just let that happen. If he's based on target. What is his target? He's targeting contract.
Create the contract back.
Evil Elemental Uprising would be huge here, but the likelihood that it's gonna resolve
in the main board, yeah.
Like mill 2. So like Sam gets another zombie here. But like again, as much as this seems like it's a lot of pressure for Sam, he is milling himself. Which is not super great. And if he wants to go for contract this turn, it fully taps him out. Which means that if Will does have if he like misdirected here and does have Predator contract in hand, like that sucks for Sam. Like that might be just like seal the game, it's done, move on. Because those zombies mean nothing in the face of a Megiddo. And like Will's currently at a position right now where he could play Divine Lightning for full cost and play Megiddo. And a pass like end of turn, if this is Megiddo. Oh, the Death
Scythe rebooted. So we're going to ramp a stone, and we are going to flip the Killua. So here's the gambit now. William is saying...
This is resolving, so we're getting the stone.
William is saying, I'm going to flip my Killua, which means that even if I do get into a Divine Lightning, I'm not going to be able to cast it for free. So I have this body on board.
Oh, look at him being a snazzy man. What's the secret word?
A secret. Ooh.
Drawing a card and making... Okay. So we're trying to draw a card and get 10 counters on the Death Scythe.
We're going to try and stop...
I think you're okay with that, right?
The automatic. Probably. I also think William is desperate here. He's trying to get more cards because his hand is likely dead.
I don't feel like that's the case. I don't know. I mean,
he doesn't have Megiddo and he doesn't have Divine Lightning. So from where I'm sitting, his deck isn't turned on yet.
I'm going to try to bait out the red child here with a Fairer spell on the Killua.
Potentially.
Or
he's trying to just maintain his cantrip.
Cool. Okay. Yep.
Okay. So this happens.
This honestly still feels great for Will, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I agree. I think Sam is way more ahead in tempo, and William is not snatching it away. And he's tapped out going into his own turn. So
he has got 5 stones, though. He will be at 5 stones. So something like an Institute would be just gross here, right? Like, because I wouldn't imagine that William's not playing Institute, but I haven't seen the deck lists, right? But like an Institute here would be gross, especially since he's got mainboard black, right?
Yeah.
Like, because there's 0 protection for Sam here from an Institute. Like, this card feels like it would be huge. You hit so many cards out of Sam's space.
I think he needs exactly Institute to win here. In my opinion, he needs exactly Institute.
Let's see. Yeah, and Sam only has 3 cards in hand, one of which we know is Contracts.
And he has that grave, which is full of stuff. So 7 in the air.
So I don't even hate swinging here because he can just use Child of the Darkness Moon to pop his own Death Scythe. So take down to Sam down to 29. What is William's hand? This man has like
It's
either nothing
like I said,
or just like the most.
It's not good.
I think it's the most punishing hand we've ever seen.
Like Will is doing nothing on Sam's turn. Absolutely nothing.
But I also don't think I think William's doing enough to disrupt what Sam is doing that Sam's not really doing much of anything either.
I think that's mostly to Sam's benefit though, because like Sam's like cool. So I baited out the Pharaoh's spell. I baited out that thing. I baited out the White Moonchild. Great. So now I can contract and just win the game.
Yeah,
that's kind of where he's at.
But I think the thing to me that's putting me still feeling like Will's in a good spot is that like Will's been disrupting Sam's plays with like 1 card per turn, whereas Sam's been having to take let him cook.
Yeah. We're gonna hit you for 7. We're gonna bait a card.
Megiddo.
Is this Megiddo?
There it is.
Okay, Megiddo's finally here.
This is really good.
Which means he didn't have it before, so that was the card he cantripped into.
Yeah, or he just really wanted to get into contracts. This card's really good. It's going to kill all 3 of these. It also means that he has the ability to remove ice counters to shoot something that comes into play after this. Like,
yeah.
Hey, Hunter, William is reading. Yeah. I agree with Hunter on this one. I think William's in a better... Because of the answers that I know that William is probably playing in that list, I think that William's in a better spot. The other thing to think of here is William could also be absolutely like trying to smoke screen a Divine Lightning with Mastery because he can use Darkness Moonchild to kill Death Scythe. Killua will come back face up in recovered position, and then you can just use Predator Contract immediately for Mastery cost. So like there's some smoke screening going on here too. Like this Megiddo was very, very huge. Just gets rid of all of those. See what I mean about 1 card taking up just like all of William's plays have been 1 card, but like +2s. Like that's the thing to me. It's like they've all been they generate such value off of them that it feels like it's correct. The downside here is that Megiddo removing an ice counter isn't going to get us to Megiddo removing an ice counter here isn't going to get us a it's gonna pay 4, so go down to 28. Isn't gonna get us a card. Fiola! Buh!
Strong card right now.
Freaking love this card so much. Did not see that card coming. Wow, that's really... Because the other thing is this also puts it at the bottom of the deck, so we can't just Lure of Tsukiyomi and try again. Like, that's really huge for Will, too. Well played.
Clearly Sam is not going to be responding to this, it seems.
Wow.
That hurts.
Blue is...
And now Will's in the game. Now Will's in the game again.
He was always in the game. Always was.
Sure.
Yeah, no, that... Just a pass. Oof. Now whose hand's dead? Because we've seen... we know that Sam's playing Lucifers. We know that he's playing... Oh, before recovery, we're doing something. Witch of the Fallen Kingdom!
Okay.
Pumpkin Witching.
Yeah, Will can Pumpkin Witch. Because he's not Asuka.
And we're at 5 stones. So, oof. Yeah, Will's... problem is Asuka doesn't have any like instant speed board wipes. Oh, he's playing 3 of them in the side. Two witches in the sideboard. Pumpkin witch. That's very strange. Well, I mean, I guess in this environment it makes sense to me to play 2 and 2 as opposed to 3 and 1. Well, this is what Killua does. I did not expect to see rebuilding the Death Scythe in this list, but Sam's like, oh wait, you can use Pumpkin Witch, I can't, because of the combo was not Black Witch plus Pumpkin Witch.
Mm-hmm.
It was Pumpkin Witch with Asuka. What is he recovering? I'm sorry, he has to have a target for that God's Art, I believe. Hold on. Let me see this.
Yeah, he needs a target, likely.
Oh, he can just choose to recover one of Will's. So
Oh,
that
that's
works.
true.
It doesn't have to be one that he controls.
Oh, yeah, he recovered the Death Scythe.
Yeah. So then Inferno. I mean, that was still a good play here, but it did like not really
Yeah.
save Sam at all. Because we still have the swiftness and flying on our whole board for this turn. That was a legal play. Yep.
Yeah, they're a little bit behind.
Oh, is that an Athenia? What is this deck? I'm in love with this deck. Buy Asuka. That's game. I mean, you just concede for Will. You just what? We concede here, correct? When that, well, I mean, maybe just wants to play it out, but like, Sam just doesn't have a graveyard anymore. Like
Certainly a thing.
7 for Death Scythe takes him down to 29. And then just a pass. Down to 21.
Why does she have swiftness? Right, yeah.
So the Pumpkin Witch Cloud effect is still active on Will's.
Yep, for sure.
Will's field.
Yeah, I'll take the 8.
Okay.
Down to 21. Well, at least for our tracking it. Yeah, Eris, hard control from Killua. I honestly think it's the way to play Killua in this environment. Megiddo is an insane card. She can play every single like reactionary thing. She can play good aggression. Like, I think Killua was if you're playing a green-black control shell right now in any kind of shape or form, I honestly think that Killua is the way to go. You respond to this.
Yeah, hold on.
He's down to 15, I believe, on Sam's side.
No more stones.
Hold on. We go up, down, and then down 2 more.
Oh, disrupting shout to cancel it. He does have to remove an ice counter. So he's down to 2. He just doesn't get to draw anything.
Okay, so we took the 4.
Yeah. So he should be down to
19. Because he took 2 from the Moonshade. And then,
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that should be correct.
If we're wrong on life totals, then we'll be wrong on life totals. But
Yeah,
we know that Will's...
Game 1 seems like it's going to be ending here pretty quick.
That Athenia is a clutch tech.
That was really solid.
Did not think to be playing that main boarded, but like right now, Sam has 0 protection for his graveyard, has to commit to a card to graveyard, and only has 6 stones. So like a blind Asuka contract doesn't even get him to be able to contract because you need 7, and he only has 6 stones. Revenant! That card's gonna die immediately. I'm so sad. I love that card, but it's dead immediately. As soon as he removes the graveyard, Revenant dies.
Yep.
Plus 2 for each different name.
Yeah, that's
There you go.
it. That's the game. Because then Revenant enters and immediately dies.
Yeah, the body language alone just reveals Sam has nothing going on right now in his
Yeah,
hand.
for sure.
I took 5 to draw a card.
Okay.
I don't think he's gonna let him do that.
Laura
Yeah.
deactivate ability just to truly lock the game out.
Yeah, there
Yep,
it is.
Okay, cool. Sam scoops it up. We'll go into game 2.
Ooh,
Wow,
man.
well played from Will for sure. I think, and I think it goes to. Oh gosh, I don't want whatever news article that was. I'm gonna tell these players how much time they have left on rounds. Real quick.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. about
Yeah, that was
like,
clutch.
Like that's what I'm talking about in terms of actually rode good way to finish it. Yeah, for sure. Like control Killua has way more pressure than you think. Megiddo is just an insane card. Like I don't
Oh,
think
yeah.
I don't think people understand just how good Megiddo is as a card. 800 damage to the whole board, 2-drop quick cast, so it doesn't care about barrier. Even if they doesn't kill them, they can't attack or block for the turn. So like that's huge. And then it also can just immediately tap and remove an ice counter from Killua to shoot something else for 800 damage and draw you a card. So like Killua's hand advantage is honestly insane. Like the woman just never runs out of cards. And the new Killua spell is also just insane for her. Like it's already a great card. This card is already fantastic, right? Even
yeah.
outside of Killua, this is so great. But like the fact that Killua can just use this to say, "Oh hey, I'm gonna cancel something," and then draw a card, and put another ice counter on my ruler, or I'm going to destroy something and draw 2 cards by removing an ice counter from my ruler, and this card already draws me a card. Like, this is really good stuff. New stuff can attack, though, so against sprint decks, Megiddo isn't doing much, except for the fact that you can immediately tap it and shoot something else for 800 and
Yeah,
stop it
I was
from
gonna-
being
I
able
was
to
gonna
attack
say, like,
counter. Like,
If Megiddo is hitting your field, you're likely already down in terms of will anyway. And so the idea that like I can just sprint and just like flood the field again, I don't know if that's a thing. And then Megiddo can just shoot you and draw you an extra card anyway.
yeah, like,
So it's like,
Killua just does not run out of cards. Like it's very hard for that deck to run out. I find more often than not, I find that I have too many cards in my hand for Will. I will say that the Death Scythe play felt really strange to me.
yeah, that's why I was saying like, oh, it feels like Will's behind.
Yeah,
Because he's playing Death Scythe now and flipping his Killua to like cut off access to Divine Lightning, which made me think that he was way farther behind than Sam.
Yeah,
And I was just like, okay, even if Megiddo's here, like he could just contract without threat. Clearly, Will was just biding his time.
I think the only reason I could think of to go for that line of the Death Scythe is it ransom up a stone, right? So, they ramp him up a stone to like get him closer to the Pumpkin Witch idea for sure. But it also like I do think it smoke screens, right? It smokes, especially since he's running Darkness Moonchild. Like it definitely smoke screens that I could just possibly hit you with Predator at any moment, right? I'd like use Darkness Moonchild, shoot my own Death Scythe, and then just call it a day. Which honestly is like, do I think that you will catch players with that? Not consistently. If you catch a player with that, will it feel insanely good? Yes. You know what I mean? It's one of those like low risk, high reward potentials that the deck might have while still generating. Because it's not like Death Scythe is a bad card. Like if he hadn't had that Killua spell, he'd have a 17/17 flyer and have drawn another card.
Oh
right?
yeah, it
Like,
certainly
it's still
wasn't bad.
it's a great end of turn, like throw out in the end of your opponent's turn kind of action. Yeah, I don't know. I think Will's pretty favored here. Cameron, this is round 1. Welcome. Glad to have you here.
You've been playing a lot of Killua, haven't you?
I've been playing pretty heavily. Yeah. Killua and Aristella have been like the decks that I've kept sleeved from week to week. Um, I, Killua and Aristella were two of my three decks that I was willing to play this weekend if I was playing. I think she's really well positioned, and I think Fossil Girl in the City is an insane card. Yeah, and she just gets to use it even more. So he did swap out. It looks like we swapped out the Recovery Moonchild for the Green Moonchild. Child of the Wind Moon on Sam's side, which makes a lot of sense. It's a little bit of a buffer against the Predator contract.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah, but good I mean, losing that Paramita so fast was, I think, honestly,
it was
like
strong opener from William.
Yeah, did he choose to give William the coin?
Yeah.
And William just kept his hands? I don't understand. That feels really weird to me.
It's certainly possible to just get the hand you need.
Well, I think letting Will have the coin feels really weird because your Paramita is just so vulnerable, right?
Yeah.
Like, that feels really weird.
That being said, Sam does have the greenstone.
Yeah, but the greenstone is... I don't know. That just feels really weird. Like, I don't know. Letting Will have more of resources just so you can can maybe get to Paramita faster feels really weird. Like, this is... Okay. We're just going to Dispelling Stone it.
Just pop it.
We
Do we have a fair spot? No.
Wow, that's just...
Youch.
That's...
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Like, it is a pretty high risk, but, like, not even having to use one of the Killua spells to pop that addition also feels really nice for Will. Like, it also draws him a card, right?
Yeah. A straight +2 feels good.
The next Killua support is Doggy Dinosaur. It does mean they have to answer the addition faster, though. Yeah, that's true. Will essentially gets one turn to answer it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, because Will is a deck that, like, his children are well set up to fight Sam in the early game, so giving Will also more Will feels weird, right? Is that what I mean?
I mean, in the control matchup, presumably you would not want to give the control deck more Will, right?
Yeah.
Like, that seems... So, like, I think Sam just learned that trade-off is not in his favor.
Yeah.
Especially against another control list.
Well, for me, it's the fact that we know that Will's Moon Children are already set up to mess with our plays without having to have Will spend any resources.
Yeah.
And so then on top of that, we also gave Will more resources, right? So it just feels like, I don't know. Risk. I think there's a risk there. I think it could play out well. I certainly was not expecting Will to sideboard it into Spelling Stones. Like, I did not see that on my bingo cards today. So that's just an unfortunate start. But it feels...
You love to see it.
Probably going to see some...
Premier Edition hate.
We're paying 2 here. Okay.
Looks like Dark Alice.
Yeah, just trying to draw into something a little bit better. I think you let that happen, right? There's no reason to not. Sam has to commit resources during his main phase, so I think you just let this Dark Alice resolve. Personally. Yeah. Ooh, Gary's not a bad card here.
Interesting.
I think the Garyon is to prevent getting into a fight over Fairer spell. Like, go for the activate ability, right? Rather than open yourself up to losing a Fairer spell here. So 1 for 1ing in that sequence feels fine.
It's good to see Garyon, though. We haven't seen Garyon like very much at all.
It's a tech card. I usually see it in like 2 or 3, like 2 ofs now, as where it used to be like 3, 4 ofs. But it's certainly it's a good card. There are certainly decks that like really like to use 1-drops a lot. I think Funf is a deck that really enjoys like it's pretty heavy one drop driven, and so Garion has found its way kind of into anti-Funft category.
Mm.
Certainly an option. Yeah, if he has any form, I mean, if we've boarded into Evil Elemental Uprising, hitting that Garion is kind of huge.
Yeah. Sam just making thinking noises here.
Master.
Wow, Sam really wants this Dark Alice.
He can't grab the Dark Alice back. He has to grab the Paramita.
He has to grab Pyramida.
It has to be a darkness card. You let it resolve. I don't think you care about this at all.
Yeah, I think maybe Sam miscalculated here.
Well, I mean, he's got to have something back, and he's got to get his graveyard start moving.
Yeah.
So, like, the fact that he can play get it at least for free. The problem is the Paramita, if it comes into play, it's going to come into play tapped. It's going to cost him 2 will.
Yeah, it's not worth playing from your hand. That's a card you only get at the beginning of the game.
If anything, it's just good to have a mill, like, to get some other cards to graveyard, to make a contract here from hand. So he's got 3 cards in graveyard, 4 cards in graveyard. So
It should be 4.
a contract here will get him to 7, and so he'll be able to contract. Filtering.
This feels really bad.
Oh, we're casting it. Oh, that feels.
Oh.
Pyramid of the Dead coming back in. Is that a Kilo spell? Oh, Big Show.
We're going to Big Show filter too.
Yep, seen
Wow.
Big Show come back into Kilo lists pretty heavily too. So here's the thing.
This feels
I see Pumpkin Witch. I see the Pumpkin Witch line in the first one, and now I'm seeing Prisia, so I'm like, is Will playing both Pumpkin Witch and Diversity Balance? Is he playing both?
if you can fit it in.
Oh man.
Will definitely feels up here. Knowing what he wants to do, make Sam waste his resources. I feel like he just did that.
Yeah, Sam's
pretty significantly.
Yeah, Sam's down to what,
Yeah.
4 cards in hand?
Something like that.
Now, Sam is
Yeah.
protected from the first Divine Lightning from his Wind Moon Child, so like that's something to keep in mind. Ugh.
Institute's here.
Okay.
My favorite card.
Your favorite card, buddy. Just a really good card right now in general. I mean,
False. It's always been a good card.
correct. So like how are we popping this Paramita? What are these stones? Random good card is good. Yeah. Kilo of good stuff is probably just what we're playing.
Oh.
Or as I'd like to say on the podcast all the time,
Battle decks.
core solid good fundamentals. Just like not trying to do anything cheesy. I'm just playing good solid vow. Yep, paying 2. Feels a little risky to heavily invest for both modes. He's gonna draw 2 cards and pop Paramita with the Kilo spell. Paying 2 for it. That feels a little.
Ugh.
Yeah, I think the Dark Alice is fine here because you can just shoot it with Darkness Moonchild.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really cool. I like this. Hey, 41 people hanging out with us today in the chat. Glad to have you here if you like what we're doing. Glad to see you. Chat is active and discussing. It's good.
Oh, you're saying the ad is in front of the... Yeah, the ad unfortunately is in front of this particular card at this particular time.
The edition?
No, the
Oh,
Kilo
sorry, my
Fossa
bad, my
girl
bad.
in the city. Like, there you go.
My bad. I can remove it sometimes. I just try to. Sometimes the card text is too long. No, misplay.
Activate's fine.
Nothing happens. Dark Alice protects it.
Dark Alice.
Yeah. Little hiccup, but that's okay. Yeah, you just pop it, and then you just remove it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of Sam's turn.
Should have
you
done
just remove
that before. But yeah, I mean, Sam's tapped out. He doesn't have any way to be able to stop it. So
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So okay, now we're a little scared. We still have White Moonchild going in our favor, and we still have one will available for
Yeah.
Will, but like, there's no like a contract's not possible here because a contract's not possible here because we're only at 4 stones. So unless we have a way to pitch 3 cards, we can't possibly contract because we got to get to 7 cards off of Knight of the Legendary. Contracting is after 7 cards. Will is dead? No.
No, Will is that was
Will is- I
that's
think-
old. That's old by now.
I think Will is totally in a fine spot right now.
Will is in a very solid. Knowing what he's trying to do now, like his whole game plan is just to.
He has White Child, God Art, so he can be able to disrupt
Slowly-
Knight of Legendary Vampire. He's got one will available to be able to fight over something. Like,
Yeah.
he's in a good spot. And it does not look like Sam has much gas in his hand right now. Unfortunately.
Or if he does, he's in a position where he's just gonna be punished for playing it. So
Yeah, for sure. Because like Laura Tsukiyomi is not even usable right now. We have no targets.
Draw card.
Pay 6 life, draw a card, go down to 32. Sealed one-eyed.
yeah, we're playing
Game
off
review
of
seems
a-
so difficult to read boards. Yeah, for sure. It can be tricky. Every camera is a little bit different every round, but we're glad to be able to provide coverage. At least that's the best, to be able to at least provide coverage for the event and let people see what's going on. For those of you who are watching later today, stay tuned between rounds at some point in time today. For people who are watching the event but not playing in the event, we are going to be giving away a one of each of the promos as if you had top 42 to this event. So one of each of the 5 kind of Ubers, the Garion, the entry promos, everything. We will be giving one of each of those away to one lucky winner who is watching the stream but not playing in the event. So be sure to tune into that. Stay tuned because you never know when we're going to do that giveaway. So just kind of as we're waiting here to think about it. Yeah, no gas from Sam for sure. So William did not get punished. For Seastone. Or we're in the same position as we were in before, right? William does not have to be pressuring right now. Clearly is showing off another Death Scythe rebooted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Will's game plan is to hold back, see more cards with Prisia, and then just like win when he has the opportunity, that's the way to go. That's classic control.
I think that's just how you beat Asuka in general. Is like you just let Asuka play into punishes and then like kill them, right?
That's how you stop combo decks.
Right. Yeah.
Turns out it's like you disrupt their combo.
Getting a Prisia for a 1-drop. This is gonna be at 5 stones. So are we going for the Pumpkin Witch line here? Are we just trying to kill this turn? Wouldn't hate that.
Yeah, so the Persia is getting, it's a 17, right?
Yeah, how many stones does he have? Does he have 5 uniques?
It looks like he has at least 4.
It's at least 4.
It's at least 4, which is definitely enough.
Getting a 1-drop. So we're definitely going into the Pumpkin Witch line here.
It's that Pumpkin Witch.
Pumpkin
Pumpkin Witch
Witches
is
will
a
each be
3/8,
12.
right?
It's a 4/4.
Oh,
Pumpkin Witch is a 3/8. Sorry,
3/8,
yeah. So you'll
okay,
have
so-
3, but you'll have 3 Black Witches,
So
which
you
will each
have
be 12s.
an 11, a 12,
What?
a 12, and...
I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Oh, he's playing Wall. Fun.
That's
You know this card we never see in
What?
competitive play?
I.
The wall is here.
Okay.
This
Wall of Terror.
definitely shures up William's position. It just says like
Protects the Institute, which is kind of huge because he can pitch cards
and just give it
give
and give it
Institute
barrier.
which is really good in response to like Knight of the Legendary Vampire, right?
That's very, very, very good. And the contract has a target, yeah.
The contract does have to target. Yep.
So like this is an amazing situation. All of my dead cards in hand.
He doesn't have 5 stones. He only has 4. You might be.
We're gonna try and ramp ahead, Sam. And I think that's probably his best move at this point. He got a little lucky that his William had to shoot with his Darkness Moonchild to like get his Dark Alice out of the way. But at the end of the day, Will is very far ahead.
What is okay? Cool. So if I'm Sam, how am I playing through this? I'm trying to think of Asuka lines, right? I'm dealing with an Institute. I don't have a protection. I'm gonna be at 6 stones next turn.
I mean, do you just pivot?
No, I'm gonna be at 7 stones next turn, right? Because he's 4 or 5. No, I'll be at 6 unless I have a second Phantasmal here.
So part of me is feeling that I just like use my Ascendants and use my other cards under Institute to try and like sneak out like basic pluses.
Yeah, but Sam doesn't have Institute.
Sam has Institute. He milled it last game.
Well, he has it. He has to find it. So
Yeah.
I guess I should say there.
Because I think if you are Sam, you have to pivot away from the combo in the control matchup.
Enter effect on the chase. Remove an ice counter. Oh, it removes an ice counter at resolution. So, wow, that's pretty good. Well times Grand Leon.
I think this is
Will's just truly saying you don't get a graveyard this
Yeah.
game, like, and is doing a really good line of keeping that contained. So remove.
Mhm.
Still before Dark Alice's effect resolve, we're gonna draw a card because of the Grand Leon. Removing an ice counter off the Killua. Hunter, I kind of disagree with you in terms of Killua drawing that much. Killua can draw an insane amount of cards. Especially when you're playing Megiddo, and now the new Killua spell to be able to add more ice counters onto her easily is like pretty crazy how much hand advantage she can maintain.
Yeah. I would say Killua is not drawing consistently, but Killua draws as a result of playing her own cards.
Yeah, she just has
Right.
incidental hand advantage.
She turns all of her own good support into a cantrip.
Yeah.
So like she doesn't lose advantage.
What is Sam's line here?
Remember, she's not a blue deck.
Banishing the Phantasmal to the Dark Alice.
Yeah, I think
What else are we doing here?
Sam is clearly on the back foot here now.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're also pretty heavily telegraphing another Death Scythe rebooted, potentially. Like, if Sam can't make a play here, I imagine that's what we go into as... Oh, we might not even need to, though, to be honest, because we have the Institute out. See you, Christopher.
Good luck. Hope it's VGC or TCG. Good luck either way. Shoot, it could be smoke
Just
on
moving
singles.
to
I don't know.
recover. Okay. Killua
All right,
Killua control.
so we are at
6 stones.
6 stones.
6 stones. So if we lose a graveyard, we don't have a way to get another card into graveyard, then we cannot contract. There is a terrible line that you can do, which is that you can cast your own Rogue Spectator and then use Knight of the Legendary Vampire to kill Rogue Spectator. So then you'll kill Rogue Spectator and mill 6 and be at exactly 7. So that's a line.
Yeah.
But we're just going to see a pass. We got to lose the stone. Going to lose the stone from the Phantasmal Ascendant. But before that, we're going to see... Just going to foresee... I might have to... Once we draw into Will's turn, I'll remind them that we need to get rid of the stone. Although it's a missed trigger, so it's like I don't know if we are allowed to intervene. Okay, we were told not to intervene for missed triggers, so it's a missed trigger in the sense of the
Mm-hmm.
Phantasmal Ascendant, so we are not going to speak to it. But that Magic Zone of Moonshade should not be on the field at this point.
Correct. He should be down to 5 stones, I think.
Yeah. But I don't think it matters much.
Yeah,
I mean,
the game's over.
15 from Prisia, yeah.
Oh, that's stone. That stone goes to the bottom of your deck, right? So,
Oh, yeah.
Hey, they caught it themselves. See, we
Called
let
it.
them catch things themselves, right? And that's why we don't speak into it as much as we can. Wow, 15 coming in with this Prisia. Like,
Turns out
who needs dinosaurs? We just play Prisias and
it's been, what, 3 years and this combo is still good?
Hunter, the Magic Stone of Moonshade. Well, we have been told specifically because missed triggers can't be upgraded. Missed advantageous triggers can't be upgraded to a game loss. They're just warnings. We have been instructed by the TOs to not interrupt the match for missed triggers as the streamers. That's why. So.
On a roller, draw a card, and destroy your institute.
If they're doing something that is like drawing extra cards or like doing an illegal game state action, like those are times we will interrupt and call a judge. Is that a Kaguya? What just happened? Is that a Ferris spell?
I'll tell you what happened. So Sam tried to Kilo City and enter.
Oh, he's discarding a card
to
institute.
pop the institute and draw an extra card. And then we'll use the wall effect to protect the institute. And so we are going to.
We're gonna do Inferno here.
Feels real bad. Stolen response to combat. Looks like we're gonna Inferno. That feels real. Like it's certainly gonna do something unless it gets canceled.
And we just use the Red Child to stop to like be able to God's Art here.
Yep.
So the Inferno gets canceled.
Yeah.
We as
Well,
the
hold on.
streamers.
Hold on. How was that?
What do you
Remind me how that's possible? Because Red Moonchild just went
Was
off.
Red Moon Child protects a single target thing, a single target spell. It doesn't give you a blanket effect for the turn.
Gotcha.
And he used the Red Moon Child on the Killua spell.
Gotcha.
So 15 from Prisia, and then 8 from the wall. So 2,300 damage. Take him down to 9.
I'm gonna see if he's doing anything else here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
Black
then
Witch is
that's-
over.
Yeah, Black Witch is the lethal. We're at 5 stones at that point.
Yep. So you get 2 witches and pumpkin, and that's it.
Yeah.
And these Black Witches are all 12/12s. Do you just go straight for the Pumpkin Witch?
Sure.
Swing game.
I think.
And that's it.
And that is the game.
Good games to you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
I promise that I can press the correct buttons. I'll get this by the end of the day.
I'm gonna try.
I'm certainly going to try by the end of the day. That was exactly as I expected that to go as soon as I realized that Will was playing Control Killua. I think that the pressure that like the things that Control Killua is doing, I think, is really well suited to the Asuka matchup.
So let's explain let's just try and like summarize what happened.
Yeah.
Because I think obviously going into this, I've never played Kilo in my life. I'm not a Kilo main.
Sure.
So like saying like okay, she's going to be able to remove stuff from the board, but like, what's that really going to do against a contract unless you can disrupt the contract? Like, in general, Kilo is just going to get rid of the Paramita and remove the graveyard, and then Asuka just shuts off.
Well, I think it's the fact that like the Killua shell itself is not that many cards.
Yeah.
The Killua shell itself is like Grand Leon, Predator
Megiddo.
Contract,
Predator.
and Megiddo, right? And we saw that out of the way that, and there's certainly ways you can do it in terms of different finishers, right? So like, William was very clearly playing the Pumpkin Witch finish with like Institute. You can also play like Diversity Palace, Alice, which is really cute with Prisia to just like you reanimate Zeus Alice with Diversity Palace out, and then have a Predator contract flipped, and like Predator like reanimates the Zeus Alice because she counts as a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Right. So then like all of your rulers also have swiftness and it gives you the same line as like swiftness and flying, but instead it's swiftness and pierce. But also everything has plus 29,600 attack. So like literally anything you throw at them is just lethal, right? Because it's just so much damage, for sure. So there's a couple like different ending lines that you can take with it, but the Killua core itself is pretty minimal. It's not really reliant on any particular Moon Children, so you can kind of play what's good for you in those games. And then as you saw from Will's deck, it was just like the rest of it was just good cards, right? So like the new Killua spell that everyone's playing anyway, she just gets a really good advantage off of that other people don't. We saw, Institutes, we saw Prisia, we saw Black Witch, we saw Fairer Spell, and we saw, I will say it's a pretty unique tech to do the rebuilding the Death Scythe. That was certainly something I was not anticipating, but I see why he was playing it.
Anticipate like maybe 2 in the main.
Yeah, I could see 2. I could see 2.
It is a J ruler with flying. It's a 7/7. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, and to
not a bad card.
To Hunter's credit, like Sam had no interaction. That certainly was not good for Will. Like it made did I put Odor Ruler is one of the things in the chat? Sorry, my bad. I was trying to do
Smelliest ruler. Let's go.
Odor Ruler.
Odor.
So like
yeah.
Killua is very similar to, let me put this way. Asuka and Falchion are very similar in the fact that where they are applying the most pressure to try to win games is during their own main phase, right? They don't have a lot of, like, sure, Phantasmal Ascendant during your opponent's end step is great, but all it's really doing is setting you up to be able to push in your main phase a little bit more protected and a little bit more aggressively, right? Killua is why I also really like Aristella. It's why I like cards like the Charlotte. It's why I like cards like Fiola. These are cards that are applying pressure that I get to establish during my opponent's turn while also stealing value from them. Like they're very big tempo cards. And I think that Asuka, like I think in this matchup, Asuka was not favored at all because everything that Will was trying to do was disrupt and put a little bit of pressure on the field during your end step, go to my turn, swing, callstone, pass back to you. And say like, cool,
and
now
disrupt your stuff.
Like now you have to try to answer my board state and apply pressure, but I've callstone passed, right? Like I have all of my resources to go into your turn. There are certainly decks that like get under callstone pass decks. Like aggro is very much that same kind of vibe. But in this matchup of like Asuka combo versus a control deck like Killua or blue, white, black Aristella, like I think those decks are heavily favored. I think it's just a bad matchup.
Yeah. So if you are an Asuka player in this position looking to succeed, do you create an alternative play line other than the contract?
Three Death Scythe rebooted in the main for Asuka. I think it's a really good pivot because it's an end step because it fills a similar kind of role as Phantasmal Ascendant in getting you a stone, but it's a permanent stone. So if you can't go in, you don't feel like you've gassed out. It applies pressure during your opponent's turn and generates some value outside of just putting a 4/4 on field, right? Because it's a 17/17 potentially that flies. I think rebooting the Death Scythe is a really good card for Asuka being able to make the, oh, this is the matchup I'm playing against pivot kind of piece.
Yeah.
Let a nail. How is Aristella doing this? I feel like the main card in it is advice and it's not quick cast. You're not wrong, but that's why we play Fiolas and we play. I love the fact that I can see my tiny little self here because of how we have you positioned this time around. Let's just go into the multiverse. That's why you're playing Charlotte, and that's why you're playing Fiola, in my opinion. Like these are the cards that I think Charlotte is insane. Like this card is just ridiculously good, in my mind, because of the fact that we can play Birth of the Twin Princes from the sideboard with mastery cost. With this card,
Yeah.
if I can find it. That one card seems to be missing from my app. That's very strange that one card is gone. But like that card's
it's
really
because
good.
death metal got banned.
Oh, it's true. So like this card is just really, really good. Like you just like Callstone Pass as Aristella, and then at your opponent's 10 steps, you're just like, cool, here's a Charlotte. You can answer it? Cool, you wasted will. Go into my turn, Dexy's advice. Or like, oh, you didn't answer it? Cool, I have a 6/7 flyer that has Barrier Black that you can't shoot with your Darkness Moonchild, and now we're going to go in. They feel too expensive, though. You're usually dead on turn 2.
Against Aristella? Okay.
Facing a lot of aggro in your LGS. I will say, though, that yes, aggro can rush down Aristella for sure. It can be a problem, which is why Intimidate's really helpful.
I'm bad at reading. Oh, okay. Reading the card is good.
Yeah, reading the card
Turns
is good. Hardest part of the matchup was dealing with Megiddo. Yeah, it's a good card.
Amazing.
Okay, so I'll put this to the chat because we're in the chat. It's going to be 6 rounds today, 68 players. We need to see what decks you guys want to see. Round 1 is always random. We got these 2 players randomly. But wanting to see exactly what you guys think in terms of what decks you want to see, what decks we should try to hunt down for, what matchups we should try to find if we can. We usually try to look for like round 3 or round 4. We're going to try to find like a dark horse pick, something we weren't expecting to be doing very well, or was like, there's one person playing it and they're 3-0 going into round 4. Like, okay, that's something we want to kind of take a look at. Any H3 if possible. Certainly want to look at new rulers for sure. That's on my list for 2. That's on my list for round 2 is to try to get that one. Bring in the Odin rulers for sure. Hyde. I'm seeing a lot of Hyde. I would love to see some Hyde as well. Olga, Eins. I don't know if we have any Eins in this event. It's a US only event today. So like Eins, I don't know if we'll see any players on Eins. Underworld of Secrets rulers for sure. Certainly going to be looking for that. I'm looking for a ruler breakdown. Hyde versus Aristella. If I can find that matchup. Who is favored in that? Hyde versus Aristella. Depends on the version.
Yeah.
For sure.
And how you're piloting it.
How you're piloting it too. Oh, we do have a breakdown. Okay, cool, great. Oh, Paul, you're so excited. So here's the ruler breakdown. I have it as we go into round 2. We're still waiting. There's about 8 minutes left on round 2, so we'll go to this. So we have 9 Aristellas, 7 Falchions, 5 Killuas, 5 Zeus Alice, 5 Deathwing Funf, 5 Eins, way more than I expected. 4 Hyde, 4 Asuka, 4 Oct, 4 Olga, 4 3 Vega, 3 Dry, 2 Reinhardt, 2 Odin, 1 Excalibur Faria, 1 Violet, 1 Machina 1 Nyarlathotep the Game Master, so Order Machina, 1 Order Shiva, and 1 Serenade Veer. Woo! Woo! There you go. There it is.
Watch us knock
no
the top
Welser.
8.
No Welser today.
No Welsers.
Everything else, no other surprises. The fact that we're still seeing a Machina 1 in this environment is a little surprising to me.
I know why.
You know what? Is it Dan? Oh, that's right. It's probably
not Dan.
Dan.
It's not.
Oh, it's not
It's
Dan?
one of Dan's crew, but it's not Dan.
Oh, okay, cool. And that's just the deck that they have. Violet, yeah, a single Violet. So we've got single rulers, order rulers. No, have we fully dodged a tag?
Are there no tag rulers?
Let's see. Yeah, there's no tag. 0 tag.
Who needs tag when
So
you
no
have
reflect
Trag,
refrain, no Almeria's
Trike,
Moonstart, nothing. We
Triangle?
go bond and then ones. So it's 3 rulers or 1 ruler, no 2 ruler. So no Welser. Yeah, this is looking pretty. It's looking like it's pretty exciting. I think we'll try to find a new ruler first. Do we have a preference? I'm gonna see if we can. Let's try to go for an Olga or a Funf next round, I think. What do you think, Paul?
I'm biased, so don't ask me. Also, yeah, no reflect refrain at all. I think that's fascinating.
Vier's on my list. That if Vier, so I'll say this: if Vier is 2-0 going into round 3, we'll put Serenade on.
Thank you.
Okay, but she has to win her first 2, right?
No
So
tag
if she's
rulers,
not
Sag.
there, we're not gonna do that.
Oh, of course not. I would expect you to.
Olga, good player. So a high ranking. I mean, so here's the thing. It's 68 players, and it's only round 1, going into round 2. So we don't know exactly like how the matchups went in round 1. So saying like a good Olga player is like, well, come back round 5 when we can look at like the undefeateds. But like, we kind of just want to hit them early because there's also just an equally chance that we get to round 5 and that there's not any Olgas that are doing well in the event. So it's just kind of better. Paul wants Vier on camera. He has Vier's on camera. There it is.
Vier's on camera.
There's possibly the only time today you're going to see Vier on camera. Oh, goodness gracious.
There you go.
I'm trying to double check here. What's our time on round? Looks like we've still got a few games still playing. Oh, interesting. Oh, Derek got paired up with Patrick. I wonder what Derek's on today. That's very curious. Okay, so yeah, we're going to be trying to shoot for either a random Olga or a random Funf that won their round 1. So we'll give that to you guys when we come back. Going to take a little bit of a short break. Love to have you all here. As always, if you like what we are doing, because there are a lot of people here in the chat who are not members, and the only reason that chat is currently available to not members is because this is a Discord GP. Keeping in mind that most of our GP Discords or GP members chats are just for members. If you like what we are doing and you want to continue to support us, we would greatly appreciate it if you would consider joining the channel as a member. There's a little button right down below. The cheapest version is just $2 a month. It's cheaper than a Twitch sub, and it just goes to financially support the channel so we can make cool things like traveling to more events. We can host more events. We can do all kinds of cool stuff. So if you want to consider supporting us and getting access to all those emotes, you can check that out in the description as well. The person who made my card viewer app is messaging me saying, what card was missing? Birth of the Twin Princes was missing.
Okay.
We need to get that card back. We really appreciate that. Otherwise, though, I mean, don't feel obligated, but like, subscribe, and share this out to your friends as always too. And we appreciate what you're doing, and we hope that you are enjoying the stream. So we will be back in just a few minutes. So see you soon. And short break. Bye. Camera angle looks good here. So, guys, welcome to round 2. You have 60 minutes on the round. You may begin. Okay. Those are the wrong decks that I put here. Let's swap them because I didn't know which side of the field they would be on.
Swapping.
You guys ready for what these decks are? Stone Hate Aristella versus Olga. This is gonna be so cool. This is gonna be fun. I've played against Jarrett on this Stone Hate list before in the Converging Wills event. It is very cool, and if you do not know what is coming, you can be really, really sad really fast. For those of you who aren't wondering, the card that we're going to be using a lot for this deck is a good old-fashioned card from Grim Cluster, a Bloody Moon.
Wait, there's no werewolves in this deck.
Let him cook. Yeah, little Cito, let him cook. Silzil, thank you very much for joining the channel as a student. Caught that right as we were going to break last time, so I appreciate it. We just wanted to give you a thanks for that. Let's throw some, some lapises in the chat for Sizzle joining as a member. I'm gonna do that.
Slizzle.
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 Yeah. There's my
I'm under the impression that's the correct pronunciation. Slizzle.
Slizzle. Got it.
Slizzle.
It's very possible. Okay, so because here's the thing. You look at this list. He's using Black Moonchild and Red Moonchild as Aristella, and you don't know what he's playing. Like, it looks like an Aristella list, right? It's just like, oh, he's probably playing combo Aristella. He's trying to probably protect the thing. It's fine. Nope. This is going to look way different because we're going to see that Eternal flip up. And Jarrett's going first, which means that he's going to be able to use that Eternal on his turn too, which is pretty nice. So we're going to see exactly how this goes. The extra will here is kind of nuts, and the barrier protection from Eternal to be able to protect his Bloody Moon is also really nice. Jarrett is also probably going to be playing Engineer, which is a really cool way to reuse your Bloody Moons a lot. So you can like cast the Engineer using tapping the Bloody Moon and then target the Bloody Moon. So if it dies, it comes back to your hand, and then you sack the Bloody Moon and it comes back to your hand. Like, there's a lot of cool things that you can do here. Toby going ahead and doing Olga during his main phase. Interesting here. The advantage that we have here for sure from Jarrett is the fact that he will have access to Red Moonchild to make Sword of Progress. Like, Toby has to cast 2 Swords of Progress before he gets to cancel, right? So, like, he can tap out to do double Sword of Progress, and I guess you get there. But we'll see exactly how that goes. Oh, just pass. Okay. Oh no, we are casting something. Yeah!
Here it comes. We're going to will coin out
Feasting unless he pays 1. Oof, that is going to get stopped.
Do I pay?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think you're probably okay with that.
Does Toby know? Does
I
Toby
think
know?
it's more of a just like you tapped out. I'm going to generate some progressive value here.
Gotcha. Yeah, how would he know? How would they know?
Toby paying. How would they know? They're going to know. Oh my god. We're paying 2 life here to produce green. Probably casting Sword of Progression. Yep, Sword of Progression.
Sword of Progression.
This is what we're doing.
Time sword go.
Sword of Progression here. The main reason to do this during his turn, just like proactively, is so nice indicator there, Toby, is so that he can like go to his turn, and just like get a go to his turn and get a Scheherazade for 1, which is really really good. Which is exactly what's going to be cast here in 2 seconds. Replicant Scheherazade coming in. Yep. Replicant Scheherazade. She only casts 1 and she has quick cast because you cast the
Sword of Progression this
Sword
turn.
of Progression. Ooh, in response to end of the book. Jeez Louise, this is a sequence. Okay, so what Toby's doing here is he's in response to her enter effects, he's going to cast End of the Book to put it on the back of the bottom, draw a card. He's popping the Archipelago, getting that Sword of Progression back to his hand, and then now we get to go back into the deck and get a 1-drop Replicant. Is he playing Scarlet in the main board, I wonder? Nope. We're not. We're failing to find, it looks like. Not surprising, particularly. Replicant Sherry is... Replicant Scarlet is just not super great of a card. Then we're swinging in for 4. So,
I think
taking
you
Jared...
get a body to be able to pop the addition.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's... I think Toby's anticipation of that being, like, the major
take
play.
400 damage off of Jared's life, please?
Sure.
He's down to come the feasting. Now, Zeroth's still, like, totally able to do something here in the fact that he might play Light of the Unknown. Light from the Unknown is a card that he's been using for Bloody Moon as well. Light of the Unknown, not Light from the Unknown. Just hard cast in a Bloody Moon. Go down to 36.
Mm-hmm.
Slay, why does he not have a Scarlet in sideboard? I don't know. I personally would play at least one Scarlet on the sideboard just so you can get something out of that. So we're doing Sword of Progression that we know is in hand. Yep.
Can he with only 2 stones?
He's Olga.
Oh, he's Olga, so he gets 2.
Yep, Olga gets to do
Yeah.
that right off the bat. So Olga can use his God Art to cancel the God Art.
That seems pretty good.
Yep, and now we're up 2 Swords of Progression, and yeah, putting in some pressure. End of the turn. Okay, we're not going to tuck a card at the end of the turn. Would have used Sherry's ability. Difference in deck building, Slay, I guess. Yeah, that does feel like hard going into that Bloody Moon felt really rough.
Yeah. Suboptimal.
I mean, losing the Eternal was also really rough. It was the same kind of perspective of like losing the Paramita, right? This is 2 matchups back to back where we've seen the ruler who starts with an addition that taps, but comes into play tap, lose it before he can make good use of it. So like,
I mean, we haven't seen the stone yet, so we have no idea.
What stone?
The new rainstone.
Oh, sure.
Like we haven't seen the rainstone. We're 3 stones deep.
So we're getting the Sword of Progression back into our hand by using End of the Book again. Card's really good.
Straight gas.
Yep. And swing it. And he used. Okay, he used Sherry to cast the End of Book again. Okay, that seems weird. I probably would have just used. Because I wasn't trying to pop an addition, so I wouldn't have used the Mastery personally. But double End of the Book is really, really, really crazy for Toby. Like, card is very, very good for Olga. Just like you it's that idea of like, oh well, I need to find Sword of Progression. Well, usually once Olga finds Sword of Progression, he's just going to keep using that same one over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
This is why Addition Hate's really good to like be able to shoot the Magog. But like in this matchup for Jared, I don't know how much stone. I don't know how much Addition Hate. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Jared's just going to concede there. He says, I don't really have much of a way to come back from that. Which is fair. I mean, like, he kind of just tapped out back-to-back turns.
I think when you are hard casting Bloody Moon.
Yeah, certainly. Like
That's
Jared,
when you know.
Jared didn't really get to do anything that
Yeah.
game that was like cheating in the Bloody Moon, like the stuff that was like, I'm gonna try to get this stuff into play quickly, or punish it, or like cheat it in, or duplicate it, or stuff like that. Because like when he gets to a point where Bloody Moon on field, play a Mikey, duplicate the Bloody Moon, stack the Bloody Moon to duplication, that kind of stuff. You can do some pretty gross things.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I mean, do I think there's much that Toby needs to change here? Probably not in this matchup. It's probably just, lay back and let. It's the same kind of vibe, right? Of like Jarrett's another kind of combo deck playing into a control deck, so you just kind of let the combo deck do what it's gonna do and punish it, and then go in. Let's see. If I'm Jarrett, though, what am I doing as Jarrett? Again, I don't know enough about Jarrett's deck list to know what other kinds of, like, draw, callstone, pass, move into recovery kind of things he's doing.
Goodness.
And we know that I could see a sideboard out of Darkness Moonchild into Wind Moonchild. And hear me out, to try to stop the end of book. The biggest issue here for Jared is the fact that Olga starts with just stop a God's Art. Like, just start of the game, so you kind of have to use both of them, which feels weird. We do have a breakdown, Echo. I can go back into it after this round. It's pretty diverse, honestly.
Jared,
The most represented deck of the environment is Aristella at 9 with 68 players. So,
Jared, if you send it to me, I'll put it on the Facebook page.
sure, I'll work on that right now, Paul. That's a great idea.
That's why I'm here.
Hey. Paul Reisman, commentary partner, manager of our Facebook page.
But
Does good work. There we go, Paul. It's right there, so we can get it posted.
oh, hey, look.
It does look like we're changing a Moonchild out for sure. So let's see what's going on. Oh, I got to tell these guys how much time they have left on round. Not that it's super relevant. And we're back. A dinosaur story. Let's see. What am I doing here differently if I'm Jarrett? It's the Stone Hate list. Leaning heavier on like quick cast stuff, probably. Sideboarding into Addition Hate so I can like turn it back on Toby to get rid of the Magogs. Right? Like that feels like probably the play.
Yeah. I think if you're not running Setting the Stage in this list, you need to be.
Yeah, I think Setting the Stage of Providence is probably a good card that we should
like
hopefully see mains.
The most pro combo card in the game currently.
Yeah, we didn't see any of that last round either. Setting the Stage would be a really good card right now for sure. I think finding opportunities to pop the Magog in response to a sort of progression is also probably one of your best cards. Siding 15 cards and becoming Falchion. What a smoke screen that would be. Again. Just like starting as Aristella and being like, joke's on you.
What is this, Alice Cluster? Gosh.
What is this, Valentina's world into Reflect Refrain Alice's world? Get on my level, man, after my own heart. Jarrett choosing to go first? No, Jarrett choosing to go second, so he has the coin. That makes a lot of sense. I was like, I don't know why you would ever go first. This is honestly, I think, pretty good for Jarrett. If he has any kind of addition hate, then you wait for Toby to try to go in for like that. Like the window of punishes is like the same kind of thing. Like if Toby tries to go in for sort of progression to draw one during his upkeep when he doesn't have any other stones untapped, then you respond, pop the Magog, and just like set Toby on the back foot. Like that feels like it's pretty good. Because it also takes a lot of power away from the Scheherezades. right? Was that a change to? I'm trying to see. He did sideboard. Our overlay kind of covers it up, but Jarrett did indeed sideboard into Green Moonchild over Darkness Moonchild. So
Hmm.
Toby choosing to not do anything before recovery, which I think is probably the smart play from Toby, so that he doesn't walk into just losing his Magog outright.
We're drawing cards.
We're trying. Magog's just filtering. What if we like got to essentially do a mini mulligan every turn? Now imagine if we had 3 of them out.
Scrying.
Scry 3 times.
Delicious.
Go down to 38. What are we playing here so proactively? Oh, wow.
risk the
This
draw.
is... We have a filter into green. Okay.
That
Keyless
works.
spell to draw Magog. And if he goes for a feasting, we've got Will Coin to prevent it. This felt really, like... Hits it. Gets it off the field. The Magog is gone. That's really good.
That's a
That's
really good tempo
That really
play for
helps
Jarrett.
Jarrett a lot in this
A
match, for
lot.
sure. Because now we really need to, now Toby's main cancel in the form of feasting doesn't do anything.
Hmm.
And we also now have lost sort of progression. Like, it'll draw cancel, sure, but then we lose it, right? And that feels bad, right? And I don't know if Toby's playing any way to be able to bring back the Magogs from the RFG. So, oh, the other big thing that's huge here now is now we have Eternal Live. This is Light of the Unknown. This is 100% Light of the Unknown for Bloody Moon.
Boom.
This is a protected Light of the Unknown.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, Dexia's advice. Does not see it off the top. It's a Mikey off the top. So now we have 3 will to cast Dexia's advice, and we can cast it awakened. Jeez Louise, with 2 will backup.
That's fantastic.
What?
I make the will for the card I named, right? The light of the unknown.
Yeah, we're not going to judge it. We're going to say they need to call a judge for this if Toby has a judge ruling question. Yep. This card resolves. He doesn't have to successfully reveal the top card for it to produce the will to be able to usable. I'm imagining we might get a judge call here.
I think clarifying is probably going to be the
Yeah.
benefit here.
Yep. We can pause the timer if they need to.
Mm-hmm.
Did I hear you guys are pausing for judge? Okay, go ahead and use the judge call button. We've paused your timer. Okay, so we are casting Dexia's advice. Casting Dexia's advice. Making sure we're back on time here. Just clarifying how Light of the Unknown works. Ooh, Exorcist Mage. That's not a card I was expecting to see. Does Jared have a spot removal to answer that? Interesting. Not what I anticipated as the top. Maybe that's why he felt comfortable going for that play. Does not have an answer for the Exorcist Mage.
Oof.
No spot removal. Can just choose to just grab a spell and cast it. Do you go for sword here? Do we just like hard slam sword and awaken the sword? That's so clever. Using the free spell from Dexia's advice to cast another Light of the Unknown. Okay.
What if I produce more will?
Not a play I anticipated. That's pretty cool. I like that. Casting Bloody Moon. Wow.
That is a good way of getting around Exorcist Mage. Just
That's a
playing
really
your
good
other
way
card.
to get rid of that. That's really good.
That's
baited out,
really good.
Baited out the extra will from Toby to get the Exorcist Mage out. Now we're going for the will for Bloody Moon. Mikey is on the top. Do we have a way to draw that? Oh, that's so gross. Toby is so busted here. If there's hear me out. If there is an engineer in hand, Toby is in so much trouble.
I mean, likely.
Is there an engineer to weigh a draw card? Oh, okay. That would have been gross.
Okay.
Because if we had engineer here, so hear me out. If we'd had engineer, we tap the Bloody Moon to play the engineer, make the engineer able to duplicate the Bloody Moon, and draw us a card. We tap out to play Mikey, cloning the Bloody Moon, and then sack the both Bloody Moons to just pop both of Toby's stones and put him back at one stone. Like, that would have been gross, but we didn't have it. Still, Bloody Moon, hitting with a Bloody Moon is still very good here. Getting rid of stones, for sure. Puts Olga in a bad spot. Altising's Secret Hideout coming down here, so we have an addition back up.
Exorcist Mage has barrier.
It has barrier, so that means Dexia's advice is pretty bad for the rest of the game.
So Jarrett is going to have to probably pivot into the Bloody Moon combination here to make Toby feel any pain.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. There's a Mikey.
Mikey is going to duplicate Eternal, maybe?
It's the only target.
So,
I mean, it turns Mikey into a ramp spell. So, like, not bad.
that's not awful.
That's why that engineer would have been just so clutch if we had it. So we have 2 Eternals now.
2 Eternals.
It does come into play tapped and then a pass turn. Okay. We got a game. This is certainly more of a game than game 1 was, which is great. I love it. I love seeing it. Because Toby still has to find a Magog. That's the biggest piece here, is the fact that Toby's playing without a Magog. Toby can't really commit to much until he can find another one, which is one of the biggest weaknesses of Olga. Is how dependent that man is on Magog sticking around on the field.
So 2 whites.
Instead of Duet of Light.
Or Duet of Light.
Oh, my man. After my own heart.
Ooh.
Buy back the Magog. Give himself 2,000 life. Buy back a Magog. Get himself 2,000 life. And put 4 +1/+1 counters on the
Exorcist Mage.
Exorcist Mage.
So
now
now
it
he
has
has
double barrier.
Two layers of barrier.
Yeah.
Very strong.
Can't gain barrier twice, but now it has 2 things essentially granting it barrier, so. And then 2,000 life for Toby. Back up to 56. Using Magog here. It does, I mean, the thing is, like, this is nice, but it does, like, take some resources away, right? Like, he's down to 1 will. Takes 8. Goes down to 42. So what are we doing here as Jarrett? If we can answer this, ooh, is there a world where we pump up Mike, like play an addition, tap an addition to pump up Mikey, crash into the Exorcist Mage, go into Dexia's advice? Is that a line? What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are I just uploaded the ruler breakdown to the Facebook page. It's
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Paul.
So,
I mean, we're sitting on 7 will here.
do you crash into the Exorcist Mage? I think that's probably
4
wise.
4 stones.
There's certainly enough of a reason for you to like legitimately go after the Exorcist Mage right now.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of for Toby is that I do see he has Generate Replicant in hand.
Yeah.
So, like, that gets him another Exorcist Mage.
Echo, he does have 2 Eternal. He copied it with Mikey.
Yeah, so now his additions are permanently protected at this point with 2 Eternals, because the Eternals are giving themselves each other barrier.
You'd love to see it.
Light of the Unknown? He can buy back Exorcist Mage with Darkness Moonchild. Yep, but that means he has to, like, open himself up to potential punishes.
Oh my gosh. Moon Incarnation. Love it.
Wow.
So we're gonna Moon Incarnation look for Bloody Moon, I believe.
Yeah. So
'cause
we're going to awaken it and just get Bloody Moon straight to the field. Do I have another Mikey in hand? What is happening? We're certainly going for a Generate Replicant into going into a Feath Sing, but that feels kind of bad. Yeah. We're certainly going to be fighting over this. Is this Spelling Stone? Ugh.
It's the Spelling Stone, pop Magog, draw a card.
We still have 2. We still have 3 will against this sort of progression. So, like, we still can fight over this. Oh, no, we're not fighting over the Moon Incarnation. Okay. Well, I thought there was maybe a world where we fight over the Moon Incarnation. Second Moon Incarnation? We don't have the will for it. That's 2 sort of progressions down. We need to get rid of 2 more.
Mm-hmm. This game has a lot of thinking noises.
Yes, for sure.
Lots
I
of
like
thinking
it, though.
noises.
I do really like it. I mean, this is one of the things that I've said before about this format is, like, it is not cut and dry by any means. Like, you got to be able to pivot and play well. Did he just forget to shuffle? I missed it, Hunter.
Overwhelming power pops Mikey.
It has.
In recovery,
Yep.
by the way. So,
overwhelming. We're up to 2. Cast of sort of progression, so that is spot removal for us. We're gonna definitely see. Looks like a Birth of the Twin Princes to give him barrier. So that's kind of whiff. Generate Replicant can grab any Resonator, Hunter. It doesn't have to grab. But I was saying, like, Generate Replicant would be good to grab another Exorcist Mage, like, if
this one died.
if Jarrett went into something. And Generate Replicant can make any Resonator. Doesn't care if it has to be. It doesn't have to be a replicant to be generated.
It's a moonbeam.
Yeah, instant speed moonbeams.
I'm gonna do the butterfly.
Wow, we are Child of Deathing with no Resonators in graveyard, just to see what we can hit. That's a Memory of Worlds. That's a third Sword of Progression and no Resonators. That is rough for Toby. That is rough.
So the benefits of that is you do have end of the book available now to get your sort of progression.
But we don't have a way to tuck it back to the bottom of the deck. You need Sherry.
You need Sherry.
Sherry tucks the card to the bottom of the deck, and then end of the book moves it to the top.
Okay, so we're missing a link.
My prediction has already been broken, Patrick? How did my prediction already break?
Oh, you were saying Jarrett was going to be... I think the implications maybe that people are receiving is that Jarrett was going to like do a lot of damage to Toby.
Oh
because
no,
of what he
I
did.
predicted Patrick Ogrins's like event results today. Like
Oh,
I spoke
oh.
truth to his event results about how his day was going to go, and he told me my prediction's already been broken. So that's fair, Patrick. That's fair.
Gotcha. Other predictions. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Spirit of Knowledge.
That's gonna get us.
It's a 5-cost or higher, right?
It's gonna get us the another copy of the
Magic Stone
Moon
Golem is
Incarnation,
here.
or is just grab a Magic Stone Golem.
I appreciate this. It's going to come in. It's going to pop and destroy the Exorcist Mage.
Yeah, we do have a bunch of unique. We have 3 unique stones, so we can't cast it for 1 yet. I don't want to cast it for 3.
No, we have 4. We have 4 unique.
Oh,
stones.
we have 4 unique stones. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
we have 4
can't
unique
read.
stones.
It's fine. I can't read.
It's okay. Busy mats and busy cards. So
For 1. This
we're
must
gonna
have
come
been
in.
This must have been the new edition that Jared was telling me about before this round of just a way to close out games. Wow, wow.
Megazord Punch.
Megazord Punch. Going for another Dexia's advice?
We're casting.
Casting something.
Dexia's advice.
Toby's like, no, I have to fight over this.
All right.
So we can get a 2-drop off of this.
So I think Toby's just gonna grab Exorcist Mage at this point.
I can see him going for a Sherry here, so that Sherry can get him another, like an Imul or something. And so he can start making, especially if he has End of Book in hand. So like, there's a really complicated line where like this grabs Sherry, Sherry grabs his Imul in response to the Sherry, and then still before this resolves. Oh, we're just grabbing Black Witch. Never mind. Ignore me.
That works too. And he's at 4?
4 stones.
4 stones, so he
does
doesn't
not
get all
to
the fun stuff.
unseal.
He does get that barrier on that, though, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
We get the Moo Trap, then we get the sword.
Yeah, that's another option too. Yeah, you can grab the 2-drop Moo Tribe and buy back the sword straight away. Yep, the 2-drop Moo guy. Mamu, right? Is that what his name?
Mikey for 6.
Mamu, Restoration King. He does have 1 sword engraved that he milled already, Hunter.
Yeah.
He milled it off of the darkness, the Child of Death.
He's seen 3 swords total.
Wow, and we're playing the dude that gets bigger for the soldier. I forget what that guy's name is.
Aggressor.
I can know what card names are. Aggressor from the future. So it's a nice little 12-12. I mean, that's not bad.
12-12 Pierce for 1. Not
Quick
bad.
cast. 12
Not
gold
bad.
pierce for 1 quick cast. Still staring down an Ultra Magic Stone Golem.
This is Eva now. Feel old yet?
Yeah. Coin and Magic Stone of Moonshade. Going down to 52.
Magna's Guardian Beast.
What is happening?
Let's go.
We are having 2 matches. We have had now 2 matches back to back where players are playing cards that I was not expecting, and it's exactly what I wanted for today. Of like, let's just see people build some random stuff and do some random cool techs, and like that's great. This grits us a Pumpkin Witch. Like we're going in for probably Pumpkin Witch here, right?
Remember when Dexia's advice had stats? Man, I feel old now.
Jared only has 1 card in hand.
This is a Chad move, I'm not gonna lie.
Respect it. Ooh,
that's
good.
interesting.
Kilo
Do we
to
have
stop
a
it.
response? We do have a response. Lorite? Feasting.
He only has 1 addition, so we just pay for it.
So it's gonna time
Pay for
walk
it.
him. Do
Yeah,
we do it
paid
again?
for it.
Okay, there we go. You just time walk him.
And then, okay, cool. So are we going for, is it Black Witch plus something else to just like finish the game out? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, okay, cool. So we found the lethal line here. We don't have a flyer.
Yeah, that's it.
And we have a ruler that we can tap down for Never End to make Never End huge.
We flying.
Because it's 12, 24, 28, 31. Yeah, that's lethal. So there it is.
Woo.
Green control deck does green control deck things. But
Wow.
that was a lot more back and forth than game 2. That was some good play from both players.
Yeah, that was really,
awesome.
really interesting. Another combo deck into a control deck.
Yeah,
So
we
it's not
did
surprised
just
the
happen to
results.
get 2 back-to-back rounds of a combo deck versus a control deck, and we just watched the control deck win both times.
Which should have been full banned. That's a hot take.
That is a hot take.
If only Witch weren't like a good overall card for the metagame. I would probably
Are you talking
agree.
about Pumpkin Witch?
Not Pumpkin Witch. No.
Talking about Black Witch?
Witch of the Fallen
I think it's
Kingdom.
fine. I think it's fine to let control decks have that finisher. Like,
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Here's what you're like, oh, it's too good of a finisher. I don't think it's too good of a finisher. I think that was a great match between a combo deck and a control deck. They interacted with each other a bunch, and it got to like stone 6, and then we finished the game out. Like, that's okay. That's a fine point for a control deck to be finishing out the game, right? In both of these matches, we watched the control deck play to the late game and then have a finish. Both decks happened to play the same finisher, but I think that's okay. Like, that's fine. Like, honestly, I think that's fine. Control decks don't need it. I disagree with you on some points. I think that there are some control decks that need it. I don't see a problem with Pumpkin Witch in this way anyway, because it's not coming down early. Paul, go for it.
Called it.
What?
Pumpkin Witch is not the problem. She did nothing wrong.
I think I think the only deck that seeing Pumpkin Witch get banned out of Asuka is enough for me for that card.
Called it.
Yeah, I think it's just fine.
Yeah. I think if you're getting to turn 5 as a control deck, like that's when you're expected to win the game. And if you win by Witch or you win by some other method, it's the same thing.
Right. Yeah, it's just like that's just the control finisher that I wanted to use, right? Killua can just as easily be like I said in the last match, Killua can not play the Pumpkin Witch line and just play into Zeus Alice, and like that's fine too. Like that's just a different option for her. And Witch of the Fallen Kingdom is a dead card in some matchups. Yeah, try playing Witch of the Fallen Kingdom against Hyde. Hyde goes cute 1-drop 4/4.
Cool. Kill it.
Kill it immediately, and I'm just gonna draw a bajillion cards anyway.
Pay
Like,
black. Kill it.
flip up Rusty, kill it like for free. It's fine. I think that card is
Rusty.
just fine.
Fox. Game.
What does the fox say? Kill that Black Witch off the board, and then I don't even care because I'm drawing cards anyway. There we go. That's what the fox says. Can we get Warhorse back? Stop.
We have Warhorse.
It's called Horse of War,
it's a
and it's a
Sunchild.
ruler.
Don't get
It's
greedy. You already have Warhorse.
It's just a ruler.
It does damage to your opponent. It's
Okay,
even better.
so let's see. I think game 1, I think in that matchup, I think Jarrett just overcommitted. I think very clearly, maybe just because of lack of practice. Fallen Girl also loses to the Fossil Girl auto cancel. Yeah, there's
wrong.
also a world where you just like let them commit to the Black Witch line, and then as soon as the Pumpkin Witch comes down, you cancel the Pumpkin Witch's enter effect, and then you're like, cool, you gassed out and don't do anything, right? Like, falling into their cracks this time is fine. Answers do not make a card fair. That
Yeah,
card
that's
is,
fair.
but the thing is, that play line that he just did was fair. It was a control deck that made it to turn 6. Like,
Yeah.
right? Like, it's a control deck that had to play through a tight spot to get to turn 6. Like, I think that's fine. Yeah, I feel like not playing that new Stone in Aristella was a big mistake for sure. If he was playing Magic Stone of Rain, I think game 1 would have gone a lot differently for him for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would
Also,
have been.
we're seeing 0 setting the stage for Providence. In these
Yeah,
combo
that's the other
decks.
thing too. No setting
where-
the stage of Providence. Where are
Where
these
is
like
this
before recovery setting the stage? That's a big thing that I think is missing for sure.
best
That-
cancel?
Just
Setting the
proactive.
stage for Providence.
especially so the thing is like especially against Olga, like this card feels good because Olga doesn't play White Child, right?
Yeah.
So like you can just go before recovery, setting the stage of Providence, I can play as many cards as I want this turn, let's go. Like imagine like the lines that could have been taken off of that for sure.
Yeah. 100%.
So yeah, I think not playing this card for both of these combo decks where it was a big mistake.
Yeah. That's why you lose the control matchup, because you're not playing setting the stage of
Yeah,
Providence.
for sure. Aristella is so good. Pick good cards. I mean, people can play Aristella in a bunch of different ways. I don't think necessarily like, I don't think that Jarrett was necessarily unfavored there because I think if Jarrett does, like I said before, on that turn, if Jarrett had had an engineer in hand or even a sealed one-eyed dragon in hand to be able to just draw that Mikey off the top on the turn where he was like resolving stuff, Toby would have been out of the game,
Or-
like immediately.
Hear me out. If he had a setting the stage for Providence. in
Or
hand.
if he had said it, well, or if he had set it in the stage.
Just-
Well, that second game, the setting the stage wouldn't have helped because he played
Right.
the Exorcist Mage to mess with the Dex's advice.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But like if the way to play through that would have been if he had been able to draw a single card, he would have been like, cool, I have 3 stones and 2, and you have none, and good luck. Like. That would have been so bad for Toby. Like it would have been game over at that point. But just didn't see a way to draw. It was good tech. I don't know about the archetype. Yeah, I think there was just some mistakes in terms of maybe some tech building, or just Jared didn't see it, which is totally fair. Sometimes you just don't see it, right?
That happens.
Good games though from both players for sure. Great to see. Going into, let's see what we can try to find next round. I'll see if we can see if there's a Funf that's doing well. Oh, we do need to check and see on the Serenade. If the Serenade is 2-0.
Are they playing setting the stage for Providence?
Probably.
Because they should be. Okay. Setting the stage for Providence is starting to become it's starting to become tied.
Should
for
we show people
Institute.
what the GP promo version looks like?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let's do this.
Also, when are we going to get an Institute promo? I Spy. Hear me out. Hear me out. You want to print money? Institute. Institute promo.
Here we go. So, going to here to make sure this is good. Going to here. Oh, unfortunately, the Serenade is 0-2, so we will not be watching the Serenade today. So it truly was the only time that she was on stream was when you were holding the card. It is okay, buddy.
That's okay.
So we do have these beautiful promos to give away. Let me just find where I have them in my binder. They're right here. Cool. So a nice little ta-da page of stuff. So you can see, like, again, like the foiling on it. I'll show with the. It really looks really good with the Isis.
So hot.
Is the like it's not a chrome finish, it's like rainbow foiling, so it's like a platinum finish, which is really, really nice.
Oh, that's my fault.
Oh, that's your fault? Yeah, that's fair. So
Yes, Pat, it is your fault.
so those are the promos. Setting the stage of Providence. This is what the setting the stage looks like. Looks really, really nice.
Hot.
So one person who is watching the event but not playing in the event will receive this page of cards. Can you please win this time? I don't know. It's random, my guy. I can't help you with that. But that is what we are going to be doing.
If you don't get them, time travel, set the stage for Providence and go back in time and march in the Machine Lords and then win. That's how you do it. That's how you win. Glad I could help.
I'm looking for an aggro deck next round. I'm
Not
trying
a
to see-
combo deck or a control deck.
I'm seeing if we can get an aggro deck. So I'm looking at Violet. I'm looking at Oct to see if we can get one of those. So we'll see how that goes. We need to get Paul to World so we can get a promo version of setting the stage with his face on it.
Yes.
So first off, Paul would have to compete in events. Let's talk about the number of times that's happened, Paul.
1.
Correct. How long ago was that? 4
when
years?
did Rhea Cluster come out?
It's been a while since Paul's competed. It's been a while.
Yeah.
So we'll
Not that
see.
I wouldn't mind. I would rather stream with you.
When are we going to
Walter.
show the deck lists from this amazing tournament? We will be posting the top 8 deck lists. Usually they get posted this evening, and then we'll of course be doing a tournament profile, a tournament report from Paul. We'll be doing a tournament report with Paul, going over the ruler breakdown, the top 8 deck lists, and the card choices, and everything else kind of taking away from this. I do want to say a few things, so we have some time, because there's still plenty of time on this round, right? Let me check my timer. My timer has us at 14 minutes left on this round, so we've got plenty of time left. So, I've got plenty of time. I do want to say this. We have an event coming up on April the 1st. April the 1st and 2nd. Paul is going to play in it.
What?
Correct. Paul, you're going to play in this event.
In which event?
I'm committing you to this event right now.
Which
we are
event?
doing an event on the Discord for Ruler School Discord, which you can join through the link in the description, on April 1st. It is going to be a $15 entry tournament. Every person who enters is going to get 5 prize wall points to FowFest 2023. It's just a little bonus event that we're doing. That's going to be a little fundraiser for FowFest. International rulers are more than welcome to come. We will hold your 5 FowFest points for you to be delivered to you at FowFest in 2023. And the top 8 are going to walk away with a pretty sick playmat, which I'm going to show you right now. What? This is an exclusive playmat that we have been given the rights to be able to produce. And there's only ever going to be 7 top 8s and 1 champion of this mat ever printed.
Are you ready?
This is the... oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Never mind.
We lied.
Move it 1 second. Hold on. It's mainly because I want to make sure that the right words are up on it. It's this one, mainly because I need to have that sample watermark on it. So European players are absolutely allowed to play. We are going to be giving away this playmat to the top 8 it'll be a 2-day event. Can you have them transfer to 2024? Sure, Echo. 5 FowFest points to be delivered to you upon your next arrival at FowFest. I'll commit to that now. But it's going to be a little fundraiser event, little fun event to get people ready for their next GPs. It's going to be webcam hosted. It's going to be there, and we are going to be giving away this playmat. It is the only time this playmat's ever going to be performed or printed. There will be 7 top 8s and a champion mat. We're very grateful to iSpy for letting us be able to produce those. So go check out the information in the description to get into our server, and we will post a sign-up sheet for that event in the server this evening, so that people can start getting signed up for that. Again, it's $15 entry. We will try to provide participation promos if possible, but at the very minimum, everyone's going to get 5 points for FowFest just for signing up. It's a fundraiser for us to help us be able to get even more cool stuff to give away at FowFest, which is the hope. So...
now that we're done shilling ourselves,
yeah.
I just want to be very clear, chat. Okay? I play this game. I play this game every weekend. I play it near Lansing. It's great. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Game's good.
Game's good.
Game's good. It's the same. You should have had green Sunchild in the middle. White Child is overrated. No. PR. Because it's a cheaper event and because it's being served as a fundraiser, we are going to try to get players promos for signing up, but I can't promise anything. So that means that we're going to we're going to promise the prize points for people who are signing up. And we appreciate any support. It's kind of like a way to support us through a mini costed tournament because the tournament cost is so cheap. So is there any chance of seeing a Hyde? Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be going for a Hyde for sure. We're just trying to get an aggro deck next round if we can help it.
Playing a GP, you coward. Calling me out.
I'm looking at our 2 O's to see who might be on aggro right now.
I'd play Hyde. I'd play Hyde at a GP.
I play Hyde at a GP.
Yeah, I'd play Hyde. I mean, they're all online, so
Let's
maybe I can do it.
see.
I'll have to figure it out.
Looking at kind of who reported last rounds. Ooh, our boy Tyler's on stream, and he's 2-0. That man's playing aggro.
Yeah.
Should I just message Tyler and be like, yo, want to be on stream? I think he's playing Kilo again, though, so I'm not sure. He probably is playing Kilo again.
That answer is incorrect. Are you telling me to play Falchion? I'm so confused.
New goal. Going to accidentally make Paul the best player in the world. There you go.
Do I even look like Ryan Miles? I don't even have
In the case of a European Spanish example, I will send it to Spain. Yes, absolutely. We will. That's the biggest thing. We're only charging $15 for the event. There's minimal pricing if you're not like a top 8 person, but we are opening it up to international, and you will not have to we will ship it to you if you are international if you win one of the top 8 mats. So sign up, because the more people who sign up, the more cool stuff we can do for FowFest. That's the hope.
That's true.
Tyler is a man of culture and speed. My highest respect. Roderick, yeah, this boy turns things sideways. I trust him exclusively. Roderick, are you on Violet? Someone told me that you were the mad lad who was on Violet. Is that what's happening today?
Please be on Violet.
Is that what we're seeing?
Please. I don't disagree. I'm sure Falchion is the boy. I'm sure.
Oh, one of our 2 O's is on Odin? Oh.
Din.
FowFest. FowFest is in October 27th through the 29th in Kalamazoo, Michigan. So this is like a little mini event to kind of help raise some money for that. We're going to be doing more stuff. Your tech is called Raging Messiah, Roderick. That's what your tech is called. Let's just look at this card. Let's just put this on screen for Roderick.
A red card that do good?
Let's just put this on screen. This is Roderick's new tech. Everybody say hi, Roderick's new tech. Hi, Roderick's new tech. So yeah, that's what's going on there. Almost all of the undefeateds are Falchions and Aristellas. Okay. I have an Odin deck. Let's see. Odin would be cool. We could see an order deck. That match could be over in 2 seconds though, because I know what it's doing. Maybe that's what we want to see as a nice little break and going into round 3. I don't know. We just watched 2 control decks. We do have a Hyde. That's a maybe. Okay, I have our 2 choices kind of locked in. We'll see what their pairings are going into their next round. So we'll see how that goes. I think for right now, that's all we have to say. Stay tuned to see when we're going to have our giveaway for next round. Super happy to have you all here in the chat being super active. I'll do my usual thing again. If you want to access all those cool emotes while we're gone, you can go ahead and check that description to click that join button down below. Gets you cool merch too, including potential options for our new, I really wish I had one here on time, our new Nightfest variant playmat that is available. You can check us there too. So we'll be back in just a few minutes with round 3. Thank you all so much. Be back in a minute. Where is my short break? And we're back. Paul's over there. Here. With the sun shining in his face.
We're back. A Grand Leon story.
Grand Leon story. We just felt we've got quite a bit of time left. There's still quite a few games going on in time on round here. And so, we didn't want to leave you all hanging for super too long. So we just felt we would come out and hang out with you guys. We were just talking about
What ruler's going to win?
what ruler's going to win. Killua or Olga, but I wish Aristella. I honestly don't think I can call a specific ruler as being this is the ruler that's going to win.
Yeah,
In my mind, there does not feel like there is even close to a tier 0 ruler.
I will say, I think we know what the deck is to beat.
Yes.
So the deck that is going to win is going to be able to consistently put Aristella on the back foot as a semi-combo deck. And I think we have some really good contenders for that.
Yeah.
I think we saw potential in Killua. There's potential maybe in Olga. I think Hyde has really good board control situations going on, as well as some hand development, hand disruption.
Yeah, I think that Zeus or that Order Alice is still a thing. Linos Faria is a ridiculously good card. There is not a single Ragnarok in this tournament. No Ragnaroks, no Welsers. So, sorry.
But we do have a Void Ruler.
We do have one Machina 1, and we have 5 Eins. There are 5 Eins. One of them is currently 101. We have a few builds that we are currently kind of tracking to see what their pairings are going into round 3. We just watched 2 mid-range combo control decks matchups. So to kind of shake it up here, we're looking for kind of a high-up red deck, or aggro deck, I should say. To see what happens. I don't know how any of the Octs are doing currently. So we'll see exactly how that's going. There were how many Octs? Let me go look at the post that we made. Thanks, Paul.
Hey.
Let's see.
If only we had a website.
Well, you know what? That's your job. I've said you have permission to start working on it.
Oh, that's true.
I did tell you that.
Yeah, that's true.
Ruler School,
Rulerschool.com.
School Campus might be opening soon, being our website. There are 4 Octs in this event, so we don't know how any of them are doing with that. This is a pretty good breakdown, though. I mean, we've got Sun Children rulers, we've got Order rulers, we've got Moon Children rulers with additions, we've got Moon Children rulers without additions, we've got single rulers, we've got OG rulers, we've got Judgment rulers, we've got Order rulers. This is pretty well represented. There's only, let me look at this, double checking real quick here as I go through the list. There is okay, so there are water rulers in this list, being Aristella and Falchion, and Aristella, Falchion, Alice, and Serenade Vier are our water rulers. So that's there for sure. I'll come to the GP with Ragnarok if you have one in Austria this year for sure. We also have Dries. We don't know how Dries are going as well. Yeah, of course European events will have one Ragnarok. Man, you will be playing Ragnarok.
Yep.
We were talking about this in the break. They were going to make an unofficial ruler school combination ban list, which is that it's a player combination ban list, and it specifically says that Minha can't play a singleton ruler. So it's no Ragnarok, no Magna, no. If Zeus ever gets unbanned, no Zeus. Just
get in the comments as to why, because
Yeah.
I have to if I'm going to put a reason, I need to know why.
Yeah,
right?
we need to see what happens. No Olivia, sadly. Yeah, Min. Paul tells me you shipped him an Olivia list, so that's very interesting.
It is ham. It's ham.
And
We love ham rulers.
we do.
3 dry. Interesting.
Yeah, only 3 dry. I mean, this is a decent spread. I'm pretty excited. We have an Excalibur Faria that's currently on our list of potentials for next round, which is 101. Vier is currently 0-2. So Vier is not doing much this event. How are the dry decks doing? I don't know. We don't have. There's one Violet, which I believe is currently 1-1, and that's Roderick. Who was in the chat a little bit earlier. We don't get These Discord events are a little bit differently in terms of us being able to look at specific decks, because we don't have the like physical deck lists in front of us, so we can kind of like track player names a little bit easier. I kind of just give our wonderful TOs over at Games and Geek, like, I'm looking for this deck, I'm looking for this ruler, I'm looking for this kind of thing. Give me the highest placed one that we're doing, and they kind of just hunt it down for us as best we can. Paul, what you doing back there, bud?
I'm just correcting the grammar in this ruler breakdown sheet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. You do your thing. I will say it's gonna be 6 rounds, Andrea. I will say we were talking about this while we were out. It's very interesting that we watched 2 Moon Children rulers who start with the addition both get beat by rulers that don't start with a Moonchild ruler that doesn't start with an addition and a Sunchild ruler. So maybe starting with Wall or a Turtle or something is not just hands over fist the way to win games, which is something I've seen in the community as of late, of just like, oh, the H1 rulers are just the best because they start with this addition. It's like, you don't need it to be successful. So I enjoy this format a lot. I've been playing Funf a lot. I know you've been playing VR, Paul. I've been playing Funf and having an absolute blast with that. We love you too. We love you too, Mr. Slocum.
Mr. Slocum is his father.
Let's see how we're doing currently. Oh, it does look like all of the rounds are finished. Okay. Does look like we are about to go into next round.
I just want everyone to know in the chat that Mr. Jeremy Franklin said I'm not allowed to play in the GP because he owns me.
I don't. Wait a minute.
I
I say you work for me. I did not say you own me.
Yeah, I don't. What's the difference?
That I pay you and you are allowed to leave whenever you want without fear of retaliation.
He is my ball and chain.
I just said you're allowed to leave without any fear of retaliation or
That's
punishment.
exactly what the ball and chain would say.
Wow. Wow. This has been a rough day for me.
So if you want me in Japan, become a channel member and maybe we can afford to at least pay part of the way.
Wow, that turned into a really weird chill at the very end there. Was not.
See, I can pull it back in. Improv, baby. Improv.
Let's see. Ooh, okay. I have my potential pairings for next round, so I'm just kind of double checking something real fast to see what we're gonna do here. So we're cut into a quick break, and then we'll be back here with round 3 because I have the pairings. We just gotta pick which one we're gonna go. So going into round 3 here in just a minute. So we're good to go. Yeah, you guys can go ahead and go through the process of like getting set up for dice rolling and stuff like that. So at this point in time, we are all set on the stream with camera angles and everything else. So we are going to say you guys have 60 minutes on the round. Welcome to round 3. You may begin. Okay, here we go. Ready to see some Odin versus Falchion?
Oh, yeah.
So we already know that Joseph is starting with White Moonchild. I don't know if he's also going to grab Wall. I also don't know if John is playing the like aggressive Messiah strat. I've played against John quite a few times, and he's been playing on Odin for quite a bit. So I'll be curious to see kind of what has been updated for his Odin list, kind of what he's doing from there. What are your thoughts, Paul?
I'm curious to see if the Odin deck, knowing what I think it's going to do, I'm wondering if it's going to be able to pivot away from that strategy in the event that Falchion is able to inch it out and prevent the initial win con from happening or not. That's my main concern. Decks that have longevity in this game are the ones that can pivot away from their primary win condition to their secondary win condition
for sure.
successfully.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Well, howdy.
So, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see. The biggest 68 players today, actually.
Oh.
Okay, doing our deck cutting here. And let's see what goes. It'll be interesting to see what edition we're grabbing off of Falchion first off. If we're just going to go straight for the Eternal, or if we're going to go for a Wall off the bat. If it is the Artillerist deck, then obviously going for Wall is the better play. But if it's not, that could be potentially bad. Artillerist plus Messiah, Raging Messiah, can just sometimes be you're dead, but you have to be able to target your opponent. So that's the big
That's a big
trick.
thing. So if Falchion doesn't play Wall,
The fact that he has White Moonchild certainly helps because White Moonchild can give him barrier. But we'll see exactly how this plays out. I believe both of these players are either 101 or 2-0. I can double check here in terms of their points. Let's see if I can go into it and see here. Oh, both of these guys are 2-0. Apologize. These are both 2-0, sitting at table 6.
okay, so Wall is here.
Okay, well that's...
So we definitely have 2 layers of barrier that John's going to have to get through at this point.
Yep.
So again, we're going to see if he's actually going to pivot into something else. We're going to search our edition out.
Daily research. Probably going to grab Magog. That's a card that I've seen a lot of Aristella or Falchion decks kind of pivot to. Oh, Spirit Ring.
Here we are.
That's also really good because you know why? It produces will to make spirits. And you know what's a spirit?
Fierler?
What did you just say?
Fierler?
Fiola?
Fierler. Yeah, Spirit Ring is, in general, one of those editions that people forget about because they're like, oh, it exists.
Why did he do that before calling Stone? To maximize the 4C? If he hits a 4C? Well, we can't play that soul. Well, we can filter into the Soul Ring. The Spirit Ring.
Yeah. But I think he played the Soul Ring.
I'm sorry, what? Alvarez, the Demon Castle. Also a card that I really enjoy in this environment. If people are trying to play Never Ends, you just say your board has a permanent -2/-2 to it, so that you can't get Never Ends to be on board.
Shout out to Jolteon V.
Yeah, we're doing a -2/-2 to both sides of the board if they're non-darkness.
Very interesting. Yeah,
You
it
don't
makes
want
sense
to
to
order
hold on.
artillerist here.
Yeah, yeah, don't.
Well, you can target one of the resonators, I guess, and it does kind of help. Mistletoe. That's pretty good. I don't hate this as
Yeah.
like the pivot, right? Especially since
Mhm.
like we've been given a full rounds. Um, it can't be. It can be destroyed by the Darkness Moonchild, which is a little rough.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still just a good card in general to really kind of accelerate the deck for sure. I'll be curious to see if he's gonna mill the arena expansion or if he's gonna mill something different.
Mm.
Because you can mill any light card.
Well, one of the benefits of being Odin is you get Winds of Asgard for free.
That's true for sure. We do get Winds of Asgard for free.
So where I think Odin has a lot of potential, where I see Odin having a lot of potential is, yeah, it has high damage output with things like Artillerist, but if it does pivot into the classical Mistletoe stun control,
Yeah.
you could potentially start draining a whole bunch of life.
That's the other thing too is like Dark Sun is also good, right?
What is it? So yeah, tell me what Dark Sun is. I mean,
I don't
besides like
necessarily
removing
know if
stuff,
it does
but,
much in this matchup. It does, but it does cause like it makes stuff lose races. I don't know if it does anything against Falchion per se, but it
Yeah.
does force him to banish something, which
I
is
think
pretty
in
good.
this particular metagame, you're probably siding Dark Sun at most.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not sure if there are any like
Has the Void Edition that shuts down Color Editions been played today?
Damascus Moon.
We
No.
haven't seen any Damascus Moon as of yet, but also I will say that the decks that we've seen played haven't really relied heavily on additions. This is the first deck that we, like, being Falchion, this is the first, like, addition-heavy deck we've seen today.
Yeah.
Right?
So we're gonna mill our Brunhild to start getting that set up.
Yep.
That kind of makes sense to me. I also like the idea of like pitching things to Mistletoe to make her larger instead of pitching them with Artillerist to make damage
that could be
happen.
the very big. I mean, that could certainly be the pivot here in the response to like seeing the wall come out, seeing the White Moonchild.
Yeah. The benefit of Odin is he's got so many really strong board control tools on top of just really good stun tools.
Yeah, for sure. And we still can call stone. 4C, so black-white for Odin. Are we gonna 4C? Has Angelic Battle Barrier decided any games today? Nope.
Yeah, haven't seen her silence.
Even if either players, I think, of the matchups we've played today, I don't think either of the decks would. I don't think any of the decks that we've seen played today would have been punished by an Angelic Battle Barrier.
Nope, not yet.
Everyone's been playing like 2 cards per turn, 1 card per turn.
Mhm.
I mean, I think maybe it would have made the matchup against Asuka like even more Killua favored,
Mhm.
and I think maybe would have disrupted Olga maybe a little bit more. But like, I also think that they just as easily could have been like, well, okay, that's where I guess that's where I stop.
Yeah, I feel like Angelic Battle Barrier is an anti-combo card, and the best way to go anti-combo right
Ooh,
now is
Artillerist.
just to go control. So Artillerist is pitching.
Can't hit himself for damage. Hold on, I do have to speak to that. Pause, guys.
Oh yeah, you can't target me, can you?
Okay, cool. You guys caught it, so we don't have to pause. Thanks.
Yeah, my bad.
There we go.
There we go.
Player courtesy.
Yeah, we didn't even have to rule on it. And the main reason, for those of you wondering, why did you interrupt there? Because it was an illegal target. That's why he couldn't have targeted his opponent at all. He could target target player. He does have to target himself.
Okay. You're gonna hit
hitting himself for 12, unfortunately, with the artillerist. So, yeah. John has to shoot himself for 12, which is unfortunate. It does say you may pump up the cost of it with Brunhild, so he could have made it just 6, but that's a misplay there too. So would you mind hitting John's life down to 28, please?
Yeah, I can do that.
So that's now an 8/8, and the other one's an artillerist as well.
Yeah. So he's using the stat manipulation of his Angel and his Brunhild. He can choose not to do it, and he chose to do it anyway. I think he maybe forgot that. Maybe he forgot that he could just choose not to manipulate the cost with Brunhild, or whatever, and is just unfortunately hitting himself for too much. It is a May discard, that's true, but so Dark Hydra. Here's the thing. There is a sequence there where player courtesy, in noticing that he couldn't target himself, they could have rewound it and let him choose to not discard a card, but it seems like because John already discarded the card as part of the resolution of Artillerist, that they are just letting the damage go through, which is totally understandable for Joseph to say but hey man, with the card's resolved, you're gonna take that damage. John knows that wall from his locals. I think it's probably maybe just flustered from the misplay then, maybe. Discarded a 3 cost. I got his cost bumped by 3. So yeah, shot himself for 12.
Green-black.
Institute? Jeez Louise. So many
Institute is here.
additions.
All right, Intercept.
Good card. Best card.
Yeah.
So good.
So we're at 2 stones here.
So we're getting a static +4/+4 to the board, and those tokens are already 2/2s that get buffed by Alvarez as well. Is that right?
And you said artillerist is 7/7.
Let me just pull up my own.
Okay, that's fine with me. All right, I will.
No, they don't get buffed. Okay, so there's 6/6s with flying.
Hunter, yeah, Tazir, he had to shoot something because it is target, and the only legal target was himself. So the wall had given him, the wall naturally gives Joseph barrier. So.
I think if you're Misty, do you just swing to get rid of the wall? And force a block?
Yeah, +4/4. There's 6/6s right now.
Probably.
Because you recover at the end of turn. I think she has Pierce,
yeah,
too.
she does have Pierce, and she's currently swinging for enough damage that Pierce might get through the 6/6 tokens, although she does have -2/2, so let's talk about this. So biggest thing on his field is a 1-drop, which is technically a 4-drop, so she's a base 4. She's base 4/4 up to 8/8 down to 6/6 and has 8 1/1 counters on her, so she's
There we go.
13 is how much we're swinging with this.
Child of Darkness Moon.
Child of Darkness Moon to shooter. Do we have a Winds of Asgard?
Winds of Asgard would
Winds
be
of Asgard
very
would be really good here. It certainly seems
Winds
like
of
it.
Asgard
Yep,
for
there it
free.
is.
He. What's really interesting here is Joseph is saying, "What does that do?" Which means he's not familiar with the Odin matchup.
So yeah, that's very true. So this is swinging in for 13, which could crack the wall. It would do 7 damage, which doesn't crack the wall if he blocks.
It does get rid of one of the flyers, though, which is very strong.
For sure.
Falchion can struggle with board presence.
Does choose to block.
I will attempt to block.
We also can. Have we pitched to Brunhild this turn? No, I don't think we have.
We haven't not pitched the Mistletoe yet.
So we're still going to crack this wall because of the Pierce. Oof. So it's up to 4. So now it's a 3-drop. It's gained 7 more counters. That is going to crack the wall, going up to 20. So 6.
I see your block, and I
Why
raise you
is
more
the-
damage.
Still before damage. Don't pitch a rage. Like, what? What are we doing here? What is happening?
So we're making a white will.
Oh,
We're gonna
Odin
Odin
enters
enters
the game of gods to then shoot the token. Or do you shoot the wall?
So Odin
Well, let's
enters.
see.
Destroy up to 1 target non-magic stone entity with total cost X or less, so you can kill one of the tokens.
Where X is the highest total cost among entities you control, but the highest total cost among entities you control right now is 5.
Yeah, so you can pop the wall.
And then where do you get the most damage? Oh no, yeah, pop the wall. So then this damage actually hits his face.
Yeah,
That's the proper call.
you kill the token and you deal face damage, which is very strong.
Yeah, no, that's very good.
Can we just talk about how flexible of a card that is?
The
Like,
wall is gone.
pop
Peep
a
in top
thing.
3.
Oh, you say you're doing that first?
Yeah, so he has to look at the top 3.
Yeah, he has to do the top 3 peep first. Yep. But it is resolving. So this is going to be a good chunk
Yeah,
of damage.
no
So
kidding.
20 minus 6, so 14 damage. What is in Joseph's hand?
Not a
we
fairy spell
know-
and not a feat sing.
What edition did he grab
Then
off of the search? Off of the daily research? What did he grab?
I think he grabbed.
all right, so mine's a 600. Yours is a what?
Oh gosh, I don't remember.
4 base, 2 base, plus 8. Yeah. 14. Takes you down to 26. Pierce damage. Relevant. Wow. For like the first time in Faust history. Pierce damage.
Pierce damage.
Relevant.
It's been a long time since pierce damage.
It
was
has been a
relevant.
long time since we've seen Pierce do
And the
something
best
good.
part is, like, Mistletoe just recovers.
Do you just play Artillerist here and kill him?
Uh,
If you have a Banquet Demon in hand. It's just... Well, no, that's 20. It's too short. Unfortunately.
yeah.
Oh, the ring. That's right. Thank you, Steven. He grabbed the ring. The
Thank
spirit
you.
ring. Mistletoe putting in work. I also think that there's a world where you just kind of like chill here. But maybe going in with the Artillerist, yeah, just to force the get something to block or force a play out of him. He's taking it. Takes 7, go down to 9, 19. So he's a base 3. What is Artillerist's base stats?
4/4.
Base stats 3/3.
Oh,
down
he's a
to a
3/3.
1/1. Plus
Oh.
5/5. So he's a 6/6. He took the 6. So he's down to 20 flat.
He's not a 20 flat.
Yeah.
Oh, you have an ender gain? Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Mistletoe is such a good card.
Moonchild?
Lumia? To heal the life back? Here's something to cancel it?
So I go back to 4,000.
Back up to 40. Just like, man, I took a turn of damage. Nope.
There you go.
Card's good.
Card's good.
Does your stuff, if it's removed, does it like in any way the stuff in your graveyard does it benefit your other removed game stuff?
So we're just going to need some clarification on how Odin works.
How does the replacement effect of Odin work?
How does
And it's
Odin
like,
work?
If a thing is sent to the graveyard for any reason that has those abilities. Yeah, it's a replacement. So they don't even go to grave. They go to RFG instead.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't pitch to Mistletoe that turn?
No, he did.
Okay.
Remember, he pitched in response to the block,
Oh, that's correct, to pump it up.
and then he Odined the wall.
Correct.
And so he took
That is
piercing damage.
correct.
So everything's removed from the graveyard for John, which I think is probably fine because John doesn't really care about his grave too much.
It does make Keep the Faith a little bit worse, but like we haven't seen John use Keep the Faith.
Yeah.
It certainly can mess with like reanimating artillerists, like at end step artillerist shoot you kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I think in this matchup, maybe Keep the Faith is it's like I'm gonna get my thing flying.
And drain.
Yeah.
+4/+4.
Like I'm doing this to get my thing flying, and I mean other things, but mostly flying. So I can just fly over with my 40/40 and kill you. Mikey coming in, probably going to copy the and I probably would say the Institute.
Institute,
right?
yeah.
Definitely
Copy
the Institute.
with the Mikey for sure.
Because now your board's getting a +12/+12.
And it also refunds you one of the stones that you played the Mikey with.
Sack the Knowledge Stone. Illusion Flower for Misty would be... Yeah, that'd be workable. Misty stops J Resonator non-will activate ability, so...
Does it have blind?
So we're going to cruise in for...
Declare an attack in the air for
14 in the air.
Ooh. Oh my goodness. John taking the damage.
Yeah, going down to 14.
Going down to 4.
Double.
What am I doing? Jeez. Here, we fixed it.
Did we? There we go. 14. The Lumia can also swing in here right now for 14 for lethal if we have any kind of spot removal.
Spirit
Playing
Ring
the
to,
Spirit Ring.
I mean, this just pops the Misty.
It can't top Papa J Ruler. It just is a thing. Can't pop Resonators or J/Resonators. Oh, just gonna pass it. Okay.
At the start of your turn before draw, I will attempt to light punch out.
Oh, we are telling John he gets one card though, which is fair. Just trying to stun to close out the game a little bit.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense to me using White Child of the Light Moon.
You can only play one card.
Trying to think, like,
Yes.
in the Odin suite, what is the most important card for him to see right now? He wouldn't be playing Gungnir.
I don't really know much of like
I don't know if he's playing Gungnir.
the problem here being that flyer. That's the biggest issue here, right? And certainly having the Spirit Ring certainly kind of telegraphs Fiola for sure. Raymond.
Okay.
That's not a spell. We can cast Raymond.
We can cast Raymond.
You can Goddard the Raymond in.
It'll give everything eternal +2/2.
Okay. It will also make everything bigger. It'll make the artillerist much bigger because suddenly his biggest thing is an 8-drop. Because you could make the cost manipulation of Raymond to be 3 plus 4,
Mm-hmm.
or sorry, a 7-drop.
So I'm recognizing that John is playing green.
Yeah. Rather than red, we're certainly playing not the artillerist
Yeah,
Messiah
we're
idea.
playing very classic Odin here.
Yep.
If John is a relatively new player, he might be playing Gungnir. I know most players shy away from it just because it's.
John's been
it's a
playing
green
Odin
card.
for a while, and I've never seen him try Gungnir before.
He's never played Gungnir. Interesting.
Yeah.
It is the board wipe spell.
-2 for things that aren't summons. So these are +10. This is +12.
How big would Mikey be then? I forgot space slots.
16.
Mikey's sitting at being a base cost 16.
It would be 18. I was counting.
What are we going in here? How do we play through this? Thinking through Odin's package without it being... I mean, the way we would play through this naturally would be, if we were playing the Messiah play. That's just lethal, right?
I think
But I don't know if we...
if you get one play, this is where I actually I have the argument for Gungnir in my head because I get one card, I'm playing green, I kill my Raymond to then board wipe you and remove your graveyard.
Right.
That feels really strong.
Does Gungnir hit additions too?
It does not,
Magic Sphere of Devotion.
but I with a Mistletoe that big, I don't think you care.
Well, he also has Eternal, so he doesn't lose anything.
Yes. How big? Because it's light, right?
Yeah.
So it's the -2, and then but that cancels out from your one thing. So what's its stat? What's it now?
Okay, what?
I heard a 21-21 for the Mistletoe.
And he hasn't pitched anything yet.
He has not pitched anything yet. He has not played any cards, so he still has that one card available for the
He
turn.
Huge boys.
He also could just pay 3 right now for Gungnir and full send it.
You're declaring it at
Paying 3 in the battle step feels bad.
Yeah, especially walking into an untapped stone. But I mean, if it pays off, we just win here, right? Blocking with the Lumia. Pitching another Valkyrie. So that's a 3-drop that becomes an 8-drop. So she gets 8 more counters, going up to being a 29/29.
Jiminy's.
And Artillerist is also bigger. The
Draw
biggest
a
thing on your
card.
board now is now an 8/8, so the Artillerist has +8/8.
Gungnir does have quick cast.
Yeah, it does. Yep.
It only costs 1 green in your main step.
Yeah. Yeah, 3K. Hey, man.
We're going to attempt to block 15 of the 30?
So we're trying to block 15 of the 30. What, with one spell, what's the line here?
Potentially Odin enters.
Odin enters wouldn't be bad. Raging Messiah, just we're about to do Murder.
Raging Messiah with no red will. Let's
yeah,
go.
Exactly. No filters, no red will, Raging Messiah. Let's go. We did it.
John is making a lot of thinking noises.
I think
on
that
his side.
that makes sense. This feels like he's playing into a control deck. A feed sing really messes with him here.
Lumia's defense.
Is 15. She's a my bad. She's a 12 by 15 at the exact. Yeah.
She's 12 by 15, so she's getting 12. She's getting 12 minus 2 too, because she's only a light resonator when she's on forward because of Alvarez.
Mhm.
So she's a 12-15. Yep.
She's getting a -2/-2, despite the fact that she's
not darkness while
she's
she's
not
in the
dark.
field.
Right. She's only darkness light in hand.
Correct. She's only resonator, and she's only the light side resonator while
Yeah,
she's
that's
on
right.
board. Because of how this works. Let's see. So there's got to be some kind of combat trick here, right? The problem is we only get one cast.
Okay. No response to block.
It's just going to take the 15. Let's see what else we got here.
Misty's going to recover at the end of this turn.
We can swing in with the artillerist as well. The artillerist is a 11-11, 9-9. But that's not gonna get. That'll just get. But it has eternal. But it's better to keep it up as a blocker. The Mikey's gonna be swinging in for lethal next turn. The problem is the flyer. That's the biggest problem here for John. Is the flyer from the Alvarez.
Yeah. He's got to kill the flyer, which is definitely possible, again, with an Odin enters. Mikey cannot activate any of his activate abilities because of Mistletoe.
Wow. I will say Killua aggro is currently 3-0. Just to kind of jump in. What is the one? What is the one? I'm just trying to think of, like, is there even a card we play this turn?
Yeah.
Like, artillerist? Oh, yeah, that's the problem. Wait.
It goes after you contract, I believe. Yeah, if I don't control Azula on the contract.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Lars is going to tuck himself.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's specifically Riz.
Okay, and that happens at the end of turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of hesitation on Joseph's end because he's never played against Odin. John just seems to be a slower player in general, which is
Not. I mean, it's not bad necessarily.
it's
I mean,
okay.
this is like he's one ruler versus 3. Like,
Yeah.
It's
Is it
tricky.
slow play? I mean, potentially,
I don't think it's intentional by any means.
but
Okay, so if I'm Falchion, we just call Stone, swing in for lethal, right?
so before recovery, John is going
okay.
to try and do something here.
Try to kill the token? The problem here is that Mikey can swing multiple times.
He can't because Mistletoe's on the field. He can't recover himself
What do you mean?
because Mistletoe stops all non-will activate abilities of Jade Resonators.
Oh, you're correct. I can't read. I forget things. So we're doing Winds of Asgard before recovery.
no, no.
So the Wind of Asgard's resolving here.
Is that before unrest?
Yeah, this is before unrest.
Okay. Is there anything else you have before unrest?
Let's see what happens here. What is the play? What is the play? We're doing something before recovery.
Here's the thought experiment because this is taking so long. Do you play Starfall and Dark Alice in this list
In Odin?
as a draw?
Yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely. Absolutely, I would. Dark Alice plus Starfall is a wonderful draw engine.
Draw 4 cards.
Who would have guessed that in a field with mostly hero cluster rulers, Killua would be a top contender? I mean, sure. Killua is just a good.
Yeah, and it gives it what?
So it has multiple options. Face,
Is he doing the mode to draw bajillion cards?
I can go from top to bottom, but I believe I'm just going to choose the top mode.
Which is?
I don't think Wind Moon stops Wind of Asgard.
It does, if it's played for free.
I have responsibilities. So you're attempting to give it flying drain, right? 400?
He's trying to keep the faith to protect his ruler.
I'll attempt to deal it.
He had to use his 2 rulers to make will from spring. Yeah. Kilo's a good card. Kilo's a good ruler. We saw this before.
Killua, good. It's like, do I do anything in response?
Spirit Ring's ability to.
Yep, so we're making Fiola off of the Spirit Ring to stop the Keep the Faith so we don't have flying. So then our flying token that we got on turn 1 can push in for lethal.
That does not resolve.
Do we have a second one? If we got a second one, we got a second one.
Yes.
Praying Valkyrie to try to draw a card.
Do what?
Basically to draw a card, and then it's going to move itself, so I'm going to boost my guard by
Let's see. What are we doing? We just trying to dig?
Boosting Misty.
We can pitch
Draw
off
a
of
card.
Misty as well to draw another card. So, like, we do have a lot of dig. We just got to see a Keep the Faith. Something to give flying.
We're just going to pop something.
No, I think we're going to... Whoa, okay.
So, Sword of Mistletoe.
Holy Sword of Mistletoe. If 1,000 or more damage would be dealt to you, it's dealt 1,000 instead. Rest target. You didn't awaken it, but it does make it so that, you know, this flyer only hits him for $1,000 and he's got 2 blockers. So, like, that's not bad.
It's not ideal.
I mean, it certainly taps him out and says if Joseph has any form of addition hate, then we're good to go, but it's certainly something.
Are they still resolving this, or are they...
I think he's trying to read what Holy Sword does to
Okay.
see if he wants to.
We have not
Do
quite
anything.
taken the damage yet, then.
Well, we haven't even swung. We're still in recovery. This is before Joseph's recovery phase.
Well, I mean, he attacked with... Is this still... Is this still
This
in
is
recovery?
Joseph's pre-recovery phase. Yes, this is all happening before Joseph's recovery.
Jeez.
Yeah, the artillerist is also huge now, for sure.
Anything else before unrest? Alright. I will cast.
Yep. Kilo as well. Yeah, that's lethal. Oh, his stuff has barrier.
Yeah, his sword has Eternal.
Yeah, his sword has. Does the sword naturally have eternal? As
It does
well?
naturally has Eternal, yeah. When it's here forever.
Oh, it does have quick cast and eternal. Yeah, you right. Yeah, you right. My B. He also can't even target it.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong
He's looking at shield, not sword.
Hear me out, I Spy. The bubbles weren't a problem.
Well, this was before they fixed it, so they were nice and bolded. So
Fair enough. Also, the bubbles.
it's just chill.
Just the bubble. Yeah, 50-minute game 1. Welcome to locals.
Hey, well, I mean, like, welcome to GPs too. Like, when both players are playing against decks they've never played against before.
Yep, absolutely.
I think he's still fine.
So the next damage you would take is 1,000 instead.
It's not the next damage. It's every instance of 1,000 or more. Not that it matters with this. Besides, it also has barrier because of Wind of Asgard. Yeah, you're right. This turn it has barrier and eternal. It has both of the things. In before played Damascus Moon, but then it makes your Academy cards feel bad. Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Why are we tapping Falchion?
Oh, so you could hold up the Viola, Will. So if you have a second Viola in hand, you can, like...
Well, I mean, yeah, but you don't have to tap Falchion to do that.
No, I was just telegraphing it. Like going into your turn, I might have a Viola.
But you also can just call stone with one of the other rulers to do that. Why tap Falchion?
Because you can't rest Falchion to get a... Or can you? No,
you can rest any J ruler to
You can rest any
Spirit
J
Ring.
ruler.
What
Oh,
are
it's
you what are you doing?
Third Institute.
Third... Chonky.
Wheeze big. What if I was getting plus 24, plus 24,
Okay, Toby,
minus
for
2?
a man who
Minus 2.
played Mistletoe to a top 8 finish, to forget that he can't use abilities to activate things is disappointing, Toby. Royd, our deck list made public at all? If so, during, after the tournament. After the tournament is over, for sure. Tapping Death Scythe. Falchion might be for Death Scythe, yeah. Any instance of damage over 1,000 is only 1,000 instead. Yep. So you gotta do 2 hits here. You gotta hit him twice with these gigantic boys. The problem is the Mistletoe is also huge.
All right, chat. Here's the question.
Okay.
What sandwich would
Stop.
Falchion eat?
Stop. Get out of here. I don't like this question coming into my chats. Stop. Okay. Let's talk about this, though. For Falchion to play through here to get a win this turn, what is the line? Is there one? I don't know. We can't do Addition Hate. We can't possibly swing with 2 flyers. We don't have a way to give flying. We don't have a way to spot remove either of these 2 guys because we already used our Dial of the Darkness Moon.
Viola can't swing. Viola can't swing.
Viola can't swing?
Oh, I cast it this turn. You're right.
Yeah, there they go. They caught it. I was like, wait, Viola can't swing. Yeah.
I'm going to attack.
So the Misty's gonna block the Misty's gonna block the Mikey because Misty can't take any damage, right?
Yep.
So.
And it has barrier.
Yeah. Yeah, and it can't be targeted. Yeah, for sure. Play his own Keep the Faith to give something flying? Yeah, joke's on you. Wow.
I feel like and barrier is becoming the meme of this stream. Like, very quickly.
She prevents all damage that's dealt to her.
So Mistletoe will have Pierce, Barrier,
And he's, that's
and
it.
Villains.
Villains pierce barrier.
I'm a villain.
Wow.
Anti-Paladin.
The Dark Sword Saint. Very interesting how this game has not gone. I walked into this game wanting an aggro deck, and I watched a stun deck versus a control deck. This is not what I should have just gone with Kilo. We would have been well done by now.
You could say that you are stunned.
I am. Well played. Well played. A bunch, but it's only 1,000.
More than 10 damage. Declare an attack for more than 10
Go
damage.
down to 4. Sealed One-Eyed Dragon for lethal?
You can't. He has barrier.
No.
And barrier. Paul wins.
Angelic Battle Barrier so that John can't play any cards during his turn, but he doesn't need to. He's just going to this. Yeah, this Odin is kind of sick, though, for grinding the match to such a halt. Yeah. I mean, John's played this incredibly well.
Yeah. It's like, now with Mistletoe, you just pitch.
Can't one-eyed for game. Well, he can one-eyed for game now that
Yeah.
he doesn't have barrier anymore. But Joseph has one card in hand, and it's clearly not.
We're going to foresee. Paul the God. Oh, my God. Stop. No. Odin is the god.
Metal Cedo, turn 4, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, most of our games have been going to 5 or 6 stones.
So hear me out. You pitch for Mistletoe. You attack into the token. They block with Fiola. The Fiola dies, and the token still takes damage.
Why? Just go face. Why would he just go? Well, you should just go face for lethal.
Because then you're, I mean, like,
well, the Institute's probably making it.
the
so it's
Institutes
not
are making the
face.
Fiola large enough that it's like a little bit of an issue. But then he's forced to sacrifice the Fiola.
Blocking with the Viola. Spot removal for the Viola. He can't cast any cards. We can make the Mistletoe even bigger. Oh, it's more a take on the round time. Yeah, that's fair. Artillerist getting pitched, which is currently a 7-drop, so she gets 7 more +1/+1 counters. 38.
My Blue Eyes White Dragon is 3,800, Yugi.
So there's 3 institutes and he has 4 unique stones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if you had any more activated abilities. All right, 28 versus your 38, so I take 1,000.
Take down not a 15.
So I'm at 15.
Artillerist for lethal.
You can't cast cards.
Artillerist for lethal.
Can't cast cards.
There's an artillerist on field that can attack, Paul.
Oh, that, yes. Well, thank you for specifying.
Yeah.
Sweet. Big enough. How big is he? Big enough.
So the,
You said 16, 16?
oh gosh, what is this? Viola just to be able to block? But the Viola will kill the artillerist, and now he has 2. He has a flyer that can. Oh my gosh, this game has on the edge of my seat.
Okay, so the artillerist is gonna go.
No, but
away.
here's the thing: if we have a keep the faith in hand, we just go before draw, U-turn. Before draw. Do we have a keep the faith?
Either keep the faith or Odin enters.
You like how our communication is severely stuttering? Are people having issues with our audio? Let me know what's going on with the audio if we're having issues there. It doesn't seem like we're having any issues on my end. Oh, is there a keep the faith before the draw?
Bloop bloop.
Let's see. Odin enters to pop the token. So we pop the token. So then the Fiola can't get past the Mistletoe. Wow, Odin's going to go into... Odin putting in some work.
Like I said, I would, like, if I were going into this event to have fun, I would play Odin.
Yeah. Okay.
If I didn't want to play Tri-Rulers.
That's fair. What are we peaking top 3? Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks. Look at what our top 3. I just want to make sure our audio sounds good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We're still in game 1. Yep. We need to keep the faith here. Keep the Faith is lethal. Literally can toss a 1-drop. No, you'd have to toss a 2-drop.
Boop.
Amaterasu's Foresight.
Amaterasu's Foresight.
What is this? What is happening? Do we see the Keep the Faith?
We don't need it anymore.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't. The token's gone.
We need Keep the Faith to kill him right now before he draws a card off of the Artillerist. I mean, Keep the Faith is lethal right now. We reanimate the Artillerist before Joseph is able to draw. Oh no, he does have, because he can't tap to remove our graveyard from game. So we just reanimate that. There it is. That's lethal.
Keep the Faith.
Hey, there it is. Artillerist, as long as he has a 2-drop or less in his hand or more in his hand, that is lethal. No, you cannot grab something that's bigger. Yeah, okay, he's targeting the Artillerist. Okay.
That's the way.
This is before Joseph can draw a card, like with him being tapped out. This has to be slow play? I don't think so. I don't think this is intentional slow play. I've played with John for quite some time personally. Tipping a Mistletoe, that's not enough. He leaves him at 1. Takes him down to 100. Oh my gosh, we didn't have a 2-drop. John gets to top deck a single card. Or Joseph gets to top deck a single card, and we'll see what's the lethal. Do we have anything? Yeah, through the game by not tapping a stone. Yeah, by tapping the stone for, not tapping the stone for one of the options for Fiola. Yep, Hunter for sure. That was a misplay. Okay. Convert to green. Does see Big Show. Okay. I think he just miscounted Impulse, maybe? Like, didn't think, like, oh, I need to discard a 2-drop, not a 1-drop. Okay.
We're recovering.
What are we grabbing? Let him cook.
We had a 2-hour game 1 pre-release. Oh my god.
Black Witch for game. Is he playing Pumpkin Witch? We don't know. Yeah, it wasn't enough. He was adding +6, not +7. For a 1-drop.
Okay, so we're getting the 1-drop.
Are we getting a Pumpkin Witch? Are we going for the line? Now that we're at 5 stones? Is that what it worked down to? There's not a Foresight active currently.
Okay,
There is. Okay.
We're getting Black Witch.
Okay. Wow, we really just hit 3 different control decks playing those. In before Echo is yelling at me again for.
Which is
Kilo a
which?
spell to cancel the Pumpkin Witch for Swiftness and Flying? They're all so big.
Attack for 3,300.
Yeah. It's in the air.
It's in the
Can't
air.
fly.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Well, that Prisia top deck won the game. Crazy. Just to let you guys know, you have 5 minutes left on the round.
Insert Echo Witch Rant.
Insert. There it is. Insert the Echo Witch rant for sure. Literally winning a game he shouldn't have won. I mean, I will say that he couldn't have won that game at all if John had just kept a 2-drop and tossed a 2-drop instead of a 1-drop. So like a couple misplays from John in that game for sure. A couple misplays from Joseph as well in that game as well, because he could have also just like, if he had tapped the will for the ruler, if he had tapped a stone for the Fiola instead of a ruler, he would have had Institute to be able to remove the graveyard in response to the Keep the Faith, and then it really doesn't matter anyway. It's yeah, why didn't he keep the fog? Yeah.
Yeah. This is a yeah.
At least we had a game lasting almost a full 50 minutes. Hey, sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens.
That being said,
I did pick this matchup specifically to try to get a fast game, but no, unfortunately, did not happen.
you know what? I'm gonna say it. This is the chat's fault.
This is the chat's fault.
They wanted Odin.
They did. I will say Violet is 2-0 or Violet is 2-1. We putting Violet on next round?
I think Violet's good.
Think Violet next round? Are we putting
I
Roger?
think we play Violet. So let's talk. Let's
Can
talk.
you reset
Odin.
life totals? What we
Yeah, I
talked?
could reset. So what I'm hoping to see in John's list, if this were honed and if this is something I was going to be playing, obviously Starfall Dragon and Dark Alice to protect my graveyard. Dispelling Stone would be really strong. 2
Stephen
at
Will's big
least.
mistakes. John is notorious for being the slowest player at our locals. Thanks, guys. I didn't know. I saw Odin and I thought we were doing freaking artillerist Raging Messiah shenanigans. I made a call. I'm sorry. Slag wants to see Violet. Okay.
Side into Gungnir, especially if you're running like triple colors. There's no reason not to. Potentially, Witch of the Fallen Kingdom. Potentially. Gosh, what else?
So these guys have 2 minutes to play this game.
Yep.
Which is very possible that John could kill here. Right? Oh, he doesn't own Messiahs. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe that Artillerist pitch wasn't lethal. Yeah. Me too.
And then, do you have any beginning of game triggers?
Eins? Pick Eins? I do know that. I mean, we'll see Eins eventually, I'm sure. How's
He
it
is
doing?
number 1.
Daily research right off the bat again. I wonder why we're playing this. The only reason I can think of we play daily research first before calling a stone is because, like, we want to maybe get the 4C advantage. Right?
I think you also just have Institute in hand. So, like...
Yeah.
um,
Wow, hit the knowledge stone first.
Outer space.
Okay.
oof.
That makes it cost 1 more to order. That's pretty good. That pretty much seals it.
Yeah,
There's
that's
just
it.
like no way that John can like apply pressure at that point. Okay.
Unless he has Odin that enters.
Okay.
Or again, Dispelling Stone would be very strong in this list.
Yeah, but
Oh,
like,
that OG. That OG art. Oh my gosh, I love it.
Draw.
yeah, that outer space is gonna be the game.
That's going to hurt for the rest of the game for sure.
Yeah, for the rest of the 42 seconds left in this match.
Yeah, I mean, Joseph won anyway. So, like, if I were John, I would just be like, cool, you did a thing. Great, you awesome. You did a thing. I'm proud of you. You did a thing.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'd say like 2 to 3 Dispelling Stone, Dark Alice, and Starfall for draw engine.
Searching for Alvarez. Cool.
Maybe Asgard.
Draw.
Royad, I think both are really, really strong. I think Asuka's I definitely like if you want to play in the modern sense.
You guys are officially at time on rounds. Joseph, you are turn 0.
Is it 3 right?
So it
um,
is you'll so 0, 1, 2, 3, and then the game is over. So you'll each get 2 turns.
Yeah,
So
I think Asuka is a really good starter deck. The Odin starter deck though does not come with the Odin that is
or the
prison.
Mistletoe that's being
It
played
doesn't come
here.
with the
So
yeah. So
how
the
many
Mistletoe came in the
Hyde in the
set.
breakdown? Jake,
I think 4.
I think all of them are or at least 2-1.
Move to end of turn. So start of your turn.
I could look at it again.
Let's double check here. The ruler breakdown is 4 Hydes, correct.
Look at me. You want to know why it's 4 Hyde? Cause Veer. But got it.
Okay. Anyway, moving right along.
I thought I was
sorry,
funny.
Unfortunately, I just don't think that just like we are going to watch these turns play out, and like Joseph just keeps playing more and more editions that give him more and more things to tell John to not do anything. How many Olgas undefeated? I don't know. Are you
Good question.
undefeated, Toby? That's a big question.
At least 0.
Correct. At minimum 0.
Yeah, there's certainly an Odin deck out there that I think would do really interesting things in this environment.
Let's see.
I think there's also a world that where you play.
Let's see.
I don't know if you play cancels or not. That's hard for me to think of.
Yeah. So your opponent must pay 1.
Double checking how outer space works. Hitting this outer space was really gross. Like hitting it on 1 was gross. Not even having to search for it, just like playing it. Let's see. We are coining out.
I thought you could.
You cannot order while rested. Take your coin back. Yep. Hunter, they're playing because they're choosing to play.
Mistletoe thing.
That's what they're allowed to do.
Tap for green. Feasting.
Well, that's not gonna
Continuing
work
to
well.
play.
Feasting to cancel it unless he pays 3.
Turns out continuing the game is a free action, guys. Yeah, outer space very strong in this matchup. I think Addition Hate is becoming, at least for me, continually more important as this cluster goes on. It'll probably be this way going into the future.
Okay. Do you have anything during interface? Entering my turn. All right. Can I draw? Unrest everything. Is that fine?
So this should be Joseph's last turn. This is true. Continuing the game is a main action.
Let's see. So we're in Joseph's last turn, so he's just playing to win the match 101. Because, I mean, he's not trying to win. Do 4,000 damage right now. Is the seemingly contractless Falchion deck?
Yeah. Yeah, Illusory Flower is super strong against Odin. Keep your Mistletoe consistently tapped.
Yeah, for sure. This is pretty good against
very,
him.
very strong.
It does not recover during your next recovery phase.
He can tap stuff down. So yeah, John just has no way to be able to do any damage.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the end of that game.
Bubble.
But we just gotta wait for him to report it.
You are on the final turn.
Still got other games still playing. Let's see. Going into this match, we have an undefeated Hyde, a 101 Eins, 2 undefeated Hydes. We have a lot of options here going into the last round. We still have we had an undefeated Zeus or Order Alice going into this round as well. Yeah, this is gonna be game. I mean, if I unfortunately think if I'm John, I just concede and take a break. Because we have nothing that does swiftness, and this is our last turn.
Mm-hmm.
Gods are revealing Raymond.
I'm fine with this.
Violet is currently 2-1. Violet is 2-1, and we are gonna have Violet on stream next round. So, yeah, we're gonna see Violet on stream, regardless of what it gets paired up against, because I really want to see that deck and what it's doing now. Unfortunately.
No, this turn 3. This is the final turn.
Yeah, so John doesn't have anything to be able to do here.
Yep.
2-1 is still very much in contention. Like, with 70 or 68 players, people who've lost one round are in very good contention to top 8. There are definitely some 3-0 Hydes, for sure. Ryan, yes, it's Roderick. He's the only Violet player here today. So, he'll be the only one that
Fantastic.
we're going to see on Violet today. I'm really curious to see what Violet list looks like now. I mean, Raging Messiah is most certainly a tool, as we joked about before, but like I just don't know what that deck looks like now. But I'm curious to see. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Let's see here. Yeah, there's some 201 Hydes.
Which one's this one again? Sorry, I keep asking.
Let's see. I'm trying to see. What is the state of Oh, okay. There's our Hydes look like they're 201s. I don't know if we have any undefeated Hydes right now, but the 2 Hydes that I know of for sure are currently 201s, which is again still fine. You're in the winning bracket still.
Mm-hmm. Certainly could do worse.
Yeah. What are we doing with these actions that we're taking? This is in our main phase? Yeah, we're main phasing out this Raymond. I just don't... there's no way for you to get through wall and all of this other stuff that... Let alone if you can get to aggression. Andrea, how do time rules work? So active player at time on round is turn 0. And then it becomes 0, 1, 2, 3, and then the game is over. And if there's not a winner of that game by the end of those turns, that game is determined to be a draw, and so you go from match from there. So when this game has gone to a draw because Joseph doesn't have another turn and John can't kill him this turn, is John going to shoot himself with Artillerist? John will lose this game, this match, 101. Aristella, Falchion, Hyde, Eins, Killua are the rulers that I know are currently undefeated. Olga, I believe, might also be undefeated. I don't know how the Funfs are doing. I also don't know how the Octs are doing. Toby will have to tell us in chat if he's currently 3-0. If he's 3-0, then we have an Olga that's 3-0. Sending the Brunhild has to discard a card to shoot himself. He's just going to try to draw. Yeah, correct. This match, the game itself is declared a draw. The match is a 101 win for Joseph.
Yep.
For time rules, life points matter. The only time that it matters for life total is in the final round of Swiss and in Top Cut when you are in sudden death for time on round rules.
Yeah. It's not Yugi mods until top 8.
The final round of Swiss, it will also be sudden death.
Oh, it's sudden death. Oh, okay, cool.
The final round of Swiss is sudden death. You can't draw in the last round of Swiss.
I mean, that makes sense. I'm glad.
Let's see. Okay, so I'm being told that our undefeated decks are Aristella, Killua, Eins, Hyde, and Olga.
Ooh, nice. That's a good
It's
spread.
multiple copies of each of those rulers, but those are the rulers themselves that we are seeing.
Ooh, solid.
So. Didn't shoot himself, chose not to discard a card. Calls a stone, has 1 stone available. Yeah, I see 3 Eins right now in the top.
Dang.
Yep. 2 Aristella. 2 is currently in the undefeated or XO1 bracket. We see 2 Aristella, 1 Killua, 2 Falchion, 3 Eins, and 3 Hyde. Waiting on a few other ones, but those are what's currently sitting in our undefeated brackets. Cool. Okay. Thank you guys so much. You can go ahead and report that Joseph wins the match. 1 win, 1 draw, and we'll see you guys next round. Oof, that was a long one. Unexpectedly long.
Yeah,
Slugfest.
really threw me off.
Unexpectedly long match there. I was not expecting that.
And that's my fault. I should have, I guess, marked
Another Hyde as well. Yes. Okay. So 2 Aristellas. Oh, wait.
I wasn't sure if that, because my end board the very last turn, I wasn't sure if that unnecessary
Oh,
damage all my guys were over 3K.
only 1 Aristella is currently undefeated, it looks like. Maybe, I don't know.
I did not
Regardless, we're playing Violet next round anyway. So
Yeet.
we'll be
I was on defensive, so I was getting to low life as well. I probably would play a bit more aggressive. That's why I was really
That's how I feel.
you know, what else you have.
Okay, we are going to go on a quick break so that Paul and I can grab a quick food break before we jump right into this Violet matchup. We will be right back in just a moment. Stay tuned for that giveaway. It's coming soon.
Bye.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that. Are you talking about using the Force of Wind website?
We are getting started here with Roderick versus Order Alice. So excited for that. Okay, you guys ready to go? You have 60 minutes on the round. Welcome to round 4. You may begin. So we were going to see Order Alice versus Killua Diversity Control, but then there was the repair, and we got or Violet versus Killua Diversity Control, but we got the repair, and it's Violet versus Order Alice, and I am very excited about this. Let me look at these guys' records real quick. Chris is currently these guys are both 2-1 currently, so both very much still in contention for top 8. Certainly feels like it's going to be a fast round between two decks that are just trying to murder each other very quickly. Order Alice being on the coin's pretty good.
Yeah, she's going to be able to order fairly quickly, especially if she sees that IU right off the bat. Second best scenario, if Chris is playing the like hyper-aggressive variant, Deep Blue Soldier goes really well with this as well. We will have to see, because I don't think this is going to be a control Order Alice.
Yeah. A card that I've seen actually played a lot in Order Alice, like used against me, was Raymond, to like give all your dudes Eternal, which is like surprisingly good.
That seems pretty good.
A lot of really easy ways to be able to protect your Regalia as well from that Deep Blue Soldier. And then, of course, you have the wonderful card. It doesn't super help a ton against Violet too much, but Linosfaria, like, is pretty good, especially since there's just, like, really no way for Violet to remove it. So.
That's very true.
We'll see how this goes. Yeah, unfortunately, Violet's webcam is, Roderick's webcam is not the greatest, but we'll see how this goes.
So let's talk about Violet in terms of like the tools she's gotten since her. Well, honestly, since we had my setting the stage version up on the channel.
The new blue redstone is certainly very good.
The new blue redstone is going to be really helpful. We do have Raging Messiah in the game
Messiah
now.
is also very good for sure.
Still have setting the stage for Providence, which is still in color.
Yep. Oh. We're ordering.
So IU's here.
We're going in.
Okay. So we are looking up Oracle text for IU. So at this point, you have one Regalia, yeah? And
we will get one Regalia. We will get one Regalia produced off of the
Enter.
We're still going to produce 2. So here's the thing. Even if this IU gets killed, we still produce 2 White Will, which is like pretty good here. Yeah, the Order Alice has an enter effect to generate a Regalia.
I'll be generating a light Regalia and drawing a card, and the second thing that's resolving is I'll float 2 light.
Okay, so I will be.
So we're making Regalia, then getting the will.
Okay, so before the Regalia gets to the field, using Violet's effect here.
We're gonna draw and discard.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't mind this dying, because we're still gonna get the will. It doesn't stop us.
Mm-hmm.
So we get a Regalia. We still produce 2 more will. We can call stone.
We can, if we have Tea Party, we can bank some of that.
Yeah, Tea Party's really good to be able to bank some of it.
Oh, a Greenstone. Interesting. Interesting.
What are we doing with this white will? I mean, Tea Party's really good. We could play a Tea Party member here if we really felt like it. That feels like it would be very aggressive.
Yeah.
But certainly an option.
You can bank it. You can Fantastic Trick, but there's nothing to kill.
Yeah, Fantastic Trick doesn't do much here. Tea Party's obviously the best play right here, just to bank it into future turns.
Charge.
It also makes us able to play like quick cast dudes during Roderick's turn.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be interesting to see how this goes. Alice enters the Game of Gods.
So we're making water and drawing a card.
This is pretty good. It probably signals that we have Charlotte in hands. We can't order it though, so that's a little bit. Oh, we're just gonna let the. I mean, that's still
Ooh.
fine. Because the thing is, that's ultimately fine here because it generated us 2 regalia, and like we replaced every card that we spent,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because you generate a card from drawing off of Alice, and you also generated a card and drew a card off of Alice Enders. So like
Mhm.
we still get 2 cards here.
This means war.
Oh, it's this first spell of the game, so he can just do this means war.
Yeah, let's look this up. We haven't seen a lot of this. This is definitely a card
Wow.
that she gets.
Did not think about that. He's revealing none, so he's just gonna
Draw 2
do a
additional
draw
cards
to-
for free.
I mean, pot of greed.
Seems pretty good.
That's it. This is the kind of stuff that I was interested to see. Like, what are the new techs that Violet's bringing to the table? And this is pretty great. Using Violet's ability.
Using the Atom Stone for ability.
I'll discard
Okay.
White Garden to gain 1,000 white.
Gain 1,000 off of the White Garden here.
Alright, and I'll go past you.
The biggest question is it Turbulence or is it Baja? Which one, Paul?
I think you're still playing Baja. I don't think there's no way you're not.
Do we order again?
Play a death sight.
Whoa, that's pretty good.
Cast a 3/2 party.
So Tea Party members comes
We
in
are
for
trying
free.
to kill this turn.
It's definitely aggro.
Yeah, we are
Aggro
trying to kill
Alice.
this turn. Because now we've got a +2 buff because of the Death Scythe. We're gonna recover the Death Scythe, so now we can get another +2 off of it.
That is fine.
Alright, we'll target
'Kay.
this on enter. The enter is fine as well.
Yes, sir.
Another Tea Party? So now any J ruler is currently going to come in with a +5 because of the pump from the Death Scythe and 3 regalia.
Yeah.
Which means that I use a 9/9. Oh, call stone, so no order this turn. So we're not killing this turn. My bad, I forgot. But Death Scythe the Life Reaper is pretty nice here.
Yeah.
And the reason why it's nice here is because
It stops
Um,
Baja.
it doesn't stop Baja. It stops,
blinks the- Oh, wait. You're right. It's
it
only for
stops
J-Rulers.
Violet from flipping.
It stops
Like,
Violet
and
from
being
flipping.
able to push it
Yeah.
because she can't gain. She loses and cannot gain swiftness, right? So taking this as an option, because like there's a world where as Roderick you can go like Raging Messiah during your upkeep, move to recovery, order Alice or Judgment on Violet, swing in,
Yeah.
right? But now with Death Scythe on the field, we can't do that. So it's interesting to see. What
My
comes out of that.
mistake was thinking that Bahamut was the J ruler.
He's
My
not.
bad.
He is not.
I'll discard Everfrost. Trigger to draw. I will then draw for 10.
Let's see. Everfrost was discarded to draw some cards. Before recovery. Is he thinking about trying to do something here while the Violet's tapped out? That seems incorrect. We got the 2 go fast decks and they're still not going fast. Paul! It's almost like the meta has a lot of, if you're playing smart, you can't just
Battle
unga
barrier.
bunga your opponent's face.
This feels
Battle barrier is good.
meh.
Yeah.
Like, Roderick's not going to be able to play Resonators this turn. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and he can't
Um,
flip this turn, so you just like call stone. So that might be okay though, just to like slow things down a little bit. There's no
So-
providence here or turbulence
Yeah.
here.
I really feel like if Chris was going to try and go for game next turn, he does that on his turn so that Roderick can't like counteract his plays and he
As
only
much
gets one violent.
counteract as much. Yeah, he's
Um,
left with like just the thing.
Yeah.
Let's call for stone.
Okay, we're not flipping Violet. Hit another Atom Stone.
I'll go ahead and activate Violet.
Okay.
I will discard a This Means War.
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards in hand. So that
It's
is
a lot of cards, Roderick. 9 cards in hand.
A lot
First
of
Angelic
cards.
Battle Barrier of the stream in round 3. Aggro decks, they aren't just brain dead. You need to know.
Isn't
that
this
they need
round
to go for it.
4?
For sure. This is round 4. Sorry.
one step.
Round 4.
You'd like to do beforehand? All right.
I don't think so. Yeah, you just let
And Atomic Fusion. Yep.
Atomic Fusion.
Atomic Fusion.
So this is something you and I talked about a long time ago about how like this might be useful to like generate just like a ton of board presence for Violet now that we
Yeah.
don't have access to Turbulence.
Yeah.
There's no way he's not playing Bahamut now.
Mm. In seeing Fusion, yeah, I think it's probably Baja.
Card's good. Card has pressure. X 6/1/6/1s are pretty good.
Yeah. So now with a second tap, Atomic Turbulence doesn't kill our IU here. If he's playing Turbulence.
I'll take 8.
And he's going to drain 8. So
Respond
up to...
the drain trigger, however.
Oh, okay. So the drain trigger is on the chase from Tea Party members.
I will
But he's taken 8 damage. Ooh, casting Rogue Spectator to stop him from gaining life. I think that's fine. 4240. I think that's fine. You made him use another will.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
So now so like Turbulence only deals.
I think he has. Roderick has 2 atoms in grave.
He's got a
potential for
bunch.
3.
Roderick has a bunch of atoms in grave.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough yet.
Well, Turbulence is discard from hand.
You can't play Turbulence. If he's
Like,
playing Bahamut, he can't
If
play
he's playing
Turbulence.
Bahamut, but we still don't know.
Yeah.
Firestorm would be the other option, right? Of like Messiah plus Firestorm for lethal.
Mhm.
But like if we have, I don't know. There's a part of me that says if we have protection for an IU, we just kind of swing in and kill it in this turn. Because we can survive an Atomic Turbulence because of extra will. Okay, down to 38 using this Moonshade for something.
Is it 2 white or
1 white off of this, and then a white off of the second. Yes, 2 white.
Charlotte. This is Charlotte.
Charlotte chasing.
Yes. I like this a lot.
1 second for me to pull up Charlotte. I know you have at least 1 enter that's going to go on the chase.
He's going to have 2 enters that go on the chase.
Chasing
And he can draw more cards.
Quick cast. J-Raise your opponent controls cannot be recovered as long as it's not
So this survives a Turbulence.
control. Prevent
Not only will it survive a Turbulence of 1,000 damage burn right now, but as soon as he generates a Fire Regalia, he'll be able to prevent damage from Turbulence forever off of this card. So I like this. This is pretty good, especially since we're still going to get to Callstone.
Okay, so there's 2 enters going on with chase, am I correct?
Yes, they will be resolving first, generating a Fire Regalia, drawing a
Fire Regalia token, yep.
Second, I will be targeting your Rogue Spectator to destroy.
Okay, so in response to the Regalia, I'm going to tap to use Violet's ability.
Violet ability here.
So I will go ahead and draw.
What are we doing off of this?
Discard
Another Dark Prom?
target.
Yeah, okay. Another Dark Prom.
I will.
This is still fine, though.
Use that to draw a card.
Okay.
We're going to draw so many cards here.
Drawing a card.
Uh,
So I think that's.
All right.
So we had Dark
and
Prom, White Garden, Everfrost,
Fire Regalia, draw a card.
another Dark Prom. So he has 4 atoms, 3 unique names.
And the Rogue Spectator's dead. And he can get up to 1 more unique name because of the Atom Stone.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Neither player feel like really comfortable going in here.
I'll go ahead and pass the turn.
All right. I'll go ahead and draw for 10.
Interesting. What's going on here?
This is a really good moment for Roderick, I think.
I'll recover.
Here, I'm going to pay 1 white.
Is this an intimidation main
Intimidation.
boarded?
Tea Party.
Party. Okay.
Okay.
Get it to resolve before Roderick can mess with him. That makes sense.
Proceed.
So now he can recover whatever stone he wants.
The effect is you can put it from your RFG into grave, untap the stone, and draw a card.
Yes. And the next
Okay, we're not seeing Violet flipping this game. Another Stone of Atoms. This man's got 3 atoms.
That's
How
a
many-
lot of draw power.
Yeah, it is a lot of draw power. How many different unique atoms does he have? We know it's White Garden,
3.
Dark Prominence, and the
He has
blue.
3 engrave, and he has the one. He has an Atom Stone that he can toss.
Yeah, so he's up to 4 because it's 2 Dark Prominence,
Yeah.
1 of the blue one, and a White Garden, right?
Mm-hmm.
Eternal
Question
Frost?
is, did he find Bahamut?
That's true. Did he find Bahamut?
Playing Atomic Fusion. Discarding
There's the
Order,
Atomic Fusion.
Brave Force, and Aegis.
So there's.
There's all our uniques.
That is fine. I have no responses to that.
Alright, so I'll
Okay.
resolve it in order. First, I draw 2 cards and discard a card.
If you're digging, that's good for you.
I will
Okay.
play it. I will
Okay.
use 3 1/1 tokens, or 6 ones. I'm sorry.
3 6/1 tokens and
3
everything he.
6 ones, yes, sir.
They
And
all
now
have.
my entire board gains plus 200 attack and
And swiftness.
Yes, sir.
So that is 3 8/1s.
3 8/1s. Going in for 2,400.
All right.
And he has a red produced.
Yeah, he does have a second red produced.
No response to combat.
Is there an Intimidate? Are we maining Intimidates here for Violet?
That's good. I'll go to 30.
Down to 30.
I will enter combat once again.
Yep.
I will launch an attack for 800.
I'll go to
22. Or Lumia. Lumia doesn't super help here, though, because Bahamut's going to...
Launch an attack for 800.
I'll go to 14.
Does Roderick have some additional lethal here?
Firestorm would do it.
Double Firestorm to be able to outplay
I'm
the
going to
act?
cast Atomic Bahamut.
Oh, there's
I'm gonna
Baha.
say the costs real quick.
Yep.
2,
1.
3, 4, and 5. 5 unique atoms being removed.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Does he resolve?
What? You paid him with the 1 red. You have an Atom Stone and a red blue token.
Atomic Bahamut. There's probably a second Atomic Bahamut here.
Moment. This text. 4,000 each series. Your opponent can
Potentially.
I
And it can't be chased.
have no response.
The
The enter cannot be chased.
Okay.
Yeah.
So enter.
Yep.
I will now enter combat.
On combat declaration, I'll activate Tea Party.
Sure.
We'll untap.
Oh, you know what? Alice Enters the Game of Gods really helps here.
Can blink the Bahamut.
Can just blank him. And if Roderick doesn't have a second one, or a Brave Force in hand. And he did pitch a Brave Force to Fusion.
That kind of suggests then that he either has a second one in hand or he was forced to discard it.
I'll go ahead and produce a wait play. Alice's fantastic trick targeting of Bahamut.
Doesn't do anything. He hasn't cast anything this turn.
To look that card up.
Correct? Oh no, he did!
Non-magic
It's his second card. He cast the Tea Party.
your opponent controls. If this is a
Yes, at the before
if it-
recovery.
Yeah, this is it. This is his second card.
Okay.
So we did successfully be able to
Okay,
destroy
so
it.
It is chaseable.
Yes.
All right. I will go ahead and activate Violet.
Yeah, we have a Brave Force here
Yep.
for lethal.
I will discard Brave Force, targeting my Atomic Bahamut, giving it plus 600 attack, swiftness, and
Cool.
That's it. Scooping it up.
Scoop it up.
So
We'll go.
Roderick gets the first game with Violet. Yay.
I think
Violet is here.
you wanted to see it. You want to reset our life totals for me, bud?
I can
I
absolutely
think,
do
I
that.
think Chris, I don't know. There's something about those lines that felt maybe overly committal when he didn't necessarily need to. Like the Charlotte felt like we didn't need to cast it there.
So my interpretation there was I played IU, you stopped it, and so now I've got to try and find another IU or I'd keep the faith, and I didn't. That's the way
Yeah,
I'm
but Keep the
interpreting
Faith
that.
doesn't help us get the IU back ordered, and we need the IU to be ordered.
I mean, that's true.
Not seeing the Tea Party off of the ordered Alice was off of the will from the IU was pretty unfortunate.
I mean, I think an IU would have at least put on pressure
Yeah.
because she still gets I forget all of the abilities she gets just as a resonator
Well,
in
you
general.
just have to have more regalia though. Like Violet's still doing well against order decks. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Violet can also do well against tri-ruler decks. I mean, Roderick is currently 2-1, very in contention. We're probably going to look for a Hyde, probably an undefeated Hyde next round to see what goes on there. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Understandable. Thank you.
Yeah, Violet's very good against order. Yeah, it has that same kind of vibe of like order killer where it's just very responsive. Like you can, and that's what we said before about like when Violet lost being able to play Turbo plus Baja. It didn't necessarily mean that Violet was just gone. It just meant you had to play slower. Like you had to take your time with Violet. But like atoms are good, you know what I mean? And you filter through your deck quite a bit. So it's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're drawing 2 cards before your next turn, right? So like, draw for turn. I draw, do something with Violet on my turn. You go, do the same thing. So I've seen 3 cards.
How about a 1-3 Asuka? Dan, I probably will not be putting you on stream as a 1-3 Asuka. Love you, buddy, but no thanks.
Yeah, take notes on Violet. She's a rogue pick, but a good rogue deck.
That hand made me very sad.
Yeah, it certainly did feel like Chris did not have a very strong hand there. Like they were just maybe just missing pieces. Very curious to see what comes out of it. Sideboarding going in. If I'm sideboarding here as the Alice player, intimidates.
Yeah, intimidates
Especially
all day
now
long.
that we've seen.
I'll give you promos.
I'll give you some promos.
You bribing?
I'm sorry, I
stream
have all my
crew?
promos. I'm good on promos. Let's see.
You're allowed to give me promos, Dan.
You can give Dan promos.
You can give me promos. That's fine.
I think Intimidate's definitely, now that we've seen that it's Atomic Bahamut, is like the way to go, right?
Let's do 12 from the top of your deck down to the bottom of the 5.
That seems like it's an easy
And I promise I
way
didn't do that
to
copy. I was actually counting what
the
number
way
was.
the easiest way to mess with the Violet, because like Intimidate's a card that Violet doesn't really have any way to stop, right?
Oh no. Alright, let's
Intimidation, right? There's nothing that can be done to stop this card in the Violet deck. And if he's playing Atomic Bahamut over Turbulence, then you know you're not worried about the burn.
Mm-hmm.
So like Intimidation feels pretty solid.
The fact that Roderick doesn't get a silence anymore
Yeah.
makes the Violet deck much more interactable.
Yes. And so you have to play. You can't just like go in, right? You can't just be like, I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Eris, are you playing today? I see you in the chat. Are you playing today? Oof, Roderick feels very good about this hand.
All right.
Let's see.
So at the beginning of the game, you're going to reveal Rogue Spectator,
Of course.
and then still responding to the beginning of the game, going to this means war.
Yeah.
Okay.
Targeting you, of course. Spoiler alert: I don't have any tails in this deck.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Is this a cool tech?
Fair enough, Harris. Yeah, this means we're coming in. He doesn't have to. I mean, he can.
Them getting rid of heart-to-heart talk in the combo ban, and then they eventually just hard vandal. So
This means war is a pretty good tech, for sure. I mean, he doesn't have to respond to his own things. He can just cast it during his main phase. But yeah, playing his own Death Scythe.
Ooh, that's actually okay.
I will blame Tim. Tim. Stop making amazing Vite Ramen commercials and amazing Vite Ramen products and friggin' new awesome VTuber collab Vite Ramen and send cards to Eris.
Stop being a great company.
Yeah, and send cards to Eris. Vite Ramen. Okay, we're going in with the IU again. We're trying to run this back.
Resolving first.
Produce Will first.
Generating a light regalia, drawing a card, resolving second, 2 white.
All right, I will go ahead and chase that with Violet.
Yeah, because this
Dark
is going to
Prom.
die.
Draw, and then we will discard the Dark Prominence, targeting.
Yep, Dark Prominence just really just IU just not coming in. IU just not getting to resolve.
I think that's the right play from Rod, because like as soon as IU sticks, that's the tempo.
One matchup where that stone isn't at its most powerful, but it's fantastic against basically most of the field out here.
Got that Amadeus Holy Crystal.
Light, what are the light floating to cast
This looks very similar to game one.
Exactly like.
Oh,
it
we're
was?
going fire though this time,
Okay.
which is probably to protect the Charlotte potentially from any kind of burn as opposed to a Dark Prom. And we just missed on the second white will again.
Yeah,
Oh,
See,
that
the
feels
fact that
bad.
Chris isn't able to like utilize that
Yeah,
is
it's gonna come back to haunt him for sure.
yeah, like he's either seeing like another really bad hand,
I don't know how many he mulligans.
because I mean like that means he doesn't even have a Tea Party member in hand.
yeah, because he could just cast it for one and float it.
Yeah,
and
like
get the
at least
body
make
out.
use of the will, but he can't.
Everyone missed out. Eris. Was it a spicy spicy Szechuan Imel deck? Just really leaning into the Vite Ramen collab.
What are the toppings? Discard and draw. So we're at 2 unique atoms.
Okay.
3 if you count the stone.
Okay. Both players just kind of doing their thing.
We'll go to untaps.
No. Kyron, hey. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you in chat. Oh, man, Amadeus Crystal pass turn. It is a violet. It's a 2-1 violet, currently in contention.
And it's up on wins.
Yeah, and it's a game up going into round 4 with 2-1. Violet at the end of Chris's turn.
What are we discarding with Violet's effect?
Killua.
Hey, you know, that's an excellent card for Violet, too.
Yes, for
now
sure.
you don't have
yeah.
to, like, shoehorn Lorate in.
Yeah. You
That's
can just, like,
super
lean
good.
into a red-blue base and be like, this is where we're going.
And it's Edition Hate.
Yeah.
So, like, super good card for Violet.
Yeah.
I'll go to my thing. I'll go to recovery.
Very interesting. Very interesting. We got Violet. Is Violet going to go in?
Doing pumps. I think he's always threatening that, right?
I honestly don't hate Violet going in here. Especially if he's got an Eternal Wind and a Raging Messiah, we could just kill him. The biggest weakness we have is another Alice enters the Game of Gods, but we just give Violet Barrier in response. Especially since Violet will be coming in right now as a 10-10, 12-12 just off of Regalia pumps.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, like, there's a very real chance that a flip here for IU can just kill him if one of these is a Raging Messiah. If he has Eternal Wind and Raging Messiah, pretty sure this is lethal. Like, this turn. As crazy as that is, because of how Chris has, like, drawn.
There's also a likelihood that
And you currently have 2 will.
because you notice that he discarded the Killua spell and not any of the atoms, which makes me think that he has either very few atoms in hand, or he has a lot of atoms in hand. He wants to play fusion.
Yeah. Oh, nope, we're not going in this turn. We're calling for stone. Moonshade.
Moonshade.
What do we have going on next?
Gotta figure out what we're discarding. A lot of calculations.
I'll discard Eternal Wind, trigger recovery stone.
There is an Eternal Wind, so I was right. We could have just got, if he had a Rage Gusai, he could have just gone in.
I will go to my intern. Is there anything you'd like to do before then? No. All right, the turn is yours.
Draft turn.
Roderick is playing this like very, like, I'm gonna play control.
Discarded an Atomic Fusion to hand size at end of turn.
Yeah.
Well, this is exactly how, I mean, sorry, go ahead. Finish your point, because I do want to follow
Like
up.
he's so the thing about Violet that is so different now is because you don't have Atomic Turbulence, you have to run Atomic Fusion, which is a different card entirely. So you are playing a control deck until you get Bahamut, right? And the draw engine for this red control deck is housed inside of Violet herself. And you're just sort of always threatening, like, I'm just gonna hit you on your turn.
Before recovery, Atomic... this could be pretty huge.
This could be revelatory of what Chris wants to do this turn.
Because this means that we get exclusively one... We get, like, one Violet activation off of this, right?
You get one Violet activation and
And
one
no
card.
and no fighting past that, right? No, Angelic Battle Barrier is a hard silence. It's not...
Oh, it's the hard silence. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. So you only get the Violet effect.
We are going in for another IU.
So Ayu's here. You have to have exactly Dark Prominence or Gradius.
We are going to go generate a.
And he has a... The thing is, though, he has the Light Regalia already, which means he can already produce any color of will. So even before he produces will, he has 2 will to work off of here with this IU. I'm just going to call this matchup Metroid, because both players are just like looking around, running around the world trying to find enough pieces before they can hit the go button, which is exactly what Metroid speedruns are. This matchup is just Metroid speedruns, Paul.
It is? How?
Because both players are just kind of like wandering
Because of
around.
all the power bombs?
No, they were just watching. They're just running around doing their own kind of thing until they find enough pieces to finally hit the go button to win the game. So they're just Metroid speedruns.
You heard it here. Violet is Samus canonical.
Violet plus versus Order Alice is just Metroid speedruns. He doesn't have swiftness though. That's true. It loses and can't gain because of the Death Scythe.
Magic Pot, yes. It's either this or that. It is almost always Bahamut.
Oh, he does have a Gradius.
And it's Dark Prom.
Was another Dark Prom.
Yeah, he Dark Prommed it. Makes me
He
wonder
didn't-
if Roderick is even running Gradius.
Or he just sees these Dark Proms all day.
Yeah, I mean, it's making me wonder if he's just seeing Dark Prominence more. Maybe he's
A
running
second
like a lower
IU
number
can still
of
just kill
Gradius.
him here. There's Linosfaria with one of the white. Doesn't super help us right now. I don't think you care about Linosfaria as Violet.
Yeah, because Violet is only playing on her turn, right? She's only making her aggro
Right, and
pushes on her
Linosfaria
turn.
doesn't do anything during that turn. If he has 2 Regalia and IU, it's game. That is correct. If he has another IU Resonator and 2 Regalia, like 0 cost Regalia, he wins. Tea Party member certainly helps to continue to dig.
If you have to question saving the aliens, shame on you.
Save the frames, kill the animals. I would have liked to have called Stone for the Wanderer's Moon before playing the Tea Party members. That feels like a mistake.
Yeah. I think that means that Chris didn't find what he wanted. That's my reading of that. That's
What
my
is-
interpretation. I'm Chris. I didn't find what I wanted off of the draw of the Tea Party members. Okay, I'm gonna call Stone.
So there's
Blue
a
soldiers.
Regalia from the Deep Blue.
So this is helpful.
We have 2 will.
Color item control, he can banish himself to give them eternal.
Okay. Okay, we've used Violet for the turn. Okay, we're not.
Okay, we'll choose.
Okay.
Did it just shut off?
Yep. Something happened.
Yep, everything.
Okay.
It's okay. We don't need life this game. It's
Well,
not. It's not a game
it's-
about life.
We're just passing turn here.
Yeah, go to my turn.
Oh, okay. We're going into Roderick's turn.
So we have 4 unique atoms known.
And like randomly restarted.
So Roderick's down to 38.
Setting the stage for Providence. There it is.
the best cancel. Roderick is going to
Trying
win the
to
game
kill
now.
this turn. Okay. That was really weird that our life tracker app did that, but here.
Once this is up again, we'll be
Oh.
good.
There we go. Okay, cool.
There we go.
Just did not have execution there.
Whoa. We're good.
Amaterasu's Foresight would be pretty good here. Intimidate as well. Keeps us alive.
Yeah, Intimidate is a really
Like,
good card here.
Chris is a lot safer now than when we were going to this turn for Roderick last game. Yeah, yep. Someone needs to do some fan art of Violet as Samus.
And then Atomic Bahamut is Creed.
Yeah. There we go. We are doing fusion.
So we have Tachyon, Void, and White Garden. I'm glad because he's supposed to. He's supposed to do it in order.
Okay.
So we're going to draw 2, discard 1.
What are we doing here?
We're going to get our tokens. And then the
trying to
field's going to
make
get
double
plus 2,
Atomic
plus
Bahamut?
2. I'm sorry, plus 200 and swiftness.
Make 3 tokens, and they are 8 ones.
Okay. So we have not. We are in main phase. We have 1 red floating, and we have not called stone.
Have abilities during your turn, correct?
That is correct. On your turn.
We have not called stone yet either. That's interesting to me.
I think this is pretty expert of Roderick to do this because he's like baiting out whatever Chris might have. He's trying to see,
He's
do
not
you
calling stone though.
not yet. So this is the intimidation.
Intimidation.
So this
Yep.
is why we don't play the Bahamut yet, because then we waste all of our atoms engraved, reducing the cost.
Yeah, but the problem is like. The problem is, well, Bahamut's still the one doing the damage, so an Intimidate in response to the cast of Bahamut still means that we don't wipe the board. I don't know. There's something about the fact that these Resonators, like, we just committed to an attack, and now we're going to do no damage. So, yeah, no blocks. And,
Intimidation does affect both players, is that right?
Yes.
yeah. That's why he didn't block.
Produce
So,
red, so I'll keep 200 for that. And use the floating red. I will go ahead and perform judgment.
so we're abandoning a
Yeah.
stone for the turn.
That's what I was wondering what he was going to do. Because it specifically names Resonators, Violet is the way.
But like this to me does not.
I have no response.
This to.
Roderick has a lot of cards in hand, so at this point I'm like, all right, Roderick knows
Okay,
what
so
he wants
she
to
doesn't
do.
have swiftness, and she's currently a 12/12 because we have got 1 Death Scythe pump, and she gave herself +2/+2.
Yes.
So 12/12 with no swiftness, 4 cards in hand. Violet math is strong.
Placing the red dice on the red part of the mat.
Yeah.
There is a
Banish the stone to draw a card.
That's the way. At this point, I think he's looking for an Eternal Wind if he doesn't have one already.
What are all of the abilities Violet can give on her activation?
So when I discard a card, I can choose between one of the following: either +2/+2, swiftness, flying, first strike, precision.
Echo, he needs well, he has cast Intimidate, yeah. Tea Party into Fantastic Trick would certainly be good here to make an unchaseable kill this Violet. It would win.
Yes, and she is currently a 10/10.
Yes.
Oh, she's a 12/12. Because of the pump from the
Yeah, she's a
scythe.
12/12.
Did he forget to pump with Scythe?
No, he's got the dice on the
I think
side.
so. Okay.
I will not banish, but discard Eternal Wind to recover a stone. And discard for her ability of Eternal Wind trigger to recover a stone.
I have no response to the Eternal Wind trigger.
Okay, so Eternal Wind's going to recover a stone.
Alright, and then her ability.
All right, so she's now a 14/14.
If he's pumping her up. We
He
don't know what
did.
she's doing yet.
He moved the dice.
Oh, I guess he did. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Roderick's doing all of the math in his head. Wow, this aggro matchup is crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean... Can't say it's not interesting. I mean, but
Yeah.
that's what... I mean, like, I'll say this. This is what I love about this format. Even the aggressive decks are not just... You can't just go brain dead. Like, you
Mhm.
have to play smart. You have to be able to play through interaction. Aggressive decks could be good. Like... I don't know. There's just something about it to me that I'm, like, totally fine with.
Oh yeah, it's very respectable.
I really enjoy this format a lot. I just...
No response.
Tea Party Fantastic Trick? Come on.
I will bump her up by 200.
Okay.
16 because
16, yes. Okay.
Okay.
So 2 pumps, and he has... Wait. She's a base 8. She's a 14-14.
Should be.
Why is she a 16-16?
I will cast Atomic Bahamut and removing
That doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do anything.
5 atoms in my grave from the game.
Okay.
Okay.
Does his cast resolve?
The cast resolves.
So he wants to
He's gonna fight
blank.
abilities, but because intimidation is in effect, he won't deal the 4,000 damage.
That is correct.
Right.
I am going to discard Aegis. And
He's trying to give...
I technically have a valid target, which is a Leonard Faria, but Leonard Faria has Eternal.
Just one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
How are we killing this turn, though?
No response.
Alright, so I'll give her +2/+2.
Okay. She just still doesn't have swiftness. She's 18. 16.
18.
So he needs.
Hold on 1 second. Because I need to ask.
Yes. She is currently at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. I'll use some different dice to show that because these probably don't show up well.
Okay. She's an 18. I don't think
Shout
she's
outs
an
to
8. I
Roderick.
don't think she's an 18-18. I think she's a 16-16.
Okay, now I will discard Brave Force, targeting my Violet for +600 attack.
Now she has.
Now
swiftness.
she'll have the swiftness. Now we respond with... He's...
20.
So it should be 20 at this point in time. 8. It'll be +8. So it should be 26. Still gotta find another 14 with 2
Mhm.
cards left in hand.
Unless he has Eternal Raging Messiah.
Fix this with Alice's fantastic trick.
Oh no, no Tea Party.
2 cards this turn, correct?
Yes, sir.
Alright, I will respond.
So then you just discard.
With a Brave Force.
Another one.
So we'll give her +6.
Give her barrier.
And I will give her +2 from her trigger.
So each of those is +8.
She's getting +2 attack from the atomic fusion.
Oh, that is where it is. Thank you very much. That is where it's from.
I got it from
Atomic
Echo.
Fusion.
Shout out to Echo.
Thank you. So that's 34. This Violet is currently swinging for 34.
I will enter combat.
No response.
I will discard Death Sight to give her flying.
34. This is not lethal, though. It's not lethal.
Put it back in your hand. Discard it again.
Oh.
Tap the other death scythe. That's so
Yeah,
smart.
that's lethal.
That's so
that's our lethal
smart.
there.
Oh my goodness.
Federation of Hearts. Okay. We will go ahead and pump this up to 36. Yep. We will.
Wow. Does he have enough cards in hand to do it
No response.
2 more times?
He has enough cards in grave, I think.
Discard Death Sight, retrieve it, discard.
Yeah. Way to go. Way to go.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you guys so much. You can go ahead and report, and we'll see. Good luck in your next rounds. Thank you.
That was a pretty non-game.
I have a theory.
That was a little bit.
I have a theory
But you played very well.
as to why Violet can be so good right now.
Okay, I'm curious.
There's no Zeus.
So because there's no Zeus,
Because Zeus is not in the format, Violet is no longer gate kept out of the format.
I mean, I will say that I think that in this matchup in particular, you want to move into the light.
No.
You're just gonna be in the dark.
Move dark.
Like,
deeper into the
I will say that Alice hand was like not. That Alice hand was just not good. Unfortunately, both of those games just didn't see what he needed. Like not having like the idea of like when he goes to. So here's the thing: if he has Tea Party Intimidate, then the second he goes to Judgment IU or Judgment. The second he goes to Judgment the Violet and taps out, that's when you do the Tea Party cast and also recover your stone immediately so that like you've cast your 2 spells and then the second that Roderick goes in, it's just like, make it really big. Cool, kill it like immediately.
Yeah.
Like just unchaseable, kill it with with Fantastic Trick. But the Death Scythe cycle loop there at the end to be able to pump up to find the lethal was like, that was the play.
Excellent.
It's very well done. It's very well played. So, let's do a giveaway, shall we? Let's do
Yes.
it.
Okay, I'll come into the light now.
Come into the light.
I'll come into the light for the giveaway.
Come into the light.
Just for the
giveaway.
chat.
Just for the chat.
Just for the chat.
So here's the way that you have to enter the giveaway. And I will preface this. This is specifically asking to people to enter the giveaway if you are not playing in today's tournament. If you are not playing in today's tournament, I need you to email rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com, and I need you to tell me of the 4, like
Sandwiches
no,
that Olga
of-
would eat.
Stop. Of the 4 ruler ideas that we are seeing in the set 4, which is tagging with Grim Cluster, a new take on the bond with armaments, the weird stranger style deck with the spaceship, and then the Void Solaris triple tag. Like pick 2 of 3 and tag them together. Which of those are you most excited to try to play? So let that in there. You can give us, again, email us rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com just with the description March GP giveaway, and we will draw that and we will post the answers tomorrow during top 8. You got to come back tomorrow to see who won. So it is open to international players. It is not open to anyone who is currently playing in this tournament. So we want to give those away to other people. So, Paul, who are you most excited about?
Probably Aristella tag.
Correct. That's the correct answer. The correct answer is Aristella tag. What is the first ruler that you want to tag with new Aristella?
Grim.
Interesting. For me, it's got to be K1 or Abdul.
Yeah.
Those are my ones.
Oh,
that I'm
is that
most
because of their
excited about.
darkness?
No, I like.
Oh,
I,
no, you're right.
I like Abdul being
I
able to like.
have to say K1 because she's the blue ruler.
You don't have to.
No, I have to.
I like Abdul because the ability to like call stone and judgment in the same turn could be really good for Abdul, and also just like blanking all enter effects. We just watched Atomic Bahamut, one of its best things, as well as Linosfaria, was just permanently turning off enter effects. Like that was a thing that was very, very good.
Seems pretty
And
good.
Abdul just can do that, right? So like, I'm okay with that. You're in the event, you can't deal with it. So that's how that goes.
Is aggro even good in this game? I mean,
Tyler Tompkins, our aggro Killua is currently 4-0 going into round 5.
yes. We just saw 2 aggro decks play against each other.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, is
aggro
aggro
good.
even good in this game? Yeah. We also know that an aggro Killua is currently 4-0 in this
Yeah.
environment.
That's where we're at.
Judgment, Abdul turn 1, cool. But I'm not going to try to judgment Abdul turn 1 unprotected. Come on.
Yeah, this is Jeremy Franklin, everybody.
I'm gonna do it turn 2 protected. That's fine. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
He's been playing this game for 9 years.
Going up on 9 years. Pretty
Going
long
on
time.
9
Yeah,
years.
it's been a long time.
This man has been to Worlds.
So I have to write a deck I wanted to play. No, yeah, just take the ruler that you're most excited to play of the
Just the
4 of
ruler.
them. Not the whole deck. Just like which ruler
Spaceship,
you're most excited.
Guns.
Spaceship, Void Gundams, Sword Mommy, and Aristella.
Sword Mommy?
Have you seen the artwork for Electra?
Is it
It's gives off heavy Sword Mommy vibes.
Sword Mommy? Infinite Sword works.
Infinite Sword works. The way I'm playing making top 64 is a stretch. Practice. That's all I have to say for you. We have some time left. Jeremy's an old man now. Back in my day.
Yeah. Back in my day, we didn't have the darkness.
So that's what we're
child.
gonna do.
It couldn't kill you on
so
turn 1 if you judgment.
people have been asking for Hyde, so we're gonna try to grab Hyde next round. Fortunately, it doesn't really seem like much of the Sun Children rulers are putting in much work today. Olga, that we saw with Toby, I think is the only one that's currently in contention, at least for top 8. But as I said, Killua. We forgot what all the names were except Aristella. It's fine.
What do you mean? Sword Mommy is her name.
Yeah, her name's Electra. Is her name.
That's what it means in Japanese.
So we're gonna go on a short ad break here as we get ready for next round. We'll be looking for the best ranked Hyde that hasn't played someone we've already seen before. So we're looking for Hyde next round. Curious to see if it'll be black, blue, white Hyde or black, green, white Hyde. We'll be curious to see which one of those goes through. I also will take a look and see if there's Eins, how an Eins is doing. Those will be the 2 decks that I'm looking for going into round 5 for you all. So there you go. Hyde has been sinking the competition. Yeah, Hyde's been very, very good this environment. So, as expected. That being said, we'll be going to a short ad break, and we'll be back soon for next round. So, see you guys soon. Hey guys, we're back just for a little bit. We're still waiting on a few things for round 5. Round 5 is notorious for players who are undefeated or are XO1 or whatever doing a lot of like IDing because it is the last round where they can draw. And so it's curious to see what we're going to get. We have a couple backups to try to get Hyde or Eins that we feel like are going to be good grabs, like ones that we can grab for next round. So that'll be nice. Paul's just sitting in the dark over there. Sitting in the true darkness over there. I do want to talk about this, though. One thing that I seem to have noticed from the decks that we were seeing played today is not a lot of sinks.
Will sinks.
A lot of, like, missed advantage is what I would say.
Like,
Does that make sense?
How do I make use of this will that I could be floating for good free advantage?
Right.
Like the Starfall Dragon.
And some of that is, I think, that the players aren't seeing those cards, but I also just don't know if they're being played, right? Like, I think some good examples that we've seen of some of the decks that have done it well have been, like, the Killua that we saw in round 1 with William, with, like, the Megiddo or the Contracts. I think Violet does very, very good with it, like we just saw this past round.
She is a will sink.
She is a will sink. I think that round 2 with the what was round 2? It was so long ago. What was round 2? Brain.
It wasn't the Odin match. The Odin match was
round 3.
It was round 3.
It was Olga.
Olga.
Yes.
Olga the
Stone
combo
Hate.
Aristella.
Combo Aristella. Yeah. So I think that like Olga has will sync elements in terms of like just drawing a card off of that or casting using Prisia or casting like Scheherazade or stuff like that. Let's see.
Yeah, Flighter is also a will
Flighter
sync.
is a will sync.
I'm gonna make a free 4/4. Like, let's talk about how a free 4/4 under Institute is ridiculous. Like, that's pretty. Like, okay, hear me out. Hear me out.
I'm listening.
Asuka,
Okay.
red, because already playing Ascendant.
Mm-hmm.
Right. 2 Flighter.
If all the Eins are Hyde ID, maybe find a dry if they are still trying. I do know that there's at least 2 Hydes that have to play. They'll have to play it out. Flighter's a nice. I can't believe you put Flighter in your foul cube. I just can't. Like I thought about Starfall as well. I think we put Starfall in the cube because it is a will sync, but like only Starfall benefits in that cube. Like there's a couple weird interactions. Like we do have the 1 Dark Alice in the cube, so you can have that little benefit. But for the most part, there's not a ton of advantage that's generated into the cube from Starfall. Flighter, I cannot possibly justify putting that in the cube. That card would be cracked. So let's see. Stuff that's in contention right now. Looks like the only potential undefeated, the only like fully undefeated, like no losses at all, is Tyler Tompkins on aggro Killua. So like just turn things sideways. Man did not want to think today, and it turns out if you don't respect it, sometimes you just die.
Sometimes.
Eins, Hyde, Olga, Falchion, and a single Aristella are currently in contention. In terms of like undefeateds or like only 1 draw.
Yeah.
So the like things that are likely to ID. Although anything that has 3 wins and 1 draw has to play next round, because if they ID next round and lose their last round, they are out. 3-1-2 will not. At this size crowd, 3-1-2 will not get you a top 8 finish. So surprisingly, honestly, a lot more decks that have to play than can ID, which is very interesting to me. But yeah, I just think we've seen decks like not taking advantage of excess resources. which I think is very interesting and not unexpected, or like a little unexpected with all the tools that we got in this environment to be able to do that. So I don't know. That just seems interesting to me. Thoughts, Paul?
Yeah, I think we went into this day saying that Aristella was going to be the deck to beat.
Yeah.
It seems like right now Aristella is kind of like middle of the pack, right?
Yeah.
Like it set the tone for the GP, and other decks knew that coming in. So there were a lot of players coming in thinking like, oh, Aristella is going to be the deck to beat.
Well, I think it comes down
seems
to
like
pilot too.
It also comes down to pilot. So like if you're
Yeah.
on Killua control, you're doing really well. Asuka's not doing super great.
Asuka is not doing well at all in this event. It's just not putting up record.
We're also not seeing the kind of like hand disruption Asuka that we've seen in the past.
I think Hyde took over that. Like
Yeah.
Hyde definitely took over that with Spy Mission. Spy Mission, I think, is big. In your meta, that would be feasible, but with actual fast decks running around, you can't afford will sinks in deck slots. Okay. Yeah, so like the decks that are playing here, we're seeing Aristella, Killua, Eins, Hyde, Olga, and Falchion. These are all decks that feel like player skill is a big part. Like, maybe not so much Eins. I don't really know exactly what Eins is doing right now outside of just, like, control Eins, like green Eins, especially since they lost Prototype Magi Trooper, and they can't do decapitation stuff anymore. But maybe they're doing something that I have missed. Haven't seen it yet. So it feels, I don't know. It feels very strange to see this. This is not the in contention list that I expected for today. I certainly did. There's only one Killua that's 3-0-1 or better. And that's the undefeated, like, full aggro Killua. So, like, even control Killua has, like, struggled a little bit today, it would seem. I did say going into this weekend, though, that it's the American GP, and Americans like to go fast. Like, we like to just turn things sideways. So, like, if you weren't prepared for that, it's a little on you. But I'm also not surprised. I'm also not surprised that Hyde wasn't a good Hyde was a good meta call going into that environment, because Hyde's spot removal is insane. Like, you just have so much ability to, like, just keep boards clean in a way that is very difficult to reapply pressure. So those are my thoughts. Paul, anything that stands out to you as, like, unexpected?
It's kind of unexpected to me that the Violet is doing so well. It really does show me that with Zeus out of the format, there are so many other decks you get to try now. Because there very much was a sense of, like, okay, can a deck maximize off of a Witch of the Fallen Kingdom while also putting pressure on Zeus? And, like, that's one of the main tests going into the metagame. Like, can this deck manage a Rogue Zeus? For me, that's a huge like, just moving Zeus just off the table in general really has shaken this metagame up. I think it was putting Hyde back a little bit to have to be in contention with Zeus. Not anymore. Violet is also, like, floating up. Like, the one Violet is actually doing really well, and we just watched that. Clearly, Roderick, we know from history, is just a really strong player in general. So
yeah, Violet's still in contention. I mean, 3-1 is still very much in contention. They just they have to, like, win out, right? They can't afford to. A 3-1 could draw in last round, but should never choose to ID going into this round. Like, you can draw in round 5. You shouldn't choose to, certainly, as a 3-1 going into this environment. Slay, what did I expect for the meta? I mean, I'm not, like, surprised that these decks are doing as well. I think I'm surprised that there's not more things. But I will say, like, I'm only looking at the decks that are undefeated or XO1s. So, like, 3-1s are still very much in contention, right? And so those are the decks that are probably like the aggro decks that are still very much in contention, the combo decks that are still very much in contention, right? So like I gotta like expand my worldview in terms of what's possible for this environment. I'm just being handed a list of like what's in the undefeated / draws category. So I think Aristella control. I think Aristella, like blue white black Aristella control. I think blue Aristella Fairy Tales, I think, is still a contender. I think Hyde control. I think Hyde mid range. I think Falchion control is okay, but it's got a target on its back because of the Killua spell. I think Welser has some certain gas. I think Olga's pretty good. I think Funfist pretty good. It very much feels like it's a meta where like if you play smart and you play tight and you kind of know what the environment is, like you could be successful on almost any deck, if that makes sense. As long as you're not trying to do something that's like super off the cuff and just like gonna walk into bad matchups and like you're playing against a 90-10 matchup that you're probably gonna see and you probably shouldn't have brought this deck, right? Something like trying to do artillerist Messiah shenanigans, like don't play that deck walking into an environment where you could just see an opponent have wall and you go, like, you know what I mean? Like, as long as you're not doing, I think this is an environment where as long as you're not trying to do something like that and you've like play tested and you know the environment well and you know your play lines and know what the other decks are doing, you can be successful. So that's my thought in terms of that.
Oh yeah, notably no share.
No one even tried. No one even tried Sherry for this environment, which is not unsurprising to me at all. I would not have wanted to play Sherry into an unknown environment. If I wanted to play a Sherry into an unknown environment, I would play Hyde because they play very similarly.
Very functionally similar.
Yeah. So, and Hyde just has better, like, flexibility.
Actual
Against
removal.
an unknown, it has a better flexibility against an unknown environment. I would agree with the can play a lot to compete currently, but most can beat both Aristella aggro and also compete with Hyde. So what I just said, or do you say? But most can't beat both Aristella aggro. Okay, I was about to say that makes a lot more sense. Can't beat both Aristella aggro and also compete with Hyde. I mean, then that enters a point of like know your matchups and like pick and make meta calls, right? Meta calls are important.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, only one left. Hooray.
But while we're waiting until next round. I enjoyed this meta, though. I will say that all the games that I've been playing in this environment, both casually and helping people test competitively, have been fun. I enjoy the creativity of it and the interactions of it. They've been engaging games. So, that's me. That's my personal preference.
Yep. We don't trash talk.
We don't trash talk Cherry here.
I think
we don't do that.
I think Steven, that's the first time I've heard from you in the chat.
Well, he's been busy. He's been playing today, so.
This man rang in from play to say, "Don't disrespect Scheherazade." Love it. The queen.
We might actually have. You know what? Because of how many draws we have going into this with so many XO1s, we might have no one able to ID next round. Which is kind of interesting. So that's very interesting.
No dark tree.
No dark tree, yep.
Yeah, I gave up on dark tree a long time ago.
You gave up on dark tree a long time. That's fair.
68 players. Two rounds are left.
Yeah, 2 rounds left here today. What's the... Yeah, did anyone bring Vega? We did have Vegas. We did have Vegas today.
I wonder if Vega would eat like
Stop with the sandwiches.
a cucumber finger sandwich.
Stop with the sandwiches.
Or would he feast like his inner Hulk would want to eat? Like, would we see his inner Hulk
Jeez
through the
Louise.
sandwich he eats?
Stop. Stop this. Don't do this to me.
I think it'd be a meatball sub, honestly. It kind of like looks like muscles if you like squint a little bit, you know? Ripples.
Oh, goodness. Can we talk about Zero Olivia, though? No, because there
Yeah,
was...
notably Zero Olivia.
No. No.
Pat, this is your fault.
My spooky sad boy didn't do too bad today. Didn't get enough practice in. The deck did a lot for a cheap and got caught a few people off guard. Talk about Reinhardt. Reinhardt for sure.
Really? Okay, I want to know why ice cream sandwich review.
Stop this, please. Get out of this rabbit hole discussion. Let's talk about Force of Will for a second.
You're in here. He told me to get out.
I told you to get out of this chain of
You told me to
thought.
leave.
Get rid of these intrusive thoughts
Jeremy
about
doesn't like
sandwiches.
Bye.
I'm notoriously anti-sandwich.
Very anti-sandwich.
I'm very anti. I make too many of
Anti-sandwich
them.
meta. Bye.
Okay. But seriously though, like taking a lesson from this environment, we have one more GP here in the United States that's before the next set drops. We also have the Ruler School event that's going to be international that you can take a look at for April 1st. You could join our server down below to get into our Discord server where we are going to go do that. This environment overall, I feel like is great. I feel like there's lessons to be learned about kind of what I think the biggest takeaway of this environment is going to be seeing the text that people have created, right? Because I think the deck ideas themselves haven't really like changed. Like they're pretty like we know what the decks are going to do. I don't think they've suddenly like come up with some super creative new we're going to play this deck entirely different than we've ever played it before. I think it's techs that have changed a lot. And that, I think, is going to be the interesting thing as we go into the next environment. I still think I would be on probably... I think Hyde... in seeing these results, I still think Hyde, Killua, or Aristella are the decks that I would choose to play. As we're seeing these results, Paul... Does that change your kind of thoughts about what you would start testing with to go into the next environment? Or the next tournament, GP, if you were playing one, which you can't because you work for me?
I want to say Foul is...
I want you to answer my question about...
A Vegetal Light. I mean, it's diverse. There's lots of ways you can customize it. There's lots of different vegetables in the metagame. And
Okay, so now that Paul's in timeout, Paul, what did you do? Did you hijack my stream with conversation about sandwiches?
I said that Jeremy sandwich would be the BMT. And now I'm being punished.
Yep,
Daddy-
he's
Daddy's
being punished. I
punishing
didn't
me.
have any buckets of water to make him stand in the corner with, so I'm making
So
him
he gave
stand
me
with,
all of the water bulk that he
yeah,
had
all of
from-
the water bulk in boxes. Yep, that's what we're doing right now. Okay.
This
Paul,
is
you can,
cruel.
Paul, you can sit down. It's
Oh,
okay.
thank you.
It's okay.
Thank you. I
But
was
seriously though,
feeling
the
punished
real
for
lesson-
no reason.
the lesson the lesson to come from this, Paul, give me these boxes. Okay. What lessons would you take from this GP in terms of what you've seen play and what you've seen kind of make it to top table area going into this environment for, like, if you were to play in the next GP?
Okay, real talk. I would, if I were going into the next GP, I would be considering the fact that board control is not as important as we might think it is intuitively.
Yeah.
And so this is sort of illustrating that. I would think the deck going into the next GP that you would really want to consider as, like, the issue deck would probably be Killua control. How do I deal with that? And really take that into consideration. And I think you probably steered toward Hyde if you want to beat Killua.
Sure.
Aristella is fine. It's a threat. But right now, the two top decks in my brain are you either play Killua or you play
Hyde. Yeah. I think there's an element of
Or just Rogue. Just go Rogue and have fun.
yeah, I mean, like 3-1 Violet, totally in contention to top 8 if it wins out. Like,
Odin obviously had some real oomph,
that was impressive.
right?
Until we failed to discard the right card to Artillers.
By choice.
By Trace. So I think this is still an environment where, like, the biggest thing to me in terms of what I would look, I said Aristella, Killua, or Hyde. No memory of worlds have come up. Yeah, that's another thing that's been interesting. Like, we haven't seen a ton of memory of worlds, and we haven't seen a ton of Angelic Battle Barrier being played. Angelic Battle Barrier is not surprising that we haven't seen a lot of it being played, because, like, the big heavy hitter combo decks, like, that are trying to play a bunch of cards really, really fast, like, haven't been doing super hot here. Like the Asuka decks particularly, or, like, you know, we're not seeing Sprinting Steward decks really be successful. We're not those kinds of things. So, like, that doesn't feel surprising. The lack of memory of worlds has been really interesting to me, and I don't know if it's that people still don't have it, or they're just, like, choosing not to use it. Like, it feels very strange.
So my history with that card was when we first saw that card spoiled, it was like, oh, this card seems very interesting, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be nearly it doesn't seem like it's going to be very impactful, just because it's like a less powerful wall of wind. Seven Kings TCG over in Spain considered that this is probably one of those powerful cards of the format, and we had no way of testing that until the Converging Wills event. And even at that event that was international, that card was incredibly rare. I think in the top 8, it was only Jeremy's list that actually had any copies above 2 in it. Or any copies
for
at
Converging
all.
Wills?
For Converging Wills.
I think I was playing 2 sideboarded. I know that the other Aristella deck was playing 3. I think that beyond that, though, I don't think there was very much memory of worlds. Asuka has an issue with Light Child, and I'm sure most everyone is playing it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Asuka has been successful through Light Child before. I do think, though, that, like, Asuka is you were playing 2 as well, Echo. Thank you. I think Asuka in general is lost some of her ability to close through interruption, right? Which is one of the reasons why I said could be access to memory of world still, very much could be an access issue. Yeah. I think which is one of the reasons why I talked about, like, Death Scythe pivoting into sorry,
Asuka
Asuka pivoting into
the Death Scythe.
into Death Scythe, so she has more something to throw down pressure during her turn. Because I think that she just doesn't have as much oops you're dead because of the lack of Pumpkin Witch.
Yeah. I
Right?
think she becomes more of a mid-range deck. It doesn't rely on the combo nearly as much. It just goes back to more control.
It's the last match that was currently going on is Falchion versus Aristella staring each other down in the last turn of turns, apparently.
And he looks at me.
And I look at him.
And he looks at me.
And I look at him. So, yeah, I mean, I think, as always, going out of this environment, like, it's a larger event. 68 players is really good. Like, that's really, really nice. I don't think that, like, walking out of this meta, we can say that the meta is, like, solved. I think we can start to see, like, where the power cards are, where the good tech cards are. And I think we can continue to say who are the good players. I think we can be pleasantly surprised by some of the things. Yeah, Asuka spell is really good against Killua, or the new Killua spell is really good against Asuka, being able to, like, a lot more people able to cancel the end of night, like, reanimate trigger is kind of huge, without having to worry about Lorite. So that's a big thing too. Like, the meta's not solved. Skill play is certainly a thing. I think we've narrowed the focus in terms of, like, what are the obvious things that top table is going to be, which I think is fine. But also, like, clearly nothing is perfect. Going into this, I think going into last round, the only undefeateds are the contractless Falchion that we saw in round 3 that almost lost, and
To Odin.
and Killua hyper aggro. That's what Tyler's playing.
Yeah.
So, like, and we don't know what Tyler's pairings were, but it could be that his opponents just were not expecting Killua to just fully commit to the bit and go to aggro, because I wouldn't have thought to just fully commit to the bit and go aggro, and so they didn't sideboard properly, made a bad meta call, and he got paired well. You should have played red. Why are you on a control list? Bread! Don't ask me. Because I don't know. I just hand you lists when you say to hand me lists, and I say what I would play. But you and I both know that I'm the control guy, and you're the guy who just turns things sideways, go brr. So I don't know why you would trust what I think for you, for players. You see more top-tier aggro Killua versus control Killua. I think what we're seeing in this event seems to be that that Killua that's in contention is aggro. I think overall the better choice is probably control, personally.
Yeah.
I
agree.
I think between the two of them, I would gravitate towards the control version. And that's the other thing too, I think that I really enjoy about this meta. And so, Paul, I'd be curious to see your thoughts.
Sure.
I enjoy a meta where there is diversity and there are good decks, but I can't solve it. Like, I enjoy some of the, like, yeah, but I'm going to have to play well, and I don't know what the day's going to throw at me going into a tournament.
Yeah.
Right? Like, being surprised about what I'm going to see is, I think, really, I like that in general, because I think it rewards. I think those are the environments that reward skill play and knowing the environment, and those are the things that I like to see rewarded in card games rather than just, I brought the best deck. So that's me personally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely more in that camp as well. It's really hard for me to get behind a format that is, like, centralized to the point of the dreaded tier 0 format, right? Like, we hate those famously. Like, you and I both really detest that idea.
I can't stand tier 0 formats.
Force of Will moved away from that 5 years ago, and it was the best move they ever did. And so for me, I think being able to master a game fundamentally is something that, at least in the West, we respect that a lot more in terms of that skill, being able to do that. Just like culturally, right? Not entirely, but definitely, like, there's an element of that, and that's where this, like, card game really develops its community.
Let's see. So far, Tyler on Hyper Aggro Killua played against Oct, Violet, and 2 Hydes. Yep, that makes sense that his matchups have been great favored for him. Like, absolutely. Those feel like decks that would based on like go in kind of loopy kind of elements of Killua aggro, feels like those decks might really struggle against it. Yeah. Yo, next round pairing is up. No, it's not. Is it? No, they're still playing. Don't do that.
You versus me.
Baba. Papa. So David has my deck, like my cards, and Babatunde just wanted my list for Foonf. So they both have my Foonf list.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's that. People writing off aggro doesn't really sound real when watching North American GPs. I will say that certainly a lot less aggro in what we've hit on stream than expected. The decks that I thought were aggro, yeah, Killua can also turn from control to aggro and vice versa pretty easily. That's for sure. I agree. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I think Killua is a good I like Killua and Aristella in this environment because they both can just turn on a dime, and so when a player knows when to flip the switch, it's and knows the environment, it feels really nice. Hyde is
How is Foonf?
How is Foonf?
I would just say it's hard black control.
Black white /green personally.
It's
you try to rip your opponent down to 0 cards in really effective and manipulative ways, and then you just grind them to death with the demon. That's how I play it anyway. Hyde versus Killua aggro. Thinky because they both made Battle Barrier and then sided in 6 to 8 cards for aggro on top of being able to prep trap cards for the all-in turn. Yeah, for sure. Hyde, Veer, Aristella, and Odin for Patrick. Patrick, are you 3-1? Patrick, what's your record? Are you 3-2? Or 2-2? I don't know.
I'm curious if...
He lost round 1.
I'm curious if Lorite as a card has a place in this metagame. If Dexia's advice, Aristella decks go down in play.
I think there's a world where Lorite has been replaced by the Killua spell because people are leaning heavier on automatics versus activates.
Yeah, and I agree. There's a lot of enter effects that are super powerful.
Like the
plus
only
it doubles as the addition.
The only activates we're really seeing a lot are the God's Arts. So it's a lot of I'm just gonna play through those two and right? I just know that those are gonna try to resolve at some point, so I'll find other ways to interact with them rather than try to cancel them. And so I think the Killua spell has just kind of found its way because of the flexibility and the color splash ability versus Lorite, which is fine. I'm fine with it. Addition hate. Okay, so Patrick is 3-1. So Asuka's still in contention. Right. That's what I said of waiting. I need to see what top 16s. I legitimately think the event, the takeaway, and I'm going to tell you this for your tournament report as well,
sure,
is we're going to want to do a breakdown of top 8, but also top 16. We're going to want to see both of those because I think this meta is so wide enough and player skill and meta calls are so important enough that you will get 2 different pictures looking at top 8 versus top 16. And I think top 16 will be a better indicator of what to look at going into prepping for next GP than top 8 will be. Because I think top 8 is player skill really driven, but top 16 is what is the environment. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
That means you're gonna need to get me 16 lists.
Hey, you got it.
And I'm gonna spend a whole day making deck profiles.
I'll just make. Yeah, seeing the bubble in is invaluable. Yeah, I'm gonna make David Curris also make top 8 lists or top 16 lists for me. So we just finished. So we're gonna be quickly jumping into round 5 here. So short break, and then we'll be jumping right into round 5. So thanks, guys.
Half works for me. Do you have a specific number in mind?
Lorite.
Oh. Yeah, you're good for that part. Yep. Okay, guys, our camera angle is all set. So with that, you have 60 minutes on the round. Welcome to round 5. You may begin. Okay. A deer's least favorite sandwich bread, sourdough. There you go.
You hear that, Jeremy?
A bread joke made it into a super chat. I got it.
My sandwiches got you $2 more.
Hey, appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have Eins versus
stand
Hyde
in the
here.
corner.
So we did get to see both of the rulers that people were wanting to see.
Hooray.
This is going to be very interesting to see how this goes. Getting a Damascus moon out the top, honestly, pretty dang good.
Yeah,
for
don't hate
Eins.
that. That's pretty good.
Because now the big thing is that's going to turn off Iga. That's the biggest thing here is that it's turning off Iga. So
It can turn off Ego, which isn't irrelevant.
I mean, preventing him from being able to have ninja arts that are quick cast and ninjas that are quick cast.
Yeah.
That's the biggest piece of it.
Yeah,
Right?
that it's not awful, and
Yeah, it's pretty dang good.
Hyde can certainly get around that too. She doesn't necessarily need to play Rusty at quick cast speed.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Cone is naturally a quick cast Fox boy, so that's really
Indeed.
strong.
Indeed. It mainly is the fact that like not being able to contract at quick cast speed can be a little bit of a problem. But I imagine that Derek's probably playing some form of addition hate in this deck. We also saw a recycling gears on the side of Daniel. Goddard to see what happens there. What's the record of both players? These guys are both X01. So still very much in contention for both of these guys, but
So this is
have
gonna
to play it
be-
out. They cannot draw because they'd have 2 draws, and that would make them in a really bad spot going into last round.
Black-green source to force C. Derek doing a lot of thinking noises on his side of the table.
Just pass and turn does not surprise me at all.
Nope, that's Hyde.
Yep.
That's Hyde.
I'm very curious to see what Eins looks like here. Dragon's going to shoot Derek for 4. We now have +2 and swiftness and precision to all of our guys. Sex return from retirement. That is going to resolve. This is before recovery. What are we searching for? Are we just searching for contract?
Maybe.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Search for Flight of the Demon Sword just to be able to get that card back. We are sitting on Light Moonchild and X the Black Cat.
So I think Black Hat put 1 card face down.
Yep, it
yeah.
has already used its Goddard. So this is one of the reasons why I'm wondering if World Conference finds its way into Hyde lists to like use Black Cat and then get it off the field for something like Darkness Moonchild. You know what I mean?
Mm. Wow, a niche for that really bad card.
Yeah, I think that's certainly an application for it. I know some people overseas think that this card is cracked, but I am of the opinion that it is not.
Yeah, it's fine.
Currently at 5 gears for the purposes of contracts, because Damascus Moon is not a gears.
Believe it or not.
Sword of Progression?
Sword of Progression.
We're just going to accept that it's RFG'd. How are we putting it back into our deck?
Are we putting it back into our deck?
I mean, I would imagine so. Are we using recycling gears? Or are we using
Moonshade.
the healing robot to put it back in the graveyard for some reason? That's an unexpected card.
Yeah,
very clearly a green-black like control a green black white build, not green blue black or not blue black white. This is very interesting to me. Okay. So we are successfully contracting here. Pink Spider.
So Pink Spider's going to come in. This card's cracked. I love this card.
How many cards? We're up to 5. We just happened. That's true. Just casting it because the first ones just draw a card and the rest ones become pure value cards. That's not. I don't hate that idea. Just putting all 5 down, draw 5 cards.
Yeah, because like
it's a will sink. Yeah, you're right. It is a will sink.
It is a will sink.
What if we just doubled our hand and put out a Pink Spider? Wow, that's kind of crazy. Like the things that like Derek potentially has access to here now that this is like this is like we've got Rusty's, we've got Rusty's Fox, we've got the ability to tap stuff down with like kunai throw, like all kinds of stuff here.
There's a lot of really good stuff we can do here. Not to mention anything quick cast. Anything quick cast, right? Dispelling Stone, another sort of progression. The Killua spell, right? Anything quick cast.
2 mana draw 5 seems fair. I mean, didn't have any interaction, so that's one of the reasons why I'm curious about Eins right now. Is like, what is he doing? You know what I mean? Gain 1,000 life because of bird. I'm gonna get for Eins. You pressed it too fast, my guy.
I did.
Yeah. Life total.
Weird.
There we go. Now we're gonna reveal Bat. It's got to be Bat. Yeah. Good thing Hyde also has 1 mana draw a bunch. Yeah, from the Pink Spider. Yeah, for sure.
I'm still very curious as to this sort of progression. What is this setting up?
Yeah, like, is he trying to go in for contract right now?
Okay, we're still on Daniel's turn, so he's going to rain a comments on his turn.
To remove all of its abilities. This would make it so he can't play anything from the EX area, but he does have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It won't kill the Hyde, which is relevant. But it will remove his ability to play cards from the EX area. I think you, yeah, and in response, we're going to go ahead and see Child of the Light Moon. I think that's exactly the right call from Derek here. Because if in response, Daniel tries to go like, oh, well, in response, I'll go to contract, then he's still in a moment where he has access to all those cards from the EX area in response.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he can still, like, just pop the dragon so that nothing has swiftness. He can try to do kind of whatever he wants. Second Painter's Gears? What are we doing with these cards? 8/9. 8/9.
So it's got 2 HP left, right?
Yeah, he's got 2 left.
So I don't have Daniel's recovery.
I think you just let it kill your Hyde. I don't think you care. They don't have first strike. Oh, they do have first strike as a bat, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they do have first strike. Nope.
4 5s.
Oh, we're not going to.
You have the precision, first strike.
Yep.
Flying, and swiftness.
Yeah, and I don't think he realized that they had first strike. So he's just going to let the Painter's Gears die. And then pass turn. Wasn't enough to kill the Hyde, so. Rusty's Fox. 12 damage on the Painter's Gears. 15 damage.
15
Yep,
damage.
good old
Counts
Rusty's
himself.
Fox.
Go check my face downs.
Yeah, I gotta check my just gotta check my
What
trap
trap
cards.
cards do I have down
Yeah,
here?
what trap cards do I have here?
This is the way.
Ooh,
In
that's the
your draw
big
and tuck.
thing that I just heard from Daniel is that he just asked, what does that do against Rusty's Fox?
Yeah.
So this feels like
oh,
maybe
oh.
Daniel doesn't know exactly what the
What
high
Derek's
deck
deck
is
does.
playing into, which works even more for Derek's favor. Like,
Okay.
how many cards does Daniel have in hand? Not many.
Why does Cone have a blade? Like, he has no hands. How is he gonna draw that thing?
You can't?
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's fine. I was trying to make sure that was
So we're gonna play something face down.
okay. Now I'll attempt to go to my turn. Yep. Drop. Attempt to go to.
Okay. So we're on Derek's turn
Interesting.
now.
We're Derek's turn. We know there's a Demon Sword. It looks like 2 other cards in hand. Not many cards versus 10 cards for Derek. Yeah, Derek's already, like, stabilized pretty quick here.
Yeah.
Resolving that early Hyde, like, sure, it was a bit of an investment, like a risk to do it during his turn that early, but certainly paid off because the value he's generated here is pretty huge.
Well, because the Painter's Gear died, do I give Derek the Drain Trigger?
It lost all of its abilities.
Oh, that's right.
I will attempt to cast Ninjutsu Meditation from my produce 3 white, or 2 white, 1 black, and
Is that a what just got cast? Ninja Meditation?
I think it was Ninja Med. So he's got 3 will floating.
Contract
Gonna
again.
contract again.
make you banish to Resonator and expand. No, sorry. Mode to banish to Resonators, and I will contract.
Okay, so we're contracting and banishing
And
2
forcing him to
Resonators.
banish his will sync.
So
Yeah.
we're gonna float a void.
Yep.
Enter trigger. Trigger to expand 1. Yep. And put it number of cards. Okay. So 6.
Jeez Louise. Derek just drawn a bajillion cards.
So he's probably gonna set.
Well, with I mean, with
1,
with him
2.
not playing against, like, this is very clearly Daniel's not playing green Eins. So, like, Derek kind of just gets to do what he wants.
Yeah.
And he's just pivoted hard away from, like, any kind of things to do with Ega. So it's just like, yeah, it's fine. Cast another Rusty's Fox. Glowing
Glowing Spider.
Spider. So draw even more cards.
Draw 5. Also a 14/14. Is that cool?
Yeah, this is approximately infinite cards. Yeah. Yeah, 14 in hand from Derek versus 2 from Daniel, one of which is a sword.
Yeah, Steven, that's a good point. It doesn't seem like there's any institute on Derek's side.
Well, Derek is Hellscheiser knows the list because they're playing together.
Play Horn.
Horn? Well, I mean, run out of cards, just recycle until the end of time. This is okay. Daniel's not doing anything during Derek's end of turn, so we're moving to discards. So Derek has 2 will and 5 cards face down. But he's out of God's Arts.
Yeah.
But also 7 cards in hand. And a ton of, like, flip face up effects, presumably in his face down area, since he's been sculpting his face down area.
I think that's a Memory of Worlds in hand that I saw.
That would be relevant.
Meditation, Iga, Memory of Worlds, Lorite, Garyon, and
Nice.
And
My man playing Lorite. And so we know there's no institutes in Derek's deck.
Yeah, but like, who needs them
Okay.
when you've got glowing spider just being huge? Squirrel. Which we know there's squirrel, which also means there's no recon drone. We're learning a lot about Daniel's deck.
Yeah.
From what we're seeing here, this feels very much like almost, I don't know. It feels very traditional Eins. Certainly can play with Painter's Gears. We can play Omnivores.
sounds good. That resolves. Okay, enter resolve. Yep. Give your Hyde a fire. Sounds good. And tap for one to play Omnivore here.
If we cancel this,
Swiftman.
3 cards left in hand.
3 cards
from
to try and draw.
Cast Angelic Battle Barrier to silence.
this. Oof.
This seems like a good card against the
Does this resolve?
the aggro deck.
Okay, so I will draw since I have a contract.
He also is under contract, so he draws.
Oh, so good.
Yep.
Silence. I will then the Omnivore on the stack. I will sort of progression to counter it and draw a card. Countering the spell, right? Yes.
So
Yep.
it looks like Derek's just using sort of progression as this, just like, I'm
will-
gonna see 4 copies.
Yeah, just infinitely progressive, like
Yeah.
value. I don't hate it. I think it's a good tech.
It's certainly different. It's not the thing I would think of first,
Yeah.
but it works. It certainly works. Cancel that draws you a card. Pretty good.
And then cancel that draws you a card and bounces something, which means he can like bounce his own glowing spider and keep drawing cards.
Yeah.
Wow. So we've got sword and 2 unknowns in that hand. Very interesting. Steven, if you're in chat, does that mean that you ID'd? What are you doing here?
For 8 with Pig Spider. How big is Glowing Spider? Currently 10, 14, 14. Okay, I'll take 8. Sounds good.
Taking 8. Sword was your terrible idea. I mean, Eris, it seems like it's done really good here. 42 and 44 for
Looks
life
like we have
totals.
another Rusty Spox. that's gonna pop
42
these.
on the side of Daniel and 44 on the side of Derek. So the swings.
To deal 15 damage to it. Damage go through?
Ah, you conceded to Logan so that Logan has another chance to top 8. Okay, that makes sense. What a good man. In a way that's kind of also rude.
What's Daniel's life supposed to be again?
He should be 42. He just took 14. He should be down to 28. And Derek should be at 42, not 52. And now he's at 23 because of the swing from the Fox. So 23, 42 is our current life total. Turns out Rusty's Fox. Good card. Just flip it face up.
Yeah.
This is one of the reasons why against Hyde I really like the card Don't Cheat. Because, like, you have to resolve, in order to contract, you have to cast it from your EX area, which means Don't Cheat is just free. And Hyde isn't playing a way to stop that from, like, being just free to cast against. So,
Mhm.
like, Don't Cheat I really like as a tech card against Hyde. Personally.
Certainly a good sideboard card.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. It's a card that I've been putting, like, 2 or 3 of in most of my sideboards right now just to mess with Hyde.
This is why, like, I think turning off Iga is not the worst thing here. Because
Oh, yeah.
At
I
this
mean,
point, you're
Derek's
just
not
like,
even tried to play one.
cool. My Iga's not going to resolve. I'm just going to play this 1-drop big boy and this 1-drop big boy.
Yeah,
That's
host
cool.
Weiser, I'm not surprised you would do something like that after you spited me out of a Lumia top 8, Matt. Love you, buddy. Oof, Garyon on the search. Just really telling this man no. really telling Daniel just like you don't get to do anything here. I expected Hyde, so I would have walked into this event knowing that there should be don't cheats in my sideboard.
How surprised would we be if Derek wasn't playing Rusty?
Oof.
'Cause
I wouldn't be surprised.
I would not be
Maybe like
surprised either.
I maybe see like 2, I think.
Maybe like 1 or 2, yeah.
That hand is another Damascus Moon and a sword, and that's it. Second Damascus Moon.
Woo.
Doesn't draw him a card, though, does it? It just enters?
Search it up.
End of turn. Oh my god.
No, mister.
Shuffle that, please. He's not playing Rusty at all. Hey, Derek, would you mind shuffling the stones since you just, like, flipped all your stones over?
Yeah, that makes sense. 2 Spider, 3 to 4 Rusty's Fox, 4 contracts.
Yeah, Hyde was a very obvious deck going
Kunai.
into this environment, for sure.
We're going to cast Rusty's Fox. End of your turn. To draw a card, put 1 into yes.
Yeah, Derek's just gonna kill this turn. Yeah, this is not. This is the version of aggro Eins that I expected, and is part of why I think that I wouldn't play aggro Eins in this format. You know what I mean? Like
Say that again.
This is exactly what I thought aggro Eins would look like, without like decapitation and stuff. And no prototype Magic Trooper, and is exactly why I personally abandoned aggro Eins. Like, it just doesn't feel like it's doing anything, and if it doesn't get under you, it just doesn't have reach.
Yeah.
Right?
That's fair.
Because now we're starting to get out of a point where, like, Derek is going to have, like, so much life because of the Hyde, and also spot removal for days to get rid of all of the other things. Like, that's probably getting canceled.
Cast a Sword of Progression.
Yeah, Sword of Progression.
You just cancel it.
Yeah.
And I'll bounce a Damascus Moon to your hand.
Yeah, so we can cast any cards from our EX area. They don't have to be ninjas or ninjutsus.
We'll get the Raymond.
Cool, so that's game.
Basically.
Spy mission.
Combat.
I mean, it's lethal on board. Hyde plus Pink Spider is lethal plus the 2 Rusty Foxes. So
Yep.
Go into game 2. Game 2. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. What are we bored as Eins? And why is it nothing? I don't know what Eins brings to the table that changes the game plan from what we just saw. Because we didn't see any green in that hand of
zero green.
Daniel, right?
Only green sources. Only gear sources.
Only gear sources. It truly felt like there's some white in there. I see some Raymonds in the side, like as the deck is being like shuffled up, face up in front of us.
Yeah.
But I don't see any like disruption of what Hyde's gonna do. Like nothing to like stop Hyde from doing Hyde things. And so I think that you have to stop Hyde from doing Hyde things.
Yeah.
You can't just try to because of how much good spot removal she has. You can't just let Hyde set up. Like you can't just say like, oh, I'm gonna get under you. Like her setting up is naturally stopping you from getting under her.
Yeah.
Right. So like it's just kind of like I don't know if there's anything that you do. I don't know what happens there.
I'm noticing Daniel is not siding at all.
Yeah, that's true. Might have just come into this event playing Eins because that's what he had, and then found himself at top tables, which I'm not surprised.
I mean, that's a possibility.
Hyde probably the best deck. I think it's a strong deck. I think it's one of the big threats that you have to be able to like play against to get to at least like a 50-50 matchup and then play smart. You can't just ignore it.
Enter again. Destroy target non-magic stone ink. Yeah, and then when it comes into play, it's like when Kaguya comes in, I get to bring in all my revealed.
Oh, well, that card image just isn't loading.
I was like, I remember it was something, but something ridiculous. It's like the win con, basically.
Very strange.
Interesting.
Nope, just doesn't want to load there. Okay. Flight of the Demon Sword. I truly think the biggest card that's... Whoa, now it's just not pulling up any of my card images. Hold, please.
Uh-oh.
Okay, well, we got something pulled back up. That's very strange that it had that glitch. Card that I think is kind of the big heavy hitter in this matchup is Rusty's Fox. I think that this card is probably... The fact that it's just free to flip up and ping something for damage is... And it can be 1,500 damage is gross.
Respectable. Like you can't ignore that.
Well, because the other thing is, too, is like if Daniel tries to go in on his turn and gets like a single dragon, then gets like a single dragon as his only way to have swiftness for the board, even with all of the gears pumping, 1,500 damage from Rusty's Fox kills it.
Yeah.
So then you lose swiftness for the turn, which is one of the reasons why Darkness Moonchild was so good against Eins if they were trying to go in on their turn, because it's like, well, I'll just shoot your thing that's giving swiftness, and then like we're fine. But like Rusty's Fox is just like feasibly Rusty's Fox can tank 2 hits for 1 will, because it can shoot something and then you can cast it and it can block, and potentially set down another Rusty's Fox, right? Eins side 4 shackles, just YOLO it. Maybe.
You're not wrong.
Shackles of Ice, certainly a card that's playable.
Yep.
Derek verifying his sideboard here.
Sorry about that. Oh, they weren't. I'm just stupid. Okay, my bad. Would you like to go first for a second?
Okay, so Derek gets the coin.
Daniel gets the coin.
Sorry, Daniel gets the coin. Derek going first. Probably getting Damascus Moon, I imagine, right off the bat again.
I think you just play something different. I'm just not sure what you would play different. Damascus Moon doesn't really shut down the deck.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Eris, is he playing any Egas? You let us know, because you helped build the list, so you can let us know if he's playing any Egas.
I think you play 2 Iga at most in this version.
Probably. Garion's coming back for this list as well. I really like this Hyde list. It's very cool.
Yeah.
Like
and
I said,
it's green.
And it's the green variant
It's the
instead of the blue variant.
Instead of the blue variant.
4 Egan main?
4
Okay.
Iga. Oh, wow.
Oh. Something seems to have happened. 1 second. Okay, so it wasn't a judge call. He just accidentally had his he like put his mill cards on top of his Damascus Moon when he put them on the bottom of the deck. So he does want to get the Damascus Moon, obviously.
I'll go ahead and just Goddard the Black Cat.
Yep. What does Derek have? Oh, 3 is the die on his for number of EX areas he has. Did
Yeah.
he hit contracts? Seems likely. We'll see. Oh, yeah, I think Damascus Moon is 100% correct. Straggler.
I think if you're, I think
Oh,
if
that's
you're
the
meaning
that's the
the one that
gets
gets
cheaper.
rid of EX area stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's
Yeah.
fine. That's a fine sideboard card for Hyde.
Yeah, it's also really good. I mean, if you're playing 4 Ega, like you want to be doing something with that.
Well,
so I
Ega
guess,
doesn't. Ega cannot use the will for things that are not
Yeah.
ninjas.
No, I know.
Or ninjutsus.
I'm saying like if I'm inherently thinking like, oh, I should just run 1 or 2 because like whatever, but this list is running 4. Damascus Moon is the pick.
Yeah,
because
and
for
also-
some reason Ega is like incredibly important to this version.
Got to be
Um,
prepared for the mirrors with stragglers. Yeah, that's very fair. Eris, are you guys playing main-boarded stragglers or sideboarded? Main-boarded stragglers would be a hot meta call take. Give me Tribe Straggler. So we paid 1 and we put a card face down. Gotta love being able to pay no life and doing that. Keeping it on top and shipping the turn. Ugh, Callstone Pass, my favorite pastime.
2 straggler in the side.
2 in the side. That makes a lot
Yeah,
of
that
sense.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Is that a dragon? Down to 36 for Derek. Now we have Swifties. Painter's Gear. Oh, the Raymond, but no way to produce White Will. That's a big problem. Is that we don't have, like, going for Damascus Moon is correct. Oh, he has White Will there from the
Yeah, he's
stone.
white will.
I didn't realize he had the stone. Oh, there you go. So we see some
Foresee.
green here. Got some green from
The
turn
possibility
0
of green.
contract on Energize is spicy. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do it. It's very possible.
Yeah.
That's why I like don't cheats. So like stop. Stop trying to do this. Derek being a gentleman and saying, "Hey, I can see your hand a little bit. Maybe hide that back."
You know what the real tier 0 deck of the format is? Good sportsmanship.
Hey-o.
Hey.
Let's get some what do I want in the chat for good sportsmanship? I
Shayla's in the chat.
want Priscia cheers in the chat. Let's start a
don't
Priscia
cheats.
cheer train in the chat for good sportsmanship being the tier 0 deck of the format. Okay, so like this is the same problem we saw in game 1, right? Where like the longer Daniel takes to try to get set up, the more Derek just has things to answer. Alejandro, you shut your mouth. I love you, but you shut your mouth about that top 8 that Uber series of Stemomat. The grudge is real about him having this mat. Like the longer it takes for Daniel to like try to push in, the more time Derek has to just like sit and set up all these trap cards to just say like, well, you tried to push in and failed, and then I'm gonna punish you on the back foot. Like it's really interesting to see. Like I don't know. Like I do see that the Raymond feels like it's gonna be pretty important for Daniel here. You know what I mean? To like keep the board protected from any of his spot removal, just like having
Yeah.
that, like I'm gonna go ahead and do the Raymond God Art, have a turn, and then start playing all of my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There also does appear to be a Raging Messiah in that hand from Daniel, if I could see properly. No, that's that's just the Raymond. Golden Chaos. I should give some 401 some confidence that they shoe in top 8. Is Golden Chaos Tyler? Is that you, Tyler?
Golden Chaos, do you perhaps know Golden Nova? Just a question.
Let's see. Let me look at these records here. Table 1. Yes.
Yes, good sandwich ship. It's like
Painter's Gears is going in here.
the tier +1. S tier.
Should give some 401 some confidence that they shoe into. I think X11 is guaranteed top 8 in this. Playing against Eric's list feels so excruciating because all the quick cast stuff you can do with Ega just extends your main phase. You can fight at both end steps and recovery, then go on your turn. So like Aristella. It's the same kind of vibe. It's that same kind of vibe. The kinds of things that I think are the best in this environment are decks that can fight during kind of any phase of the game. Like, pick when we're going to fight. You pick when we're going to fight. I'm going to have the answers to it, and then I'm going to punish. Lore-writing the light child Goddard here. Gary on the Lorite. We're fighting. This is what I mean, right? We're just fighting it. We can fight at any point in time. Let's see what comes out of this. Does Daniel have more fight left in him? Or do you just stop because you can't stop this light child? S tier is now sandwich tier.
It's the toothpick in our
Jeez
sandwich.
Louise. If y'all are going to continue this and subject me to it, you guys need to at least join the channel as members and make these super chats so I have to read them out loud. If you really want to torture me with this, become members or do this conversation with sandwiches as super chats. The reason Derek's deck name is I can't believe it's not Sherry. Does feel a lot like Scheherazade.
There's a lot of Scheherazade shenanigans happening here.
Down to 33. Sort of progress to draw a card. Okay. How many Egas in hand? How many Egas do you think are in hand? 2? 2?
At least one.
At least one if we're going for this at the end step for sure. Interesting. Hey, Mega Zero says, "Hey Jeremy, why you gotta be so sandwich phobic?" I'm not phobic of sandwiches. I just don't get the bit that Paul leans in on so heavily whenever we have streams. I don't understand the connection.
I'm connecting with my audience.
I don't
Everyone
understand.
loves sandwiches.
I just don't understand. So, doing an Ega.
Shout out to my wife who's in the who's on the stream. Hi, honey, love you. Kind of sus.
Yeah, so I believe, if I'm correct in terms of how this works, because of when he's flashing in this Ega, it will last until his turn.
So basically, abilities like Gary on are feeling that can be activated this time.
Yeah, Derek has a second Ega in hand. I was right. It's 2. It's 2 cards right now.
Mm.
So it comes into play. I'm going to
Hey, there's Ashley. There's your wife in the chat. Hi, Ashley.
proceed to end of turn trigger. Trigger to go to EX.
Interesting.
After end of turn triggers, reveal an Ega from hand. Spider.
Jeez Louise, because it has quick cast. What a line.
And then I will use this.
Paula's the best water player.
Spam.
Jeez Louise, we're going in. We're going in here.
Yeah, don't throw Pat under the bridge, guys.
Yeah. Throw him out like the bathwater. Throw him out with the bathwater.
Yeah.
Center will put 3 in. Draw 3. And then I will proceed to turn. Alright.
It was all during Daniel's end step.
Move to recover.
Before recovery,
Mhm.
you want to play a painted gear?
Yep, that's good.
And then, tap for 1, play a lighter demon sword.
Okay. Getting to resolve flight here is pretty decent. Because we're also going to get to bring all of these gears into play. We do have
That's
the
certainly
light,
relevant.
and we do have the light wheel for for your next turn, Raymond. If
Oh, Pat wins.
trying to kill Pink Spider. I think I'd kill Glowing Spider instead of Pink Spider, right?
I was gonna say that's probably fine because right, you still retain your ability to play from the EX area. You uncontract, so if you want to contract again, you get more stuff. We're gonna flood,
Flood the board.
get a bunch of pluses.
Nope, that card still doesn't want to show up. Okay. Essentially, they just all come into play. Why did that card suddenly stop working? Jeez, Louise. Okay. Pink Spider's there.
Oh, sure, to give your board +2/+2 eternal.
Yeah, I don't hate this.
Okay, so this is very defensive.
Yeah, feeling very defensive here.
I'm not attacking. Move to recover.
Yeah, the Raymond feels okay here. It feels a
Yeah,
little.
it's like a pseudo fog, right? It's like
Yeah,
you
I have this
can't-
big
you can't
board. You
attack
can't
me.
kill them.
Well, it's a 22-22 with the Raymond buff as well.
Yeah, he's a 22-22 on the Flight of the Demons, on the next Excalibur Demon Sword.
so that means Derek needs
Yes, they
2
do. He does
rusty
have flying.
spots.
You've got Bird. But didn't he reveal Bird? No, he did.
He doesn't
He
have
did not
bird.
have Bird.
He has first strike, swiftness, and precision.
He did Bat. Bat, Dragon, and Shark. Daniel's certainly threatening some damage here. Glowing Spider cast.
Glowing Spider to draw more cards. Which is interesting because like Derek's pretty low on hand size.
yeah.
Now he's not.
And
Now I have 7
not.
cards. I'm good.
Just fine.
I think he cited out the sort of progressions because we haven't seen any.
I don't know if he did. I just think he hasn't used him yet. It's very interesting. Okay, let's see. So if I'm Derek, they all have Eternal, so we can't kill them. Just leave up as much will as possible. Because he doesn't get to make another... He can't reveal another Gears right now, but it does play Gearsification. But he doesn't have a way to give them all flying right now. That's the biggest piece.
Do the 3 gears that came in play, do they give their +1/+1 while on the field too? Or is it just from the field? Okay. So it's the same thing whether on the board or... Got it.
Medusa Festival.
Yeah, Odin's getting swiftness and
rocket dives to make him banish. Yeah, that works. That Ega is going to go away at the end of this turn, keeping that in mind.
So we're not revealing yet.
Well, there's no reason. There's nothing to shoot because they all have Eternal.
Because they all have Eternal. So we're just going to play the Rusty's Fox for 1. Draw and replace.
What do we... I mean, like, you're setting up... I mean, like, even without going for contract, just setting up rocket dives wouldn't be bad. Except he'll just sack the 2 Painter's Gears. So, like, that doesn't get you much value. The Ega has to go somewhere.
How big are your spiders? They are 14 14s.
They're very large spiders.
I think his EX area is filled, yeah.
So he has to banish.
He has to banish the Ega.
I think he may have one more slot left in his...
He's got an Ega in the EX, so I think he's fine.
Yes. Oh, end of turn Raymond. Yep.
No, also no. He has a ruler under contract. Sorry, hold on. Pause, please. Give it. Yeah, sorry. 1 second. Okay, so that was a case of me stepping in and then immediately realizing that I was stepping in about potentially something that could be argued as missed triggers. So apologies to clarify for the stream. Iga had a trigger that should have vanished itself, and then he went to go move the Raymond to the bottom of the deck, but that shouldn't have happened because he had a ruler under contract. So before I told them what I was coming in to talk to them about, I went to the judges, I explained, and I said, I did this, I haven't explained to them, what would you like them to do? And so they came in and they've repaired the board state for both players. So just explaining what happened. Sorry for the pause.
Explanations.
Yeah, I just... those are things to me where it's like... those are things that have to happen / also shouldn't happen. Like the Raymond can't move because he has a thing, and the Iga has to like get killed. Like it just... But also it's technically triggers, so... That's what I did. Sorry.
I can make this better.
How can you make it? Don't talk about sandwiches.
No. I won't.
Okay.
My wife texted me and she said, "I want a sandwich."
I just said don't make it about
I'm not.
sandwiches.
It was not the subject of the.
Okay, anyway.
Comment. Okay.
So going back into this, still has a very beefy board, but Derek has a lot of wage sources and a lot of things face down, and there is no eternal protection anymore. So.
I have
7 cards in hand and 4 cards face down. Swinging in with Why would you not swing in with your J ruler first?
reveal kunai throw from my EX to tap down your chrono gear.
Why would you do that?
What? I actually don't know what he's called. I assumed he was a chrono gear. But yeah, fine. And then you can proceed to combat if that changes anything.
Swinging in for 10. Do you just block with the cone, the fox, just to like chump the damage but not kill the Raymond so that the chrono gear doesn't recover? Nope. Okay.
Derek is apparently immediately regretting that decision.
Yeah, just like gave him a reason to like that for me felt really weird because it was like because like he tapped down the like
Stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. Deviates from the plan. Everything goes south.
he, like there we go. There's something to at least mess with it so that the Raymond trigger doesn't like he doesn't draw him a card, he doesn't recover the sword. That puts him in a much better position here. It's a little bit of a potential error there. Let's see. What's the I mean, the damage here is like not a ton.
No, it's not at all.
And Daniel has what, 1 card in hand? He's kind of gassed out here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the ending line here is other than have up a bunch of blockers. But the problem is then Derek's just gonna flip over a bunch of stuff and be cool. Because the kunai throw can also just like kill a blocker for 1, right?
Yep.
So like kunai throw is just a great card. In the sense of like flip it up to tap something down, you know. It's like a Storm Spark Blast.
Yeah. Did you say holy awe?
Yeah, I did say holy.
Holy awe. It's like a blinder beetle.
Yeah, it is a blinder beetle. That also turns into a kill something. It's a PPR.
It's a solar ray.
how deep into
Solar
Kaijudo?
flash.
How deep into Kaijudo do we go here in round 5?
It's like, wow,
Proof
he
that
still
we-
remembers his Kaijudo card days.
Chromavore gears. Gonna be go down to 31, and we're gonna Memory of Worlds it. So there's a Memory of Worlds. Found its way.
Hey, Memory Worlds finally got cast this game.
Finally got cast this event.
This is GP.
Yeah, we finally saw it on stream. The first strike's pretty relevant here, although they're not
Swing
very
bat.
big. They're all getting +3.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So we just lose the bat.
So it's
Everything
9.
loses first strike. And they lose +1/+1, which is helpful.
Yeah.
5, and this one has 4 left.
But none of them have flying. So, like, the Lorite can chump one of them.
Mm-hmm.
The Fox can chump one of them. And the Spiders will trade with any of them. Like, if Daniel tries to commit to, like, killing this board, he loses. But also, like...
I will attempt to block with Lorite.
eat the Lorite. They both have precision, so you can go for the Rusty's Fox with the dragon. Going for the weaker spider.
So he's I think this is where you just flip your next fox.
Yeah, do 1200. This is certainly not like...
I guess all of them can attack. So the Painter Gears are currently 2/2s?
Currently 4. They're 4/4s?
2 3.
3 3s. Yeah, 2 3s. Yeah, Memory of Worlds is a really good card, Rustin, for sure. It's very good.
Yeah, it should at least be
I
considered.
really like this list from Derek. And I'll say again, I'm going to say it every single time I see it on stream. Let's talk about what Derek's deck is doing, shall we?
Sure.
It's playing good, solid fundamentals. It's just applying progressive pressure and interruption. It's not like it is doing some pretty complicated lines, but it's not like trying to cheese.
There you go. Flash an Ego, so you get quick cast on your ninjutsu. Use your ninjutsu to pop it before it gets the chance to attack your spider.
I will target.
Keep the faith with
Get a second
glowing
spider.
spider.
Draw 3. Turn this dice. Or well, this will go to. Yes. Move to turn.
These spiders are big.
Currently with 4 cards face down, so there's 12/12s, right? Because they get 2. Base stats 4.
Proceed.
Oh, are we at full? Are we at 5? Are they 14/14s because they're 5s?
I think he only has 4 in the EX area. Because he only cast 1 contract.
Yeah. Well, he has 5.
Oh, he has 5. Okay, he does have 5. Yeah, because you can expand and then you flip and then you
Expand
get the
again.
You can expand
yeah, so the
again.
first one double expanded. The second one,
Activate Hyde.
incoming Pumpkin Witch. Sounds about right if he feels like that's
Cast Ninja Med.
Ninja Meditation.
2 1.
Ninjutsu Meditation.
Rocket Tide. I'll choose the mode to make you banish.
Forcing him to banish 2 Resonators. Cool.
Enter. Expand 1. It'll go to 6.
So now we're at 6.
Yeah.
We can put in 3 and draw 3.
2 and EX, draw 2. Do Painter Gears fly? Nope.
Witch of the Fallen Kingdom. Another pink spider. There it is. Okay.
There you go.
Cool. There's the lethal.
Turn everything sideways. GG.
And there
And that's
is
it.
the games. Thank you guys. Go ahead and report. And wish you luck in the last round. So there you go.
Man, Blackwings are such a great deck. I love how just strong Blackwings are. They just like get around all of the rules and all the mechanics of the game. Like you think you're gonna win.
I mean, like that. The play style that he was using there is the exact kind of approach that I used for the blue-white black Aristella. Was just like it's the same. Like the cards that it's using are different. The tempo of it is a little bit different, but it's playing like the same kind of like vibe. How many times are we gonna see Witch into Witch? I guess.
Legitimate question.
Olga's 401, so pretty sure to be locked into top cut. So control decks. Let's see here.
So Derek
is X01, so Derek should be locked into top 8. Aristella is pretty sure locked into top 8.
Mm-hmm.
Olga's locked. So Hyde, Aristella, Olga, Killua aggro. He's probably pretty sure that's half of our top 8 locked in.
Mm-hmm. We're just waiting for
to see the rest of it. To see if any of the other Eins make it. To see if any of the Falchions make it. Or Falchion is probably also locked as well, because Tyler played against the Falchion in the last round, and they both went X01. So contractless Falchion making its way back into top 8. So that's 5 different rulers in the top 8. Look at my face. I'm very happy about that. Very happy about that. Rustin's a nerd. That's rude. That's rude. The Sword of Progress, I give the Sword of Progress way more credit than I thought was going to be there. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, especially when you can see that many cards. It actually makes a whole lot of sense that they arrived at that conclusion. Now that like seeing it done makes a whole lot more sense as to why it was used.
Yeah, I mean it was just like I just want to try to resolve this card once. I'm not going to try to buy it back. Like it'll just get better every time I use it. That's fair to me. That's fair to me. Yeah, there's a 401 Falchion right now. So, yep, we got Falchion, contractless, as far as I could tell, contractless Falchion, Aristella, Hyde, Killua aggro, and there's one other, and Olga, all locked into top. So, yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting. 0 undefeateds going into last round. 0 undefeateds going into last round. Only draws. No undefeateds. Only draws.
Only draws.
We still got lots of games playing right now. Just as a reminder, again, if time to throw your possible winning in out the window. Patrick, what are you at? What's your record at? Are you X1? If you're X1 gets you there, Patrick. Are you X1-1? Oh no, you drew the last round. Asuka's in. So let's talk about what's in contention, right? Asuka, Eins, probably some Killuas, probably Violet might be in contention if we see what Roderick is, how Roderick did. So Violet might be in contention. Zeus, Order Alice might still be in contention. Don't know what's going on there. Patrick, you've broken my spirit of your ability to go 3-1-2. You can't possibly go 3-1-2, which was my shot called. Which was my shot called your record for the day, because you can't draw the last round of Swiss. But there's the thing. 3-2. How many more rounds before top 8? 1 more round. And then we will have top 8 tomorrow. So again, just as a reminder, if you haven't already entered the contest to win the one of each of the promos from this event, you can go ahead and email rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com to let us know what ruler of the set that's coming out, the new Moon, the Crimson Moon Battleground set that you're most excited to play. Can we talk about how the last set of the end of this cluster, where during the time span of this cluster's release, we saw the return of EG and all of these other like new things that the company's doing in terms of like video production and like the combination ban list and all this stuff, that the end of that is related to the Crimson Moon, something that was there from the beginning of Force of Will, that after this like such a like historic year of kind of getting back in touch with those kinds of things and everything else, we're going back to the Crimson Moon. Like that to me is like,
take me back.
That's so good.
Back to the shack.
It specifically is for people who aren't in the tournament. So if you were in the tournament today, you cannot enter. But the email is rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com. So I'll put it in the chat here. So that's my thoughts. Looks like we have 3 rooms left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rooms left. So we're gonna take a quick break as we get ready for last round of Swiss, and we'll kind of see what we can see. We have successfully hit 10 different decks in 10 rounds, or in 5 rounds.
Yeah.
We have literally had no repeats. If we can get 6 rounds with no deck repeats, that would be crazy. It's not possible at this point, but maybe. But we'll see what happens. So gonna go on a quick break, and we will see you all getting back here for round 6, or for more talking from us if it takes longer than we think it is. So thank you all so much. Be right back.
All right, what about stouts?
Same thing in half.
And for yours, the top 9
Of the main.
Okay, guys, we are all set here on our time on round. Welcome to the final round of Swiss. You have 60 minutes on the round. You may begin.
Did you want to cut stones?
Okay. So we have seen, these are the wrong names. Let me.
Yeah.
This is Mr. Sloan coming back here. Contractless Justice coming back here.
Yeah, that's not very high. Alright,
And we have Contractless Justice versus Oct
War and Child of Death.
with Child of War and Child of Death. So we hit 11 out of 12 unique rulers in 6 rounds. So just one repeat, and the one repeat happens to be a person that we saw play before. So, but there we go. We do have Sword Lady coming in to kind of finish the day. We thought she would.
I was iffy about going on stream. This is the best angle I can get. Like, I don't know if it's.
I may have to add like clarification.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Like,
Yep. So currently, based on these records, Joseph is X01, so Joseph is locked in to top 8 at this point. Steven is playing for a win and in. If Steven wins this match, he will be in top 8. It'll be X1 as well. Actually, pretty higher, end up higher seeded actually. if here's when. So we are going in here. Could be a very fast game. We'll see exactly how much pressure Oct can put down. We have not got to see Oct play, and if there was someone going to play Oct, it was going to be Steven Jeswain. So let's jump into it. Paul, what are your thoughts?
We're going to have to see how linear Oct is. Because if she's so linear that Falchion can just say no, it's just going to take a really long time, right, to establish anything on Joseph's end. So then Steven is just going to try and, like, reestablish consistently. That's what I'm expecting to see, and I'm hoping that's not what I end up seeing.
My curiosity is Alvarez, the Demon Castle, and whether or not daily research picks up on that. Like, whether or not Joseph picks up on trying to grab Alvarez really quickly.
That's certainly really good.
I'll play Fossil Groma City. I'll cancel your cocoon trigger.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. That's aggressive for just saying no cocoon for you.
You get no cocoon.
That's honestly pretty good. He does, because Steven got to go second, he has that coin and his triggers get to go first. So that's not bad. Not having to deal with wall is kind of huge, right? Like, pretty dang huge.
Yeah. We're going to look at the top card.
4C's good.
Like, not having access to wall is pretty, like, just not having to deal with it, mainly because it also cuts off Joseph from having that extra card, right? Like, that's kind of crazy.
This one.
What is main decked?
Illusionary Mermaid.
I'm sorry. Why was this main boarded?
Illusionary Mermaid is the one I pay 1 more to.
So proud of you.
Cannot attack unless they pay with 1.
So unless Steven kills this thing,
And
this is going to slow him down significantly.
It's got 800 defense, right?
Yeah.
We try to restart.
No, I think it's got 7.
Let's try to restart the app for the card viewer real quick. I got it. It's not on your end. It's on mine.
I know.
Illusionary Mermaid. There we go.
1/7.
It's a 1/7. So sealed one-eyed dragon is good there. Wow. What? First off, who mains this? Secondly, what are the chances of having it in opener? That's kind of insane to me. That was not. Well, it
I mean-
certainly was good protection from you broke my wall.
Yeah. I mean, it's not an awful card. It's just been so long overlooked that I don't think
Yeah.
people even know this card exists.
Yeah.
That put
Yeah, Eris, you and I, some serious what in the chat. It was not.
yeah.
Yeah, like crazy tech card. Are we playing Institute?
Castle of Belial.
What
this
is
is like
Old school
anti-aggro.
Durdle. It's like old school Durdle justice.
End of turn, I'll pay a red and play Phantasmal Ascendant.
Okay, we're ramping stones.
This seems like a good idea.
This is good.
Gilstone.
Seems good.
I'll deal 2 to myself to produce a red.
Second Phantasmal?
No, it's no magic stone.
Okay, so down to 38 for Steven.
It's rest, produce a black, rest, produce a red. This card deals 200 damage to you. And no rest and banish this card, produce red, black. Yeah, no, you're good.
No magic stone. Yeah, that's.
Oof.
I mean, the Castle of Belial's not so unexpected. The Illusionary Mermaid was just like a wow.
What is this?
What a snap meta call, right?
Yeah.
And we have a token.
And we're making tokens to Flighter.
Flighter's finally getting in there.
I do appreciate that pun still. It's really fun.
So we got 2 bodies. We gotta get rid of that mermaid.
We have to get rid of the mermaid without attacking.
He's light moonchilding for Steven
red
before
deck.
draw. I think Steven's okay with that.
If he has
'cause here's the
Gradius,
thing.
he's doing great.
If he has Gradius, he's doing great. He can make. Oh, the 100 is. If we had a way to get one of these guys up to being 700 attack, we could use the contract to kill it and then swing in, right? Use charge of summon the Horse of War and like have one of your dudes kill it, and then you can just like kind of go in, which is pretty. Castle of Belial cracks Stacy with wall if he had one.
Take 2 with no magic stone.
You can reduce the damage and then have wall prevent that other damage, I think.
Pretty sure that's
Burning
true.
Rabbit Dash.
Classic.
Yep, produce 3 300 fire beast resonator tokens with swiftness, and when this card is put into the graveyard from the
What
field,
is...
it deals 200 damage to target J resonator.
This is just hard aggro.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Which is why that mermaid is just like, what? We're trying to put them up on screen, XX DOS. Like I can tell from the I can tell what card he's playing because I'm like looking at a better, like more zoomed in camera angle on my main screen, so I can see them. But his camera is certainly a little bit grainy. That's why we're trying to pull up his cards on screen. One thing to note is if he has enough dudes, Child of War can just like shoot him. Yeah, he's trying to go wide, which is the correct thing to do against Justice, because Justice doesn't have board wipes.
Correct.
So I'll last turn.
Can we get to 20 dudes?
Go to bottom of the deck.
Can we get to 20 dudes?
Can we get to 20 dudes?
If we get to 10 dudes and Raging Messiah and then Goddard.
Yeah, let me put dice on the token so we don't get there.
Yep.
Yep, they're 3/3s.
So like this is I mean I don't hate this. Joseph's at a disadvantage because of the camera? I don't think so. He's asking what every card does before he resolves, and Stephen's answering it. I don't think that's really necessarily a disadvantage. Because one thing to note is that they are also, like, I have their camera pictures turned sideways to fit onto the stream overlay. They do not see each other in these, like, sideways angles. So, I don't know. Going wide is certainly the strat.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. Plus, with Flighter, you're going to be making so many tokens every turn.
Spirit Ring.
Spirit Ring is back.
Yep.
The One Ring.
Choosing not to pop anything, I assume? I do not. You could target your own stuff, but it's a may destroy effect, so you don't have to.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Ring is here. I mean, it helps to like be able to play Fiola later in the game, but it didn't generate any advantage. That feels pretty bad.
Yeah. And, like, the Fiola, it doesn't feel very helpful. One of which is Flighter. Like, it's silly, but I do think there's a world where we just get to 20 dudes and then God Art Child of 4 to shoot him.
Pay a red, and I'll reveal Flighter.
Is that, like how? What does Justice do to wipe it? You know what I mean?
Okay, lots of stuff.
Get to Witch with Institute on board and just fly over everything.
Yeah, but like, it doesn't take us that long to get to 10 dudes. We'd have to do. No, I guess they're not 20 dudes. Yeah, that's maybe a little bit too many. We need to get rid of the.
10 dudes, yeah. 10 dudes is a way more achievable in this list.
Target castle for destruction.
So we have Kilo spell again. Gonna pop the Castle
token
of Valhalla.
generator, the Castle.
I think you generated token.
Kilo spell.
Oh, there's Fiola.
There's the Fiola. I think that's fine.
You have a second one in hand. That's pretty good. But I don't think he does. Nope.
That is unfortunate.
Let's see.
Mind if I call a judge real quick? It's mainly about Castle of Belial versus the Child God's Art. It's each originator deals 200, but it's all an effect from the God's Art. So I need, I don't know if.
Are you making a judge call, Steven?
Yes.
Okay, judge, go ahead and do it in. I'll pause your timer now. Make the judge call in the chat. Okay, we are back. We were just going to confirm with Child of War versus the Castle of Belial, like how much of the damage from it will prevent. Specifically, it is the fact that each packet of damage from each resonator is an independent package of damage, so Castle of Belial will just prevent all of it. So we need to get that mermaid off board so we can start attacking.
Yep. There's ways to get there.
Oh yeah, for sure. We just need a big enough token. We can get to 6/6 on our tokens with the God Art of the... Oh wait, no, he didn't. He has Dark Child of Death as his...
Bahamut Phantasmal Dragon's Incarnation cost.
What?
Bahamut the Phantasmal Dragon.
What in the world is this?
Vingolf 3 card coming in. So we can banish the 3 resonators to play this, which will shoot the... It'll shoot the mermaid for 7. Wow.
That's interesting.
That's a pretty cool tech. That's a very cool tech.
This card has never seen.
I have literally never seen this card cast.
Not even in our game when this Vingolf came out.
Correct.
Like never seen this card play. So he's gonna take 8 damage from Burning Rabbits, or 6 damage from Burning Rabbits.
Well,
right?
each pack he can shoot one of the resonators with Burning Rabbit, so he'd probably shoot the tokens.
And then Baha can deal 700 to a target. So the rabbits are going to target Fiola, since she has 6 defense, and Baha will target...
Oh, he's getting the Fiola.
since she has 7.
So the Bahamut is protecting the... Okay, so it's being protected. The mermaid's being protected again. But, like, Joseph's not doing anything. He's, like, surviving.
Yeah, he's like swatting away Steven's attacks, but Steven is clearly on the offensive.
And, like,
Send
Joseph's running out of cards. Joseph has 2 cards left in hand.
Yay.
I have 2 stones open. 1 red, black, 1 red.
Alright, so here in the instant, first, I'm going to convert this to a green with Black Moonchild.
Sure.
And cast Big Show.
Cancel it. Oh, man. I was hoping we would see something there, but nothing in Steven's deck can do that for him.
Yeah, I mean he's red black, right?
4-4, 4-4, 4-4, 10-10. So Bahamut is 10-10, everything else is a 4-4.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I guess it is contractless Falchion, not contractless Justice. That's me. That's on me. We're going to get out Justice without a single contract, somehow.
Somehow.
I'll just say, I'm just going to call it Injustice.
Injustice? Question mark.
I'm going to call it Injustice because it doesn't have any contracts in it. He's not doing anything because he can't see his opponent. Steven, okay, you've made your point. We can move forward. Steven is being very proactive in communicating to his opponent what is available to him. We can move on from that point. Not everyone has amazing cameras. We do have the Prisia that we're going to have to answer eventually. Otherwise, we're going to see what we've seen before of like just the Pumpkin Witch. We do have the flyer. Phantasmal Bahamut can fly.
Yeah.
So that's
for
a
7
thing.
damage, right? No, it's a 10-10. Respectable.
6 damage. I mean, it blocks the token, which is kind of huge. These flying tokens.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can get rid of that mermaid, Steven is in a very good spot to just push through for some lethal damage. He's just got to get rid of the mermaid.
I'm like legitimately thinking about this card in Oct, like staple. It's kind of crazy.
She's got a lot of ways to make that many tokens.
Yeah. And the fact that it's just got 700 damage as like a base. It's like so ahead of its time in some ways. It's weird.
Making some more tokens off of Lighter.
Hey, Red, do it again.
2 more tokens.
That's the way to do it.
To run out of flighter tokens. Can't swing or do anything with them. And then moving to end is good.
At the start of your turn, is that route fine?
Sure. Sure.
I'm gonna battle barrier.
That'll
This
work.
seems incorrect. This seems greedy.
Sounds unfun, but good.
Yeah, so I mean, like, Stephen wasn't doing anything anyway. So I'm not sure what this
I mean,
does ultimately.
Joseph is going into the kills turn next turn off of Prisia, potentially.
Really wish I could do things with this right now. That would be
I cannot believe that this man was main decking
just give
Mermaid.
Blizzard off. That would be really cool.
That one mermaid is literally about to seal him the game.
It's crazy.
I can do this. Combat. Sure. Swing for 10 with Bahamut, and then it's just 1 per attack, right, with the mermaid?
Yeah, you have to pay.
Okay, yeah, I'll pay 1.
So he's a what? 10 by 10?
He's a 10/10 flyer.
10-10 in the air. Here we go. What are we doing? We want something with war.
If it does damage, it's only going to be 6.
Yeah. Which is crazier, the Mermaid or the Bahamut? The Mermaid.
No, the Bahamut, for sure.
No, in terms of which is crazier, the Mermaid. The fact that this Mermaid was main decked in this Justice list was the thing that is crazy to me.
Now that he's entered, he's just a 10/10 flyer.
How much mana do you have left now?
3 stones.
Yeah, I'll take 600.
Takes it down to 34.
Definitely the Bahamut is still crazier. It's
No,
like this card has never seen play.
Oh yeah, I mean in terms of
Never
like
seen
in
play.
terms of like a cool tech, the Bahamut is very very cool. But with what Oct is doing with like generating tokens and like cascade, like what did I say about Oct? She's a cascading aggro red deck. Like this card makes Incarnation makes a whole bunch of sense for her.
Mhm.
Like it makes sense to see this card mained to me. It's very clever, and I wouldn't immediately think of it, but now in seeing it, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Main decking this mermaid is the thing that to me is like wild that you would think to main deck this card.
You know, I'm going to have to concede because it's a blue card. So,
Like Steven played the opening of this perfect. But then his opponent main decked mermaid and he got punished, right? Like if this man was it like if
yeah, you're not wrong.
if Joseph wasn't main decking this mermaid, Steven would be halfway through game 2 right now.
This man has 3 Jolteon V.
It'd be great if I could do anything with mine.
His bench is almost full, man. What do you even do with that?
Yes, draw is good.
Yeah, Prisia box Falchion. Yep, just like usual.
That's fine.
I cannot believe it. That was ridiculous.
Finally, it has taken root. Yep, this is just where we get Prisia into...
Was at 2 or 3? 2.
just get Witch.
And you have 3 cards in hand. 4 cards in hand, 3 stones up.
Minha, Steven tried to kill the mermaid with that Baja, but he got hit by the Kilo girl in the city card. It's like that enter effect just fizzled.
Yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, we're going
Just
in.
going to the witch play.
Seems good, unfortunately for me. Yep.
Does he have a Killua spell for the Pumpkin Witch? Does not.
He does not.
Enter effect. Is that fine?
Enter effect is good.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, this match isn't
5,
certainly over by any means, but like,
6,
ugh, that mermaid.
7. That's 32 damage plus the Prisia. That's it.
Okay, so how much damage is on board right now?
Well, it's not lethal. If he has
Oh,
a,
that's it's 28, 31, 38. Yeah, he's got lethal. He's got exactly lethal if he doesn't attack with the illusionary mermaid.
it's exact lethal at 38.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Alright, so battle phases are fine, you said?
Yep.
What's Steven got up his sleeve? This feels like Steven's got something up his sleeve. Because like Steven would just scoop here if he didn't have something, right?
Yeah, take 4.
What?
25.
Oh, I guess he's at 25.
21.
17?
17.
What are we doing, Steven? No way. No way. He's going to do it. I know what the play is.
Is it God's Art Inferno?
He's going to God's Art Inferno sealed one item. Walking right into it.
Take 4, go to 5.
In response.
7. We'll pay a red. Play Charge of Infinite Blades, targeting Prisia.
What does that do?
It'll have 400 to either target player or target area resonator for each entity with war I have. I have 3 war stones, so it'll hit her for 12.
Alright,
Infinite Blades.
Charge of Infinite Blades. We do have some spot removal here.
Ultimate Blade works. We're gonna try and Viola.
Game 2.
Okay,
Game
so
two.
that was the out. Okay, wow, that's a little unfortunate. I thought there was maybe an Inferno play line there.
That would have been super funny.
He had the will to be able to still do the Inferno play line there too, if even into the Viola.
Yeah.
But, like,
I think you probably play Inferno in this list.
yeah, I think so too.
At least 3.
Yeah, that was really. Jeez Louise,
the
sideboard
anti-Vega.
like.
But still Vega.
I truly cannot believe the audacity of respect of main decking Illusionary Mermaid.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
like
if you were
also
expecting-
seeing it in your opener. Like,
That's wild. He must be. He's either playing it at 1 or 2.
it's a one of. I cannot believe that it's not. But I mean, like,
Oh my gosh.
kudos to Joseph, right? I don't like.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like if you're saying like I'm a control deck and I fold to aggression, the
I'm just gonna-
anti-aggression card that
Yeah.
you could choose as Illusionary Mermaid.
Illusionary Mermaid. Wow.
It's crazy how long that's stuck on the field too.
Well, I mean,
Just
like,
protect the mermaid
just
game.
protect the mermaid against the aggro deck. And like I said, Steven was in a not bad shape there if he could get something up to 700 attack. But he could only do 600. Like, he had no way to pump something up just that little bit more. Prisia might be the searcher for toolbox matchups game 1. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If he's playing Prisia box Falchion, like, that makes a lot of sense. I guess I just didn't expect to see Prisia box Falchion, like, in this environment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, if to speak to Eris, I mean, if Wall and Castle doesn't do it, Illusionary Mermaid will. Welcome to 3 layers of you don't get to attack me.
Oh, man, the play of the, if there had been an Inferno plus Sealed One-Eyed, that would have been so clutch. Although he wouldn't have had life to play the Sealed One-Eyed because he was down below. So never mind. When there's more than 400 damage, then there's still damage to be replaced, so you apply Wall. So you can apply both Castle and Wall. Yeah.
Understandable. Before you finally
So apparently Joseph has just been like beat over the head so many times with aggro decks that he's like, I'm just not gonna play.
I'm just gonna main deck them. I'm gonna just not respect it.
That's fair.
Too bad I didn't get to do anything.
You did a lot.
Just do something game 2.
I'm gonna try, but there's so much damage prevention. What do I do?
Stop the damage prevention.
I mean, he did stop the first one with the Kilo
Yeah, he
spell.
really did.
Like pro work, but
So many addition hate cards.
oh goodness gracious. Is there a world where you just like try to go for an early Inferno if he has like a bunch of additions?
I cited 5 in main, 1 ruler.
Like just go for an early Inferno to just without committing stuff to board to just like let him set up his wall and then just be like, cool, get rid of all of it and then go in.
I cited out Child of Death.
Maybe.
Child of Eclipse. Cancel target God's Art.
Is that? I mean, like maybe.
So we're going into
If
Wind Sunchild.
I don't have.
We're getting rid of Child of Death, and we're bringing in Child of Eclipse.
That makes a lot of sense. We have to get the 3 stones though.
It's still like really impressive that Oct got this far. I mean, I know when we were at least up in Iona, when we were like looking over these kinds of cards, like there was a real embracing of Oct early on.
Yeah. It was more just like I wanted to see another Sunchild ruler in the stream today because it seems like the only ones that have. It seems like in the players that we're playing today, the only players who made it were Steven on this Oct list and some Olga players.
Yeah. Yeah, Hard Control did not seem to be dynamic enough to make it any farther.
Yeah.
So no Foomf.
I chalk Foonf up to player practice.
That is a good question.
Because I know 2 of the Foonf players like got the deck 2 days ago and didn't practice.
That'll do it.
So like,
Well,
and those are the Foonf players that are playing the Foonf list that, in my opinion, is probably the best way to build it. So I don't know what the other Foonf players were playing. Steven's taking the coin. Steven's keeping his hand.
Must be a good hand.
Okay.
Jeez.
Probably a Kilo spell. To get rid of the wall trigger. Just to stop it.
Yeah.
Spectator. Do we have the Kilo spell?
Nope, you can go ahead this time.
Oh, he's letting him get the addition. Okay, interesting. We kept this hand,
Yes.
letting him keep the addition. Interesting.
Ready when you are.
Here we go. Well, we don't have filterated blue. There's no mermaid. no T1 mermaid coming down here because we have no blue filter.
Paging Dalton Slocum.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Callstone with Oct. Interesting.
I think I'll pass.
I don't hate that.
Interesting.
I-
Ooh, early Prisia.
Knowing that it's there puts Steven on the clock.
Yep.
That draw is good.
Let's see what else we got here. I'm really curious. Like, I do feel, I don't know. It just feels like there's the Inferno. Double green. Still no.
Paging Dalton Slocum.
Well, we
Please
can
come to
just
the front
play
desk.
Prisia and get Mermaid. Let's just tap out and go get Mermaid right now. If he does.
Correct.
Whereas if he goes for, legitimately, if he goes for Prisia here to get the Mermaid out and just like hard cast it, and Steven just like slams Inferno in response, that would be so great. Convert to red. Okay.
End of turn.
Witch of Quenched Fire's pretty good.
Or Phantasmal Ascendant. And we'll get a stone.
Okay. Steven's going to be going into 4 will next turn with Callstone.
No magic stone.
Let's see here. What do we do off of this? The Witch of Quenched Fire is pretty good because, like, unless we have Gradius, Contract now suddenly doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, that feels really good for Joseph. Not even gonna lie, like that.
Producing another red. 38 to Steven.
We'll play dodgy.
Play dodgy.
Oh, hey, a Steven Jeswin special. Dodgy's gonna dump a dragon. Like Bahamut.
What's her how do you spell her name?
D-A-J-I.
Definitely not.
Really?
What else is the rest of her name? Mass-produced queen. It's just not pulling up on my imagery. Nope. For some reason, a second card not present in here. Okay, so it is going to prevent the burn.
Red Witch says prevent all damage done by chance and abilities. Or red chance and abilities until it's on board.
Yep, so Dodgy's not going to be able to burn anything right now. Warring Dragon.
Warring Dragon.
For every entity with war you control.
This gets cheaper. This is Gwyber now. Wargwiber.
Yo, Rustin, 4-2 is easily top 48. You're fine.
Done something different, but that's okay.
Doesn't hit him for any damage, though.
Damage, but we'll move to my turn. Mm-hmm. Sounds.
I think you're fine with that.
Yeah, I think you're fine with that.
He gets to play one card, so he can like still play the card
Mhm.
from the Null Magic Stone.
That's fine. Rough turn. Recover and call with Oct.
I feel like we should have grabbed a sealed one-eyed there,
Magic
because then this next turn we could pay life, reanimate the sealed one-eyed, crash it into the Fire Witch, and then start going in.
Mm.
Play one card this turn.
Because like we gotta get rid of that
Roll,
fire.
burn myself for 2. Let's produce a red, and we'll play Fossil Girl in the city to pop wall.
Okay, that's his one card. We're popping the wall.
Interesting.
We can certainly start swinging in,
Which is a 4/4
because he can't afford to block.
combat. Swing with Ascendant.
Down to 36.
36 and pass turn.
Passes the turn there.
A Magic Stone goes to bottom.
This feels okay. Because like it doesn't prevent combat damage, just ability damage.
Yeah, just
so like we
ability
can
and
just
enchant
go
damage.
in.
So we're at 2 count for Big
Prisia.
Show.
Yep, but we're not at 5 stones, so that's important.
Draw is good.
Let's see here. What's going on? And I hate to admit it, but like Steven's very much in a position where he could win this game and then just like force sudden death and kill Joseph, like with
Yeah.
just burn damage.
Steven is definitely not out of this yet.
Yeah, certainly is a man who can play to the outs here, especially with Child of War, right? Like Child of War, very much a potential way to win the pop wall easily, but also win the sudden death situation.
Mm-hmm.
Because like Joseph hasn't been putting out any incidental damage ever. It's all just been shoot you down to 40, but take setup. So in sudden death, that's harder for him, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That feels bad. What a great card for Joseph right now.
Sounds good.
So we're going to put
Bounce
Dodgy back.
Dodgy back to hand, which is fine because you can just recast her.
Yeah, I mean, she's quick cast, so you can just put her back into the field.
And that gets a sealed one-eyed dragon.
Or Bahamut.
I don't know why you'd need the Bahamut though. It doesn't come to hand.
I'm just saying, like, you just have utility in this card, right?
If he can get rid of that Fire Witch, then Dodgy is also a burn spell, right?
Yeah.
So like that's pretty good.
That's not very nice.
I mean, I literally don't get it after this turn.
He did.
If he swings with the Witch, do we cast Rogue Spectator and Goddard? Oh no, we don't have Child of Famine. Do we flash Rogue Spectator to try to block? Oh my gosh, he's going in.
What?
Flash Rogue
This is a
Spectator.
mistake. Unless Joseph has something else that he's like, cool, I'm going to bait you out.
Is that the play? I don't know. That's the problem. And 2 stones open.
This feels
Uh,
very tempting.
I think that's what we gotta do. Pay red. Flash and Rogue Spectator.
Care if I call a judge real quick? I ask a question.
And I ask if you can rest it before I can declare a block.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that was my question too.
I paused the round for you. It's going to use the Illusory Flower to rest the Rogue Spectator. Takes him down to 32.
Still at end. I'll pay
Flighter?
to Flash and Dodgy.
Dodgy's coming back out.
Dodgy's here.
So search for a dragon.
And I will respond by resting her.
That's fine.
I don't think we care about her getting rested here. Especially since if we can give them war, if we could get rid of this thing, we give them war, we can recover them with the Oct.
That's true.
We just gotta get rid of this frickin' witch. All we gotta do.
Her sister was a witch.
And what was her sister? The Wicked Witch of the East, bro. She came down in a bubble, dog. We're losing it. We're losing it here. Oh, goodness gracious. We need to, you know what, chat? We need to summon all of our energy for Octs. We need to summon all of our energy
for Oct.
We need to summon our energy
We
for
need to
Oct.
give Oct 8
all of the
strength
Keurig
counters.
Flex energy. Let's get a Keurig Flex chain in the chat right now for Octs. Let's go. Let's find it. Sealed Dragon, it won't work. Sealed Dragon is a fire card. Sealed One-Eyed Dragon does not shoot this witch.
Dan, look at the colors on the sealed one-eyed dragon, and tell me.
He does
if
have
it
the Sealed
works.
One-Eyed to be able to reanimate at this point. Like, he can reanimate the Sealed One-Eyed and then go in. But the problem, and so we just gotta get a way to pay our own life here. And I don't think we have a Nullstone. Do we have a Nullstone? Oh, we do have a Nullstone. How much life are we paying?
Yep, as additional costs, I'm going to pay 20 off the 5. No, I'm doing math.
Oh, my bad.
Sprinting a stud.
24, I'm at 8 life. I will be buffed by 7. If you can stop it, I just kind of cry. So, I mean, I guess I might as well just go for it. I'll pay 24 and put myself at 8.
Going down to 8. 6.
Paying 24 will boost my board by 6 plus 6.
Okay, we going in.
I suppose that's fair, Dan.
I can read.
Yeah, first steward of the day.
Yeah, first sprinting steward of the day. Coming in
Shout
round
out to Red
6.
Hulk.
Okay. What are we doing here?
So the board has a plus.
+6 What are we doing? And is it Inferno? We have will for it too.
Red. Activate sealed one eye engrave.
He doesn't have Inferno mana.
Hits board and he's a 13/13.
Okay. What are we doing with this?
Swing for 13. Yep.
No. No.
I guess hold on. The witch is tapped, so I guess I could swing at her.
No, you swing for the witch. Because then you can God Art, give them all war, play the Oct, shoot him, contract, recover, kill him.
No, swing at you.
Oh, okay.
13 at you.
Down to 23. What are we doing here, Steven?
Sack sealed one eye to play necromancy.
Oh, whoa. It gained
What?
war. So these are going to be 8/8 tokens for 2,400 damage. Or 6/6 tokens. So there'll be, no, yeah, there'll be 8/8 tokens for 2,400 damage.
Damage to you, so he gets war from Ogden.
And we have will open.
Necromancy.
We have
of
will
Cursed
open
Spirits.
to be able to prevent the Fiola. If there's a cast of Fiola to try to stop this.
They would be
That'd be
8/8s because they're
8/8
2/2s on the board,
tokens.
+6/+6 right now.
Wow.
Sure.
That's his first card. No, it is the second card for this turn. Oof, that's unfortunate.
In response, we'll pay a red. Yep, and we'll flash in Dodgy.
What are we doing here?
Damage since you have witch.
But she can swing into the witch, which is kind of huge. Okay.
Enter effect.
Wow,
Flat
what
10
is?
minutes left.
Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Did you hear what he sent?
I think he failed to. I don't know what he sent. I couldn't quite tell.
Yeah, I can't tell either.
Looks like maybe another sealed one-eyed, maybe.
And then necromancy's still on the chase. Or battle barrier will resolve.
Yeah.
Feel it a tuck.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. The Dodgy should swing into the Fire Witch.
Yeah, to get rid of the Viola.
The problem is his life is so low that the Fiola can just like swing in.
She is an 8/10.
Ugh.
Sure, we'll swing with her.
Ugh, the Fiola.
I would have
Such a
forced
good
the block.
card.
Yes, but it makes Resonator deal damage to you, so which wouldn't stop it. That being said, yeah, smack you for 800 and I'll use the God's Art just because I'm gonna die next turn anyways.
Alright, how much does that do?
Oh. Did we just not see contract for Steven this game?
I think we just didn't see contract.
Wow.
Yeah, pass turn, you got it.
And he didn't see the Bahamut either.
I had 2 burn spells.
Oh, God.
I can't get past Witch.
Yeah.
Could've
That
Okay.
that battle barrier would have,
could've swung with
if that didn't happen.
Thanks, guys.
Then I don't have war, so I wouldn't have been able to do much.
I thought about
Oh my gosh.
Both games, the 1-drop tech, like just solid. I still cannot get over that the man is main decking an Illusory Mermaid, and we had him check. Like we had him go do a check because that just seemed so wild, and it was truly just in there mainboarded. Like, that was crazy. That's crazy. Because you could see where the line was. Like, Steven played those games incredibly well, and
Yeah.
like very easily could have won those games. But just those little 1-drop little guys. That's just. I mean, thanks for Steven for being willing to play us on camera. For being willing to play with us on camera. I was really. It's a little unfortunate that we got the repair too, but that's what we ended up with. But wow. Just the tech. What have we talked about this before though? Like knowing the environment and making good meta calls. Joseph said that he has been cracked by aggro too many times that he just main decked some way to mess with it. Paul is like deep in thought in the background. What's your thoughts, Paul?
Oct is better than I thought.
Yeah.
It turns out red deck go sideways is actually good. Yeah, I think figuring out ways to deal that 7 damage and to get around the Red Witch, because Gradius blanks then deals damage. Is that right?
Correct. So Gradius could
So
kill
so
the Black
Gradius
Witch.
is the perfect answer to something like that.
Yup.
Man,
Would game be different if he went to swing at Witch? Yes.
very different.
Very different. Because if he went to swing at Witch there, if he went to swing at Witch and he goes for that play line, then he just plays the other Dodgy, and the Dodgy can block the Fiola, or the Fiola's not enough to kill him.
Yeah.
That's the piece.
I
is
will
the
say,
Fiola's
I
not
think
enough
he
to
was
kill him.
he was going into 4 stones the next turn,
Yeah, so he didn't have enough.
so he didn't have
Persea.
Witch.
Maybe red deck doesn't always win. That's correct.
Yeah.
I mean, red deck can win, I think is the thing to say here.
Red deck have not been good since Presea 3.
I will say Nyarlathotep before combo ban list
Presea
was.
2.
I will say red deck before combo ban list was red deck good,
Yeah.
but it created the combo ban list. So that's what happens there. Red deck win type decks have more plays than just red turn sideways. Yeah, which is why I think Steven played that as well as he could have. He got paired, like, that's just an unfortunate pairing. Like, he played that opener so tight, and then they're like, oh, I played this as a one of and kept it in my opener. Like,
He just needed an institute.
yeah. Yeah, that was
You're overhyped.
very interesting to me, for sure. Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah,
That was a crazy way to end the day. But I will say, let's talk about the day overall, shall we? Let's talk about the day overall. 6 rounds, 11 decks.
Yep, we did our job.
We did our job. You couldn't kill the witch. Yeah, sorry, Steven. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Steven, do you play Gradius? Please answer.
I mean, your breakers might be pretty good. You lost to one of the only undefeateds.
So
like if the next 2 makes it, breaker's pretty good. Just saying. Yeah, your hand was double charge of infinite blades.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that can't
sad.
kill witch.
That can't kill
That
witch.
can't kill witch.
8,500 hours later.
Yeah, it was a long day. It was a long day.
Yeah,
Paul and
no
I have
kidding.
been commentating for a bit,
Long time.
a long time.
I see
Yeah.
an 8-hour nap in my future.
Yeah, if you swung the Daji into it, if you try to swing into it with the sealed one-eyed, yeah, I think probably swinging into it would have been. Oh, it wouldn't have had war, so you couldn't have sacked it. No, I'm talking about the Daji. So that could have been there. So we're waiting to find out. There's still quite a few rounds left that are still playing. Probably, and it's rooms at top tables. So like we're probably gonna be a little bit before we get to top 8.
Had a very fun 5-hour round 4.
Yeah.
Gross.
So, yeah, that we're gonna take a little bit of a break here. We got a lot of the top 8 contention decks still playing. Taking a break here for the top 8 coverage.
jeez.
It'll probably be just me. Paul's gotta go. So everybody say bye, Paul. And I'll be back in just a little bit to talk about top 8, figuring out what that is when it gets posted. So thank you all so much. Super happy to be here, and we'll be back in a little while.
See you Monday.
Hello there, rulers. At the end of a long day of 6 rounds of Swiss, I have your top 8 standings here. In first place with 16 points, we have Logan Moses on Aristella Control. In second place with 16 points, we have Joseph Sloan on Contractless Falchion. On third place with 16 points, we have Toby Gaffney on Olga. On fourth place with 13 points, we have Tyler Tompkins on Killua Aggro. In fifth place with Paul Martinson, we have, in fifth place with 13 points, we have Paul Martinson. In sixth place with 13 points, we have Derek Muguineza on Hyde. Seventh place with Matthew Lindley at 13 points. And eighth place at 13 points, we have Daniel Negrete. With ninth place with 13 points coming down to a breaker of 0.01, we have Jeremy Lindley at the ninth place spot. I do know that Daniel was on Hyde. I'm not sure what Matthew and Paul were playing. I believe at least one of them was on Aristella Control, but that is your breakdown. So there you guys have it. That is your top 8. Tune in tomorrow for our top cut coverage here. It'll be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't forget, tomorrow is Daylight Savings Time, and we're springing ahead, so be sure to set your clocks ahead so you don't miss the stream. Thank you all so much for being here. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you like what we do, consider clicking that subscribe button or supporting the channel financially by joining the channel as a member, clicking that join button down below. And as always, this is DMO73 saying, class dismissed.